Chapter 9 of the History of Standard Oil, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. The History of Standard Oil, Volume 2 by Ida Tarbell. Chapter 9. The Fight for the Seaboard Pipeline. The project for a seaboard pipeline to be built by the producers and to be kept independent of Standard capital and direction had been pushed with amazing energy. Early in the fall of 1878, General Haupt reported that his right-of-way was complete from the Allegheny River to Baltimore. Contracts were let for the telegraph line and preparation begun to lay the pipe. Before much actual work had been done, it became clear to the company that it was not from the Butler oil field, but from that of Bradford that a seaboard pipeline should be run. That the former field was showing signs of exhaustion, while the latter was evidently going to yield abundantly. With a promptness which would have done credit to Mr. Rockefeller himself, Messrs. Benson, Hopkins, and McKelvey changed their plan. The new idea was to lay a 6-inch line from Rixford, in the Bradford field, to Williamsport on the Reading Railroad, a distance of 109 miles. The Reading, not having had so far any oil freight, was happy to enter into a contract with them to run oil to both Philadelphia and New York until they could get through to the seaboard themselves. In November, 1878, a limited partnership called the Tidewater Pipe Company was organized, with a capital of $625,000 to carry out the scheme. Many of the best-known producers of the Oil Regions took stock in the company, the largest stockholders being A. A. Sumner and B. D. Benson. The first work was to get a right-of-way. The company went at the work with secrecy and dispatch. Its first move was to buy from the Equitable Pipe Line, the second independent effort to which, as we have seen, the Producers' Union lent its support in 1878, a short line it had built, and a portion of a right-of-way eastward which Colonel Potts had been quietly trying to secure. This was a good start, and the chief engineer, B. F. Warren, pushed his way forward to Williamsport near the line which William Potts had projected. The Standard, intent on stopping them, and indeed on putting an end to all future ventures of this sort, set out at once to get what was called a dead line across the state. This was an exclusive right for pipeline purposes from the northern to the southern boundary of Pennsylvania. As there was no free pipeline bill in those days, this dead line, if it had been complete, would have been an effectual barrier to the Tidewater. Much money was spent in this sordid business, but they never succeeded in completing a line. The Tidewater, after a little delay, found a gap not far from where it wanted to cross, and soon had pushed itself through to Williamsport. With the actual laying of the pipe there was no interference which proved serious, though the railroads frequently held back shipments of supplies. At Williamsport, where the pipe crossed under the railroad, it was torn out once. The Tidewater had no trouble in this case in getting an injunction which prevented further lawlessness. By the end of May the company was ready for operation. The plant which they had constructed proposed to transport 10,000 barrels of oil a day over a distance of 109 miles. The apparatus for doing this consisted simply of tanks, pumps, and pipes. At Corryville, on the edge of the Bradford field, 2 iron tanks, each holding 25,000 barrels of oil, were connected with an enormous pump of a new pattern devised by the Holly Company especially for this work. This pump, which was driven by an engine of 70 horsepower, was expected to force the oil through a 6-inch pipe to a second station 28 miles away and about 700 feet higher. Here a second pump took up the oil again, driving it to the summit of the Alleghenies, a few miles east. From this point the oil ran by gravitation to Williamsport. It was announced that the pumps would be started on the morning of May 28. The experiment was watched with keenest interest. Up to that time oil had never been pumped over 30 miles, and no great elevation had been overcome. Here was a line 109 miles long, running over a mountain nearly 2,600 feet high. It was freely bet in the Oil Regions that the Tidewater would get nothing but a drizzle for its pains. However, oil men, Standard men, representatives of the Pennsylvania Railroad, Newspapermen and natives gathered in numbers at the stations, and indeed all along the route, to watch the result. The pump at Station 1 was started by B. D. Benson, the president of the company. There were present with him several members of the concern, and to day these men speak with emotion of the moment when Mr. Benson opened the valve to admit the oil to the pump. Would the great venture on which they had staked all be a success? Without a hitch the oil flowed in a full stream into the pipe and began its long journey over the mountains. It traveled about as fast as a man could walk, and as the pipe lay on the ground, the head of the stream could be located by the sound. Patrolmen followed the pipe the entire length watching for leaks. There was now and then a delay from the stopping of the pumps, but the cause was trivial enough. Never anything worse than chips under the valves or clogging in the pipe by stones and bits of wood which the workmen had carelessly left in when joining the pipe. When the oil reached the second station there was general rejoicing. Nevertheless, the steepest incline, the summit of the Alleghanies, had yet to be overcome. The oil went up to the top of the mountain without difficulty, and on June 4, the seventh day after Mr. Benson opened the valve at Station 1, oil flowed into the big receiving tank beyond Williamsport. A new era had come in the oil business. Oil could be pumped over the mountains. It was only a matter of time when the Tidewater would pump to New York. Once at the Seaboard, the Tidewater had a large and sure outlet for its oil in the group of independent refiners left at the mercy of the Standard in the fall of 1877 by the downfall of the Empire Line. These refiners had most of them run the entire gamut of experiences forced on the trade by the railroads and the Standard. Take, for instance, the experience of Ayres, Lombard and Company, related by Josiah Lombard in 1879 in the Pennsylvania suits. They had gone into the business in 1869 in West 66th Street. At the beginning they had shipped principally over the Erie, sometimes as high as 50,000 barrels a month. But when that road came into the hands of Fisk and Gould, those gentlemen began to try to build up a refining business in New York for their own friends. Edward Stokes was at that time hand in glove with Fisk. He had in the Oil Regions an able friend, Henry Harley. Harley bought and shipped the oil over the Erie. Special rates were given him, and the Stokes refinery soon began to flourish at the expense of the former shippers of the Erie. Mr. Lombard, finding, as he says, that there was no possibility of doing business with that road under the Fisk and Gould management, went over to the New York Central. Here he furnished his own cars. Ayres, Lombard and Company owned 100 cars on the Central in 1872, worth about $35,000, and in these they shipped the bulk of their oil. The South Improvement Company manoeuvres in the spring of 1872 completely stopped their shipping over that road, and in 1872 they sold their cars. Mr. Lombard said in his testimony, "We gave them the cars because the Standard Oil were getting the ascendancy so much over the New York roads that we could not get a rate of freight from the lower districts and the Parker district, where the bulk of the oil was produced at that time, that would enable us to compete with them in the New York market. So there was no use in owning the cars." Driven off the Erie and Central, the firm made a running arrangement with Mr. Rockefeller for a year. The Standard bought the cars and agreed to furnish Ayres, Lombard and Company crude oil for a certain price at a certain time, and take the refined oil from them at a fixed price. This contract was made probably under the Refiners' Association which Mr. Rockefeller succeeded in effecting in August, 1872, after the failure of the South Improvement Company, which association, as we have already seen, took in fully 4/5 of the refining interests of the country. The contract continued, Mr. Lombard said in testimony, for a year or more, and was then terminated by notice from the Standard Oil Company. Soon after the termination of the contract with the Standard, which was either late in 1873 or early in 1874, Mr. Lombard was not able to decide this when he was under examination, the firm began shipping over the Pennsylvania Railroad. They bought part of their oil at this time from Adnon Neyhart. Now, sometime in 1875, as we have seen, Mr. Neyhart began to feel the Standard pressure, and his business was sold to the Standard. Again Ayres, Lombard and Company found a large part of their supply of oil cut off. For about a year they shipped over the Pennsylvania. It was not long, however, before the concern found that even on the Pennsylvania they were under a disadvantage, that road having made in 1875 discriminated contracts with the Standard. Again the firm changed, buying its oil from J. A. Bostwick and Company of New York. Now Bostwick was the Standard Oil buyer, one of the original South Improvement Company, and a stockholder in the Standard Oil Company. Mr. Lombard swore that he had not been taking oil of Bostwick for more than a year before the Standard began to draw its lines around him, as he put it, and again the question arose how were they to get oil for their refinery. There seemed to be no way but to try to make a contract with the Pennsylvania Company. On the 18th of May, 1877, he went to Philadelphia and saw Colonel Potts, who told him he would be glad to have his shipments on the Pennsylvania. Accordingly, a contract was made for a year, the company guaranteeing them as low a rate as anybody else had. But this contract of Mr. Lombard was destined to end as speedily and as disastrously as all of those he had been making for over 5 years, for in the fall of the year the Empire Line was sold to the Standard, and in the spring of 1878, when Mr. Lombard's contract ran out, the Pennsylvania refused to renew it on the terms they gave the Standard. Mr. Lombard gave a very interesting account of the interview he and his fellow refiners of New York had with Mr. Cassatt in reference to this matter. In March, 1878, I think it was by appointment, we had an interview with Mr. Cassatt, third vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad. There were present Mr. Bush, Mr. Gregory, Mr. Burke, Mr. Olin, and myself besides Mr. Cassatt. It was held in Mr. Bush's office, 123 Pearl Street, New York. We sought that interview for the purpose of finding out what our position would be on the Pennsylvania Railroad after the termination of our contract with the Empire Line, which they had assumed. We had quite a plain talk on the subject. We began by telling Mr. Cassatt something that he already knew, that we for the past year had been probably the largest shippers over the Pennsylvania Railroad that they had had, largest shippers of petroleum. He acknowledged it, and we asked him if we should, after the 1st of May, be on the same footing and have as low a rate of freight as anybody else, which was guaranteed by contract up to that time. He said no, we would not. We asked him why not. Well, he said, it would not be satisfactory to the Standard Oil Company. I then put the question to him what difference it made to the Pennsylvania Railroad Company whether it was satisfactory to the Standard Oil Company or not. He said that the Standard Oil Company was the only party which could keep peace between the trunk lines. I said, "It seems to me you have the matter very much in your own hands. There are but 4 of you. If you agree upon a certain rate of freight the oil is to come forward at, I see no use of the intervention of a 3rd party or a 5th party in this case." He said, "I cannot trust," or rather he said, "they are the only people that can keep harmony." Then we had a little discussion about the rates. He said that they had been bringing oil for the past year at a very low rate. I told him I understood it was a little over 70 cents an average on crude petroleum. He denied it and said it was not. Then, when we were talking about the subject of rates, he said of course the rates on petroleum were very profitable, and said we could find out the rate at which they would bring petroleum, if they were compelled to, by looking up their annual report, and seeing the cost a ton per mile, which was something like 5 or 6 mills per ton per mile, and which if we figured that it would be a very profitable business. We told him we did not object to him making a good profit at any time. All we wished was to have as low a rate of freight as anybody else had, which we could not get. He said we had better make an arrangement with the Standard, and we would all of us make money, and that they had a very large business and proposed to make money, and the discrimination would be so light against us that we would hardly notice it, and we formed the idea from what he said. We asked him whether the discrimination against us would be larger if the rate of freight were high than it would if the rate of freight were low. He said yes, it would be, but he said the discrimination would be very small. We tried to find out by asking what it would be, but did not succeed. He then said if we would unite with the Standard we would do better, and everything would be peaceable and harmonious, and he would use his efforts to promote such a union if we wished it. We told him we did not wish to unite with the Standard. We dealt on freight matters with the Pennsylvania Railroad, not with the Standard Oil Company. There was another interview at which Mr. Bush, Mr. Olin, Mr. Cassatt, and myself were the only parties, as I remember it. It was held in Pennsylvania, at the office of the Pennsylvania Railroad, in the last part of May or early part of June. It was at the time of what we called the squeeze in cars. Previous to that time we had all the cars we wanted without any difficulty. At that time, and when we were wanting just about the same kind of cars we had previously been wanting, and business was running on very easily, we found we were unable to get anything like the amounts we had before. Instead of getting for the firm I represented from 12 to 15 cars a day, we were getting only 1 or 2, utterly insufficient for the business. We came over to see Mr. Cassatt about it, Mr. Bush, Mr. Olin, and myself. He said he knew there was trouble, that the other side, the Standard Oil Company, had some 500 cars full here at Philadelphia and Baltimore, that he had not discovered it until recently, but that he would have it remedied. They had been holding them there, full. I asked him why, if he knew of the cars being detained, he kept giving them cars. He said he did not know exactly how that was. I told him if these cars were shipped here and held, it seemed to me they ought to stop giving cars to parties holding them. He said the matter would be remedied soon. We asked him how soon. He could not tell exactly. I said, "Can't you stop giving them cars?" He said he would remedy the matter. We should have all the cars we needed. And it was at that time that he made the remark to which Mr. Bush testified, when we had some little general conversation, that if we built a pipe line he would buy it up for old iron in 60 days. I think I remarked that the conduit pipe brought a good price for old iron in a laughing way. The interview was pleasant enough. Then, early in July, I think it was the last part of June or early part of July, Mr. Olin, Mr. Bush, Mr. Wilson, Mr. King, Mr. Gregory, and myself came to Philadelphia and met Colonel Scott, president of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Mr. Cassatt and Mr. Bundred at the office of the Pennsylvania Road, with the same troubles as of old, a scarcity of cars and a discrimination in freight. As to scarcity of cars, they claimed that we were getting our allotment. We told them we knew nothing about an allotment, that previous to the 1st of May we had sufficient cars for our business, since that time we got scarcely any, that if they had not sufficient cars to do the business with, we would put on cars. Mr. Scott said they would not allow that. They had bought out one line and did not propose to have another. We then demanded cars for the business, making again the offer to put on cars if they could not furnish them, with the same result. He said they had already fought one fight in our behalf, which cost them $1.5 million. We told them not at all in our behalf, we had nothing to do with it. We were simply shippers over the road, and did not participate in the matter at all. It was a matter of their own. He seemed to be a little sore about that. When he made the remark which has been given in evidence before, he said there would be no peace or profit in the business until we made some arrangement with the Standard Oil Company. He would be very glad to have such an arrangement made, and would do all in his power to accomplish it. We told him we did not wish any arrangement with the Standard Oil Company. We had been dealing for years with the Pennsylvania Railroad, and we wished to deal with them now on all transportation and freight matters. I think there was nothing further in that interview. He asked why we did not apply to the other roads for transportation. We told him we had. He said, with what results? That the Central Road had no cars of their own. He said that was a very flimsy pretext. I said that the Erie Road cars were controlled by the Standard Oil, and the Central cars were controlled by the Standard Oil. That, in fact, the whole transportation of the oil country seemed to be controlled by the Standard Oil Company, and the New York Central and the Erie and the Pennsylvania Central and the Baltimore and Ohio, they controlled the whole thing, and there was no chance, and in addition to that we had been shippers and customers of the Pennsylvania Road for years. Naturally enough, men who had been through such experiences as these of Mr. Lombard were glad to unite with the Tidewater, which promised to free them from the railroads and their chief competition, and they promised to take all their supply from the line. The success of the Tidewater experiment brought Mr. Rockefeller face to face with a new situation. Just how serious this situation was is shown by the difference in the cost of transporting a barrel of oil to the Seaboard by rail and transporting it by pipe. According to the calculation of Mr. Gowan, the president of the Reading Railroad, the cost by rail was at that time from 35 to 45 cents. The open rate was from $1.25 to $1.40, and the Standard Oil Company probably paid about 85 cents when the roads were not protecting it from injury by competition. Now, according to General Haupt's calculation in 1876, oil could be carried in pipes from the Oil Regions to the Seaboard for 16 2/3 cents a barrel. General Haupt calculated the average difference in cost of the two systems to be 23 cents, enough to pay 28% dividends on the cost of a line, even if the railway put their freights down to cost. This little calculation is enough to show that the day of the railroads as long-distance transporters of crude oil was over, that the pipe lines were bound to replace them. Now, Mr. Rockefeller had by 10 years of effort made the roads his servant. Would he be able to control the new carrier? A man of lesser intellect might not have foreseen the inevitableness of the new situation. A man of lesser courage would not have sprung to meet it. Mr. Rockefeller, however, is like all great generals. He never fails to foresee where the battle is to be fought. He never fails to get the choice of positions. He wasted no time now in deciding what should be done. He proposed not merely to control future long-distance oil transportation. He proposed to own it outright. Hardly had the news of the success of the Tidewater's experiment reached the Standard before this truly Napoleonic decision was being carried out. Mr. Rockefeller had secured a right-of-way from the Bradford Field to Bayonne, New Jersey, and was laying a seaboard pipe line of his own. At the same time he set out to acquire a right-of-way to Philadelphia, and soon a line to that point was under construction. Even before these seaboard lines were ready, pipes had been laid from the Oil Regions to the Standard's inland refining points, Cleveland, Buffalo, and Pittsburgh. With the completion of this system, Mr. Rockefeller would be independent of the railroads as far as the transportation of crude oil was concerned. It was, of course, a new department in his business, and to manage it, a new company was organized in April, 1881, the National Transit Company, with a capital of $5 millions and a charter of historical interest, for it was a mate of the charter of the ill-fated South Improvement Company, granted by the same legislature and giving the same omnibus privileges, the right, in fact, to do any kind of business except banking in any part of the world. The South Improvement Charter, as we have seen, was repealed. The charter which the National Transit Company now bought seems to have gone into hiding when the character of its mate was disclosed, and so had been forgotten. How it came to be unearthed by the Standard, or what they paid for it, the writer does not know. However, as H. H. Rogers aptly told the Industrial Commission in 1899, when he was asked if a considerable sum was not given for it, "I should suppose every good thing has to be paid for. I should say a man owning a charter of that kind would sell it at the best price he could get." And while Mr. Rockefeller was making this lavish expenditure of money and energy to meet the situation created by the bold development of the Tidewater, what was his attitude toward that company? One would suppose that Mr. Rockefeller, of all men, would be the first to acknowledge the service the Tidewater had rendered the oil business; that in this case he would have felt an obligation to make an exception to his claim that the oil business was his; that he would have allowed the new company to live. But Mr. Rockefeller's commercial vision is too keen for that. That would not be business. The Tidewater had been built to feed a few independent refineries in New York. If these refineries operated outside of him, they might disturb his system. That is, they might increase the output of refined, and so lower its price. The Tidewater must not be allowed to live then. But how could it be put out of commission? It had money to operate. There were plenty of oil producers glad to give it their production because it was independent. The Reading Railroad had gone heart and soul into its fight. It had refiners pledged to take its oil, and these refiners had markets of their own at home and abroad. What was he going to do about it? There were several ways to accomplish his end. In two of them, at least, Mr. Rockefeller excelled from long practice. The first was to get out of the way the refineries which the Tidewater expected to feed, and this was undertaken at once. The refiners were approached usually by members of the Standard Oil Company as private individuals, and terms of purchase or lease so generous made to them that they could not afford to decline. At the same time they were assured confidentially that the Tidewater scheme was a pure chimera, that they understood the pipe line business better than anybody else, and they knew oil could not be pumped over the mountains. All but one firm yielded to the pressure. Ayres and Lombard stood by the Tidewater, but soon after their refusal to sell they were condemned as a public nuisance and obliged to move their works. The Tidewater met the situation by beginning to build refineries of its own, one at Bayonne, New Jersey, and another near Philadelphia, in the meantime storing the oil it had expected to sell. Having done his best to cut off his rival's outlet, Mr. Rockefeller called upon the railroads to carry out that article of their contract with him which bound them to protect him from injury by competition. What was done was told a few months later to the Committee on Commerce in the House of Representatives by Franklin V. Gowen, the president of the Reading Railroad. According to Mr. Gowen, the Tidewater and Reading were no sooner ready to run oil than a meeting of the trunk lines was held at Saratoga, at which the representatives of the Standard Oil Company were present, and on that day the through rate on oil was reduced to 20 cents per barrel to the Standard Oil Company. It was subsequently reduced to 15 cents, Mr. Gowen told the committee, and I believe, though I do not certainly know, to 10 cents a barrel in cars of the Standard Oil Company. And I am told that at the meeting at Saratoga a time was fixed by the Standard Oil Company within which they promised to secure the control of the pipe line, provided the trunk lines would make the rate for carrying oil so low that all concerned in transportation would lose money. I know this, that only 3 or 4 months ago we were told, I do not mean myself, but the gentlemen who directly represented the pipe line which leads to our road, that if they would agree to give all their oil to the Standard Oil Company to be refined, we could carry 10,000 barrels a day, and the rates would be advanced by the trunk lines. But, to use the language of those making the offer, we, meaning the Standard Oil Company, will never permit the trunk lines to advance the rate on oil until your pipe line gives us all its product to refine. And the prophecy of 4 months ago has become the history of today. Mr. Flagler differs with Mr. Gowen in his explanation of this cut in rates. Mr. Flagler contends that the Standard Oil Company really opposed it, but that the railroads insisted on it. Mr. Flagler's testimony is interesting reading in connection with all that we know about the Tidewater Company. It will be found in the Appendix. This was the Tidewater's first year's experience. The second and third were not unlike it. But the company lived and expanded. It bought and built refineries. It sent its president to Europe to open markets. It extended its pipe line still nearer to the seaboard, and it did this by a series of amazingly plucky and adroit financial moves, borrowing money, speculating in oil, exchanging credit, chasing checks from bank to bank, hustling, in short, as few men ever did to keep a business alive. And every move had to be made with caution, for the Standard's eye was always on them, its hand always outstretched. Samuel Q. Brown, the present president of the organization, when on the witness stand in December, 1882, said that so much did the Tidewater fear espionage that they were accustomed to keep their oil transactions as a private and not a general account in order that they might not be reported to the Standard. That even matters which they believed were keeping in an absolutely private way frequently leaked out to the injury of the business. By January, 1882, the Tidewater was in such a satisfactory condition that it decided to negotiate a loan of $2 million to carry out plans for enlargement. The First National Bank of New York, after a thorough examination of the business, agreed to take the bonds at 90 cents on the dollar. But trouble began as soon as the probable success of the bond issue was known. The officials of the First National Bank were called upon by stockholders of the Tidewater, men holding nearly a third of the company's stock, and assured that the company was insolvent and that it would be unsafe for the bank to take the loan. The First National declined to be influenced by the information, on the ground that the disgruntled stockholders had sold themselves to the Standard Oil Company and were trying to discredit the Tidewater so that the Standard might buy it in. It had been planned to place some of these bonds in Europe, and Franklin B. Gowen was sent over for that purpose. Mr. Brown said on the witness stand a few months later that as soon as Mr. Gowen started from this side it was cabled to Europe that he was going over to place bonds which were not sound, that the stockholders were all of them wealthy men, and if the bonds had been good property they would have taken them themselves. Mr. Brown declared this report was spread so generally on the other side that it interfered seriously with Mr. Gowen's attempt to place the loan. These maneuvers failing to ruin the Tidewater's credit, a more serious attack was made in the fall of 1882 by the filing of a long bill of complaint against the management of the company, followed by an appeal that a receiver be appointed, and the business wound up. The appeal came from E. G. Patterson, a stockholder of the Tidewater, and a man who, up to this time, had been one of the most intelligent opponents of the Standard in the Oil Regions. Mr. Patterson was one of the few who had realized, from the first development of Mr. Rockefeller's pretensions, that it was a question of transportation, and that, if the railroads could be forced by courts and legislatures to do their duty, the coal oil business would not belong to Mr. Rockefeller. He had been one of the strongest factors in the great suits compromised in 1880, and his disgust at the outcome had been so great that he had washed his hands of the Producers' Union. Later he had been engaged by the state of Pennsylvania to collect evidence on which to support a claim against the Standard Oil Company for some $3 million of back taxes. The Standard had made Mr. Patterson's service unnecessary by coming forward and giving the Attorney General all the information as to its financial condition which he desired. Exasperated at the result of all his efforts, and feeling that he had been deserted by the public he had tried to serve, Mr. Patterson sent word to the Standard that he proposed still further to attack them, just how he never explained, unless they would give him not to attack as much as there was in a contract from the state. They seemed to have thought it worth while to buy peace, and agreed to give Mr. Patterson some $20,000 in all, and secure him a position for a term of years. The first payment was made at the end of April, 1882, and $5,000 of the money received Mr. Patterson paid to the Tidewater for stock he had taken at its organization. No sooner was the stock in his hands than he began the preparation of the bill of complaint above referred to, and in December the case was heard. The Oil Regions watched it with keenest interest. That Mr. Patterson had made some settlement with the Standard was generally known, and the charge was freely circulated that they had bribed him to bring this suit in hopes of blasting the credit of the Tidewater and getting its stock for a song. The testimony brought out in the trial did not bear out this popular notion. The case was rather more complicated. That the suit was backed by the Standard one would have to be very naive to doubt, but they were using other and stronger parties than Mr. Patterson, and that was a faction of the company known as the Taylor-Satterfield crowd. These men, controlling some $200,000 worth of Tidewater stock, had been professing themselves dissatisfied with the management of the business for some months, though always refusing to sell their holdings at an advanced price. It was generally believed in the Oil Regions that their dissatisfaction was fictitious, that they were in reality in league with the Standard in an attempt to create a panic in Tidewater stock, a belief which was strengthened when it was learned that a big oil company, which the gentlemen controlled, the Union, had been sold about that time to the Standard Oil Trust for something like $500,000 in its stock. The first maneuver of the Taylor-Satterfield faction had been the attempt to dissuade the First National Bank from taking the Tidewater loan referred to above. Failing in this, they seem to have imbued Mr. Patterson thoroughly with their pretended dissatisfaction, and to have persuaded him to bring the suit. For some reason which is not clear, they failed properly to support him in the suit, and when it came off, they practically deserted him. The Tidewater had no trouble in proving that the complaints of insolvency and mismanagement were without foundation, and Judge Pierson Church, of Meadville, before whom the case was argued, refused to appoint the receiver, intimating strongly that in his judgment the case was an attempt to levy a species of blackmail, in which it must not be expected that his court would cooperate. Judge Church's decision was given on January 15. 2 days later a sensation came in Tidewater affairs which quite knocked the Patterson suit out of the public mind. It was nothing less than a bold attempt by the Taylor party, or as it was now known, the Standard party, to seize the reins of government. It was a very cleverly planned coup. The yearly meeting for the election of officers in the company was fixed for a certain Wednesday in January. By verbal agreement it had been postponed, in 1882, to some time in February, the controller D. B. Stewart, a member of the Taylor faction, representing that he could not have his statements ready earlier. No notices were sent out to this effect, although this should have been done. Taylor and his party, taking advantage of this fact perfectly well known to them, appeared at the Tidewater offices on January 17, and although one of the Benson faction, as the majority was known from the name of the company's president, was present with sufficient proxies to vote nearly 2/3 of the stock, they overruled him and elected themselves to control. They also elected to the board of managers Franklin B. Gowan, the president of the Reading, and James R. Keene, the famous speculator, both large holders of Tidewater bonds. They followed their election immediately by sending out notices to the banks with which the company did business not to honor checks drawn by the Benson party, and to the post office to deliver mail to no one but themselves. The announcement caused a terrible commotion in oil circles. Both Mr. Keene and Mr. Gowan refused to recognize the new board, Mr. Gowan telegraphing in answer to the notification of his election: John Satterfield, Titusville. At 2:45 o'clock today, I received a dispatch signed with your name as manager and chairman, stating that a meeting of the board of managers would be held at noon today. While the notice itself is sufficient to render invalid any action you may have attempted at such meeting as has been held, even if you had power to act at all, I deny your right to call any meeting or act in any manner as an officer of the company, and will hold you and all your associates responsible at law for the occurrences of yesterday and for your subsequent action hereunder. Signed, F. B. Gowan. The Benson party took immediate action, applying for an injunction restraining the new board from taking possession of the books and offices. This was granted, and a date for a hearing appointed. Up to the hearing the old board did business behind barricaded doors. The case was heard in Meadville before Judge Pierson Church, the same who had heard the Patterson case. As it was a case to be decided on purely technical matters, the rules governing elections, no sensation was looked for, but one came immediately. It was a long affidavit from James R. Keene, even more notorious then than now. There were fewer of his kind, for deals and corners and devious stock tricks, declaring that both the Patterson case and this attempt to obtain control were dictated by the malicious ingenuity of the Standard for the purpose of destroying the Tidewater and getting hold of its property. From my first connection with the company, said Mr. Keene, it has been hampered and embarrassed in its business by the unscrupulous competition of the Standard Oil Company. When it first began to transport and deliver oil at Tidewater, the refineries which purchased and refined oil were one after another bought up by the Standard Oil Company, or driven out of business by vexations and oppressive annoyances. The most private details of our business have been communicated to the officers of the Standard Oil Company, and they have, by every means in their power, interfered with our affairs. By the arrangement which they were able to make with the railroads leading from the oil regions, other than the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad Company and the Central Railroad of New Jersey, The Standard Oil Company have been able to obtain a control of the business of transporting and refining oil, with the exception of that part of the business which has been carried on by the Tidewater Pipe Company and their refineries, to which it had made deliveries. Repeated efforts have been made by parties in their interest to secure the control of the Tidewater Pipe Company, and if they could succeed, the monopoly thereby secured would add many $1,000,000 a year to their profit. Mr. Keene's putting of the case was undoubtedly correct, but pious horror of commercial brigandage, coming from Jim Keene, was useful only to give joy to a cynical world, unencumbered by the possession of stock in either concern. The Keene sensation was followed by a second, an affidavit from John D. Archbold, of the Standard Oil Company, denying that his company had any interest in the present suit, but adding that for some time the officers of the Tidewater had been seeking an alliance with the Standard. Brian D. Benson and David McKelvey have at various times for the past years met me at their own instance, and have proposed to combine the business of the Tidewater Pipe Company with that of the Standard Oil Company, desiring the Standard Oil Company to agree on a division of the business of transporting and refining oil, and to agree with the Tidewater Pipe Company in fixing the rate of transporting oil and the price of refined oils. These proposals were renewed to me by B. D. Benson during the summer of 1882, he coming to my office at his own instance and urging, by various arguments, such an arrangement. These proposals, in whatever shape made, have always been declined. This deponent has always had many interviews with James R. Keene, and always at his request, upon the same subject, in which interviews said Keene has earnestly urged such a combination, and has used many arguments in favor of the advantage which would result from such a combination. These proposals have always been declined. Naturally they were declined. The Standard was not seeking an alliance. It was seeking ownership of the Tidewater, and it expected so to discredit the company that it could buy in its stock for a song. Mr. Archbold's affidavit cooled popular sympathy for the haunted concern no little, however. A suggestion of any kind of a compromise with the Standard was looked upon as rank disloyalty by the Oil Regions, free competition in rates and in prices they contended, the only hope of the country. Mr. Archbold's affidavit must have something in it, everybody thought, though it might be, as Mr. Benson immediately swore, grossly inaccurate. Such was the character of the charges and countercharges in this purely technical case. The judge took little notice of them in his decision, but, after an exhaustive discussion of the points involved in the election, decided it was illegal and continued the injunction he had granted against the new board. Judge Church's decision aroused general exultation in the Oil Regions, as any failure of the Standard to get what it wanted was bound to do, and with good reason. The Tidewater's growth in the face of the Standard's constant interference with its business was proof that independent pipe lines and independent refineries could be built up if men had sufficient brains and courage and patience. What one set of men had done, another could do. Their hope of restoring freedom of competition to the oil business was still further brightened in June by the news that the Legislature of Pennsylvania had passed a free pipe line bill, the measure that they had been urging for 12 years without avail. With a sturdy example of independence, like the Tidewater before them, and the right of eminent domain for pipes, the future of competition in oil seemed to be up to the oilmen themselves. But the Oil Regions have always been prone to jump at conclusions. They were forgetting Mr. Rockefeller's record when they concluded that he was through with the Tidewater, because he had failed in his old South Improvement Company trick, that is, failed to create a panic among Tidewater stockholders, and so get their property at panic prices, was no reason at all to suppose he had abandoned the chase. There still remained a legitimate method of getting into the company, and, as a last resort, Mr. Rockefeller accepted it. He bought the minority stock of the concern, held by the Taylor party. Up to this time Mr. Rockefeller had appeared in Tidewater affairs as a destroyer. He now appeared in a role in which he is quite as able, as a pacifier, and his extraordinary persuasiveness was never exercised to better effect. "We own $200,000 worth of your stock," he could tell the people he had been fighting. "If you will consent to confine yourselves to a fixed percentage of our joint business, and will sustain pipage rates and the price of refined oil, we will let you alone. Let us dwell together in peace." The Tidewater, tired of the fight, accepted. And so these men, to whom the oil business owes one of its most remarkable developments, who, in the face of the most powerful and unscrupulous opposition, had in 4 years built up a business worth $5.5 millions, signed contracts in October, 1883, fixing the relative amount of business they were henceforth to do as 11½ per cent of the aggregate, the Standard having 88½ per cent. The two simply became allies. The agreement between them was the same in effect as all Mr. Rockefeller's running agreements. It limited and kept up prices. Any benefit the oil business might have reaped from natural and decent competition between the two was of course ended by the alliance. For all practical purposes, the two were one. In the phrase of the region, the Tidewater had "gone over to the Standard," and there it has always remained. The contract was made for 15 years, but since its expiration it has been lived up to honorably by both parties without other than a verbal understanding. For, note this, Mr. Rockefeller always keeps his word. Indeed, in studying his career, one is frequently reminded of Tom Sawyer's great resolution, never to sully piracy by dishonesty. The Tidewater has prospered within the boundary Mr. Rockefeller drew for it, as those who have accepted submissively his boundaries have never failed to do. Mr. Rockefeller is right when he says, as he does so often, that all who come with him prosper. That the company would have succeeded in becoming eventually a formidable rival of the Standard, and in controlling much more than 11 per cent of the business, no one can doubt who knew Mr. Benson, Major Hopkins, Mr. McKelvey, and their colleagues. They were business men of the first order, as their tremendous work from 1878 to 1883 shows. Once more the good of the oil business was secure, and Mr. Rockefeller at once proceeded to arrange his great house in the new order made necessary by the introduction of the Seaboard pipe line. The entire transportation department of the business had to be reorganized. When the Seaboard pipe line became a factor in the oil business in 1879, the Standard Oil Company owned practically the entire system of oil gathering pipe lines, that is, the lines carrying oil from the wells to the storing or shipping points. These pipes were organized under the name of the United Pipe Lines, and the organization was magnificent in both extent and in character of service rendered. Never, indeed, has the ability of the men Mr. Rockefeller gathered into his machine shown to better advantage than in the building up and management of the pipe line business. At the end of 1883, when the alliance was made with the Tidewater, the United Pipe Lines were taking from the wells of Pennsylvania fully 1.5 million barrels of oil a month. Their pipes, of an aggregate length of 3,000 miles, connected with thousands of wells scattered all over the wide oil regions. Whenever the oil men opened a new field, no matter how remote from those already developed, the United Pipe Lines immediately went there to care for the oil. In more than one case, in these years of rapid and excessive development of oil territory, the Pipe Line Company invested great sums in preparing to take care of oil fields whose yield never paid the cost of the pipe laid. Thus, in 1882, there was a tremendous excitement over the opening of the Cherry Grove field. The Standard spent $2 million getting ready to take care of a great outpouring of oil, which came, but did not stay. In 1882, Cherry Grove produced 2,345,400 barrels. In 1883, 755,512. It cost the company 46 cents a barrel to take care of the production of one short-lived group of wells in this field, on which they never realized more than 20 cents pipage. The Standard not only gathered this oil, it stored it to wait its owner's demand. At this date it controlled 40 million barrels of iron tankage, in which it stored the enormous stocks, over 35 million barrels, which had accumulated in the 5 previous years. When the oil passed to the pipe line, the owner received his money for it at once if he wished, or the line carried it. When a producer had 1,000 barrels in the line, he received a pipeline certificate for it. In December of 1883 the United Pipe Lines had issued certificates for nearly all of the 35,000,000 barrels of stocks above ground. The oil men thus had a bank for their oil, a bank recognized generally as sound as any in the United States. Such were the returns from the pipe line for its services, that no business ever justified more fully the extraordinary outlays of money and energy which it had taken to perfect it. For each barrel of oil the United Pipe Lines gathered, they received, when it was taken from the lines, 20 cents. The service cost them perhaps 2 cents after installation, though in these years, when they were obliged to carry some 30,000,000 barrels, they had constantly $6,000,000 on their books on which they did not at once realize. They could afford to let this sum stand because of the storage charge. For every 1,000 barrels carried in their tanks, they received $6.25 each 15 days, $152 a year. Now tankage did not cost over $250 per 1,000 barrels, so that the storage more than paid its cost in 2 years. There were often great losses by fire, but these were paid by the owners of the oil, a pro rata assessment being made. There was a deterioration in quantity and quality of oil from holding, but this again was paid by the owners in a shrinkage charge of 3%, deducted from the quantity of oil when run. Thus on every side the pipe line business was guarded. So long as it could keep out competition and hold up its prices, there was no better paying business in the United States than piping oil. As we have seen, Mr. Rockefeller began to add long distance pipes to his business as soon as the Tidewater demonstrated their feasibility, and before the time the Tidewater was brought into harmony he had a complete system to the Seaboard and to his inland refinery points, organized under the name of the National Transit Company. The United Pipe Lines and the National Transit Company were really one business, the former consisting of local lines and the other of trunk lines, and to make the organization more compact, the former was transferred to the latter on April 1, 1884. The paid-up capital of the concern at this date was $31,000,000. Just as Mr. Rockefeller claimed in 1878 that he was prepared to enter into a contract to refine all the petroleum that could be sold in the markets of the world, so now he could announce that he was prepared to gather, store, and transport all the crude petroleum not only that the markets of the world demanded, but that the producers took from the ground. As things now stood, the only remaining point where he could possibly be affected by competition was the railroads. A new relation to the railroads was created by the new development. Mr. Rockefeller was not only independent of them, he was their competitor, for, like them, he was a common carrier obliged to transport what was offered. His open rate to New York was 45 cents, to Philadelphia 40, though the actual service probably did not cost over 10 cents. By the alliance with the Tidewater, any danger of competition from a pipe line, which could of course afford to cut the price, was shut off. The railroads might possibly, however, lower the prices a little and still make a profit. It was very necessary that the price be kept up in order that too much encouragement should not be given to outside refiners. The only group which threatened to grow to large proportions at this time was in the Oil Regions, a group which was the direct outgrowth of the compromise of 1880. As will be remembered, the agreement with the Pennsylvania Railroad made then stipulated that all rates should be open, and that if a rebate was given to one shipper, another could have it on demand. After the compromise the Pennsylvania had undertaken again to stimulate the growth of independent refineries, and several plants had been built in Titusville, an oil city. Having removed the New York group from competition by the alliance with the Tidewater, it was Mr. Rockefeller's business to make it as hard as possible for the independents in the Oil Regions to do business, and to do this he must make a contract with the Pennsylvania. Moreover, when Mr. Rockefeller entered New Jersey with his Seaboard pipe line, he had been obliged to cross the Pennsylvania Railroad. He could not do so without the consent of the company, there being no free pipe line in the country. He accordingly had been obliged to make a traffic arrangement with them to get his pipe through. A new arrangement was now necessary in order to prevent competition, and in August, 1884, a contract was signed for "considerations mutually interchanged," by which the National Transit Company agreed to give the Pennsylvania Railroad 26 per cent of all petroleum brought to the Atlantic seaboard by all existing carriers, whether rail or pipe, now engaged in transporting such property, or which may hereafter engage in such transportation in conjunction with the Transit Company's pipes. At the same time that the Transit Company agreed to give the railroad this amount of oil, it also signed an agreement to carry this oil for the railroad on a sliding scale. When the open rate of the pipe line was 40 cents to Philadelphia, the railroad was to pay the company 8 cents. With each 5 cents difference up or down in the open rate, there was to be 1 cent difference to the railroad, the transit never to receive less than 6 or more than 10 cents. Suppose, for example, that the entire seaboard shipment of oil in the month ending December 20, 1884, had been 1,000,000 barrels. 260,000 barrels belonged to the Pennsylvania. If the Transit Company ran all the railroad's percentage, it would get 8 cents a barrel for the service, $20,800, and it would pay the railroad $104,000 less $20,800, or $83,200. The pipe line probably never ran the whole amount. More or less refined oil, naphtha, benzine, and other petroleum products would necessarily go by rail. Large sums were paid monthly by the National Transit, however, to the railroad. Mr. Rockefeller seems to have been paying the Pennsylvania Railroad this money not to compete with him as an oil carrier. It would be difficult to find in our variegated commercial history a more beautiful example of the beneficence of combination to those in the deal. With the removal of danger of any competition by the Pennsylvania Railroad, the transportation department of the Standard Oil Trust seems to have been as nearly a perfect machine, both in efficiency and in its monopolistic power, as ever has been devised. It was more perfect indeed than the refining end of the trust, for independent refiners did exist, and since 1880 they had been showing increasing vigor, whereas there seemed now no opportunity for an independent pipe line ever again to develop. Who, with the Tidewater's story in mind, would be bold enough to attempt to reach the sea? For the time being, then, the Standard Oil Company had things all its own way. It collected with its ally, the Tidewater, practically the entire output of a great raw product. It manufactured fully 90 per cent of this product, and aimed to manufacture 100 per cent. It was a common carrier, and so obliged to deliver oil for rival refineries if they called for it, but these refineries paid 40 or 45 cents for a service which cost the Standard Oil Trust not over 1/4 of the sum. Mr. Rockefeller had every reason to be satisfied with oil transportation in 1884. But there was a part of the oil business which was not so completely in his grasp. The markets of the country were still open. There the few independent refiners who had escaped strangulation were free to barter as they could, but the right to make all the oil in the world, which Mr. Rockefeller claimed, carried with it the right to sell all the oil the world consumed. The independent was therefore a poacher in the market, and must be driven out. End of chapter 9. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 10, Part 1 of The History of Standard Oil, Volume 2, by Ida Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 2, Cutting to Kill. To know every detail of the oil trade, to be able to reach at any moment its remotest point, to control even its weakest factor, this was John D. Rockefeller's ideal of doing business. It seemed to be an intellectual necessity for him to be able to direct the course of any particular gallon of oil, from the moment it gushed from the earth until it went into the lamp of a housewife. There must be nothing, Nothing in his great machine he did not know to be working right. It was to complete this ideal, to satisfy this necessity, that he undertook, late in the seventies, to organize the oil markets of the world, as he had already organized oil refining and oil transporting. Mr. Rockefeller was driven to this new task of organization not only by his own curious intellect. He was driven to it by that thing so abhorrent to his mind, competition. If, as he claimed, the oil business belonged to him, and if, as he had announced, he was prepared to refine all the oil that men would consume, it followed as a corollary that the markets of the world belonged to him. In spite of his bold pretensions and his perfect organization, a few obstinate oil refiners still lived and persisted in doing business. They were a fly in his ointment, a stick in his wonderful wheel. He must get them out, otherwise the great purpose would be unrealized. And so, while engaged in organizing the world's markets, he incidentally carried on a campaign against those who dared intrude there. When Mr. Rockefeller began to gather the oil markets into his hands, he had a task whose field was literally the world, for already in 1871, the year before he first appeared as an important factor in the oil trade, refined oil was going into every civilized country of the globe. Of the 5.5 million barrels of crude oil produced that year, the world used 5 millions, over 3.5 of which went to foreign lands. This was the market which had been built up in the first 10 years of business by the men who had developed the oil territory and invented the processes of refining and transporting, and this was the market, still further developed, of course, that Mr. Rockefeller inherited when he succeeded in corralling the refining and transporting of oil. It was this market he proceeded to organize. The process of organization seems to have been natural and highly intelligent. The entire country was buying refined oil for illumination. Many refiners had their own agents out looking for markets. Others sold to wholesale dealers or jobbers who placed trade with local dealers, usually grocers. Mr. Rockefeller's business was to replace independent agents and jobbers by his own employees. The United States was mapped out and agents appointed over these great divisions. Thus a certain portion of the Southwest, including Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, and Texas, the Waters Price Company of St. Louis, Missouri, had charge of. A portion of the South, including Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi, Chess, Carley and Company of Louisville, Kentucky, had charge of. These companies in turn divided their territory into sections, and put the subdivisions in the charge of local agents. These local agents had stations where oil was received and stored, and from which they and their salesmen carried on their campaigns. This system, inaugurated in the 70s, has been developed until now the Standard Oil Company of each state has its own marketing department, whose territory is divided and watched over in the above fashion. The entire oil buying territory of the country is thus covered by local agents reporting to division headquarters. These report in turn to the head of the state marketing department, and his reports go to the general marketing headquarters in New York. To those who know anything of the way in which Mr. Rockefeller does business, it will go without saying that this marketing department was conducted from the start with the greatest efficiency and economy. Its aim was to make every local station as nearly perfect in its service as it could be. The buyer must receive his oil promptly, in good condition, and of the grade he desired. If a customer complained, the case received prompt attention, and the cause was found and corrected. He did not only receive oil, he could have proper lamps and wicks and burners, and directions about using them. The local stations from which the dealer is served today are models of their kind, and one can easily believe they have always been so. Oil, even refined, is a difficult thing to handle without much disagreeable odor and stain. But the local stations of the Standard Oil Company, like its refineries, are kept orderly and clean by a rigid system of inspection. Every 2 or 3 months an inspector goes through each station and reports to headquarters on a multitude of details: whether barrels are properly bunged, filled, stenciled, painted, glued;
whether tank wagons, buckets, faucets, pipes are leaking, whether the glue trough is clean, the ground around the tanks dry, the locks in good condition, the horses properly cared for, the weeds cut in the yard. The time the agent gets around in the morning and the time he takes for lunch are reported. The price he pays for feed for his horses, for coal, for repairs are noted. In fact, the condition of every local station at any given period can be accurately known at marketing headquarters, if desired. All of this tends, of course, to the greatest economy and efficiency in the local agents. But the Standard Oil agents were not sent into a territory back in the 70s simply to sell all the oil they could by efficient service and aggressive pushing. They were sent there to sell all the oil that was bought. "The coal oil business belongs to us," was Mr. Rockefeller's motto. And from the beginning of his campaign in the markets his agents accepted and acted on that principle. If a dealer bought but a barrel of oil a year, it must be from Mr. Rockefeller. This ambition made it necessary that the agents have accurate knowledge of all outside transactions in oil, however small, made in their field. How was this possible? The South Improvement scheme provided perfectly for this, for it bound the railroad to send daily to the principal office of the company reports of all oil shipped, the name of shipper, the quantity and kind of oil, the name of consignee, with the destination and the cost of freight. Having knowledge such as this, an agent could immediately locate each shipment of the independent refiner and take the proper steps to secure the trade. But the South Improvement scheme never went into operation. It remained only as a beautiful ideal, to be worked out as time and opportunity permitted. The exact process by which this was done it is impossible to trace. The work was delicate and involved operations of which it was wise for the operator to say nothing. It is only certain that, little by little, a secret bureau for securing information was built up, until it is a fact that information concerning the business of his competitors, almost as full as that which Mr. Rockefeller hoped to get when he signed the South Improvement Company contracts, is his today. Perhaps the best way to get an idea of how Mr. Rockefeller built up this department, as well as others of his marketing bureau, is to examine it as it stands today. First, then, as to the methods of securing information which are in operation. Naturally and properly, the local agents of the Standard Oil Company are watchful of the condition of competition in their districts, and naturally and properly they report what they learn. We ask our salesmen and our agents to keep their eyes open, and keep us informed of the situation in their respective fields, a Standard agent told the Industrial Commission in 1898. We ask our agents, as they visit the trade, to make reports to us of whom the different parties are buying, principally to know whether our agents are attending to their business or not. If they are letting too much business get away from them, it looks as if they were not attending to their business. They get it from what they see as they go around selling goods. But there is no such generality about this part of the agent's or salesman's business as this statement would lead one to believe. As a matter of fact, it is a thoroughly scientific operation. The gentleman who made the above statement, for instance, sends his local agents a blank like the following to be made out each month. The local agent gets the information to fill out such a report in various ways. He questions the dealers closely. He watches the railway freight stations. He interviews everybody in any way connected with the handling of oil in his territory. All of which may be proper enough. When, in the early 80s, Howard Page of the Standard Oil Company was in charge of the Standard Shipping Department in Kentucky, his agents visited the depots once a day to see what oil arrived there from independent shippers. A record of these shipments was made and reported monthly to Mr. Page. He was able to tell the Interstate Commerce Commission in 1887 almost exactly what his rivals had been shipping by rail and by river. Mr. Page claimed that his agents had no special privileges, that anybody's agents would have been allowed to examine the incoming cars, note the consignor, contents, and consignee. It did not appear in the examination, however, that anybody but Mr. Page had sent agents to do such a thing. The Waters Pierce Oil Company of St. Louis once paid one of its Texas agents this unique compliment: "We are glad to know you are on such good terms with the railroad people that Mr. Clem, an agent handling independent oil, gains nothing by marking his shipments by numbers instead of names." In the same letter the writer said: "Would be glad to have you advise us when Clem's first 2 tanks have been emptied and returned. Also the second 2 to which you refer as having been in the yard 9 and 16 days, that we may know how long they have been held in Dallas. The movement of tank cars enters into the cost of oil, so it is necessary to have this information that we may know what we are competing with." The superior, receiving the filled blanks, carefully follows them by letters of instructions and inquiries, himself keeping track of each dealer, however insignificant, in the local agent's territory, and when one out of line has been brought in, never failing to compliment his subordinate. But however diligent the agent may be in keeping his eyes open, however he may be stirred to activity by the prodding and compliments of his superiors, it is of course out of the question that he get anything like the full information the South Improvement scheme ensured. What he is able to do is supplemented by a system which compares very favourably with that famous scheme and which undoubtedly was suggested by it. For many years independent refiners have declared that the details of their shipments were leaking regularly from their own employees or from clerks in freight offices. At every investigation made, these declarations have been repeated and occasional proof has been offered. For instance, a Cleveland refiner, John Teagle, testified in 1888 to the Congressional Committee that one day in 1883 his bookkeeper came to him and told him that he had been approached by a brother of the secretary of the Standard Oil Company at Cleveland, who had asked him if he did not wish to make some money. The bookkeeper asked how, and after some talk he was informed that it would be by his giving information concerning the business of his firm to the Standard. The bookkeeper seems to have been a wary fellow, for he dismissed his interlocutor without arousing suspicion, and then took the case to Mr. Teagle, who asked him to make some kind of an arrangement in order to find out just what information the Standard wanted. The man did this. For $25 down, and a small sum per year, he was to make a transcript of Mr. Teagle's daily shipments with net price received for the same. He was to tell what the cost of manufacturing in the refinery was, the amount of gasoline and naphtha made, and the net price received for them, what was done with the tar, and what percentage of different grades of oil was made, also how much oil was exported. This information was to be mailed regularly to Box 164 of the Cleveland Post Office. Mr. Teagle, who at that moment was hot on the tracks of the Standard in the courts, got an affidavit from the bookkeeper. This he took with the money which the clerk had received to the secretary of the Standard Oil Company, and charged him with bribery. At first the gentleman denied having any knowledge of the matter, but he finally confessed and even took back the money. Mr. Teagle then gave the whole story to the newspapers, where it of course made much noise. Several gentlemen testified before the recent Industrial Commission to the belief that their business was under the constant espionage of the Standard Oil Company. Theodore Westgate, an oil refiner of Titusville, told the commission that all of his shipments were watched. The inference from his testimony was that the Standard Oil Company received reports direct from the freight houses. Lewis Emery, Jr., of Bradford, a lifelong contestant of the Standard, declared that he knew his business was followed now in the same way as it was in 1872 under the South Improvement Company contract. He gave one or two instances from his own business experience to justify his statements, and he added that he could give many others if necessary. Mr. Gall, of Montreal, Canada, declared that these same methods were in operation in Canada. "When our tank cars come in," Mr. Gall told the commission, "the Standard Oil Company have a habit of sending their men, opening a tank car, and taking a sample out to see what it contains." Mr. Gall declared that he knew this a long time before he was able to get proof of it. He declared that they knew the number of cars that he shipped, and the place to which they went, and that it was their habit to send salesmen after every shipment. Mrs. G. C. Butts, a daughter of George Rice, an independent refiner of Marietta, Ohio, told the Ohio Senate committee which investigated trusts in 1898 that a railroad agent of their town had notified them that he had been approached by a Standard representative who asked him for a full report of all independent shipments, to whom and where going. The agent refused, but, said Mrs. Butts, we found out later that someone was giving them this information, and that it was being given right from our own works. A party writing us from the Waters Pierce office wrote that we had no idea of the network of detectives, generally railroad agents, that his company kept, and that everything that we or our agent said or did was reported back to the managers through a regular network of detectives who were agents of the railroads and oil company as well. But while the proofs the independents have offered of their charges show that such leaks have occurred at intervals all over the country, they do not show anything like a regular system of collecting information through this channel. From the evidence one would be justified in believing that the cases were rare, occurring only when a not over nice Standard manager got into hot competition with a rival and prevailed upon a freight agent to give him information to help in his fight. In 1903, however, the writer came into possession of a large mass of documents of unquestionable authenticity, bearing out all and more than the independents charge. They show that the Standard Oil Company receives regularly today, at least from the railroads and steamship lines represented in these papers, information of all oil shipped. A study of these papers shows beyond question that somebody having access to the books of the freight offices records regularly each oil shipment passing the office, the names of the consignor and consignee, the addresses of each, and the quantity and kind of oil are given in each case. This record is made out usually on a sheet of blank paper, though occasionally the recorder has been indiscreet enough to use the railroad company's stationery. The reports are evidently intended not to be signed, though there are cases in the documents where the name of the sender has been signed and erased. In one case a printed head bearing the name of the freight agent had been used. The name had been cut out, but so carelessly that it was easy to identify him. These reports had evidently been sent to the office of the Standard Oil Company, where they had received a careful examination, and the information they contained had been classified. Wherever the shipment entered was from one of the distributing stations of the Standard Oil Company, a line was drawn through it, or it was checked off in some way. In every other case in the mass of reports there was written, opposite the name of the consignee, the name of a person known to be a Standard agent or salesman in the territory where the shipment had gone. Now, what was this for? Copies of letters and telegrams accompanying the reports show that as soon as a particular report had reached Standard headquarters, and it was known that a carload or even a barrel of independent oil was on its way to a dealer, the Standard agent whose name was written after the shipment on the record had been notified. If you can stop car going to X, authorized rebate to Z, name of dealer, of 3/4 cent per gallon, one of the telegrams reads. There is plenty of evidence to show how an agent receiving such information stops the oil. He persuades the dealer to countermand the order. George Rice, when before the House Committee on Manufactures in 1888, presented a number of telegrams as samples of his experience in having orders countermanded in Texas. 4 of these were sent out on the same day from different dealers in the same town, San Angelo. Mr. Rice investigated the cause, and, by letters from the various firms, learned that the Standard agent had been around threatening the trade that if they bought of me they would not sell them any more, as he put it. Mrs. Butts, in her testimony in 1898, said that her firm had a customer in New Orleans to whom they had been selling from 500 to 1,000 barrels a month, and that the Standard representative made a contract with him to pay him $10,000 a year for 5 years to stop handling the independent oil and take Standard oil. Mrs. Butts offered as evidence of a similar transaction in Texas the following letter: Lockhart, Texas, November 30, 1894. Mr. Keenan, who is with the Waters Pierce people at Galveston, has made several visits and made us propositions of all kinds to get us out of the business. Among others, he offered to pay us a monthly salary if we would quit selling oil and let them have full control of the trade, and insisted that we name a figure that we would take and get out of the business, and also threatened that if we did not accept his proposition, they would cut prices below what oil cost us and force us out of business. We asked him the question, should we accept his proposal, would they continue to sell oil as cheap as we were then selling it? And he stated most positively that they would always advance a price at once should they succeed in destroying competition. J. S. Lewis and Company. In the Ohio investigation of 1898, John Teagle of Cleveland, being upon his oath, said that his firm had had great difficulty in getting goods accepted, because the Standard agents would persuade the dealers to cancel the orders. They would have their local man, or some other man, call upon the trade, and use their influence and talk lower prices, or make a lower retail price, or something to convince them that they'd better not take our oil, and, I suppose, to buy theirs. Mr. Teagle presented the following letter signed by a Standard representative, explaining such a countermand. John Fowler, Des Moines, Iowa, January 14, 1891. Hampton, Iowa. Dear Sir, our Marshalltown manager, Mr. Ruth, has explained the circumstances regarding the purchase and subsequent countermand of a car of oil from our competitors. He desires to have us express to you our promise that we will stand all expense provided there should be any trouble growing out of the countermand of this car. We cheerfully promise to do this. We have the best legal advice which can be obtained in Iowa, bearing on the points in the case. An order can be countermanded either before or after goods have been shipped, and in fact can be countermanded even if the goods have already arrived and are at the depot. A firm is absolutely obliged to accept a countermand. The fact that the order has been signed does not make any difference. We want you to absolutely refuse, under any circumstances, to accept the car of oil. We are standing back of you in this matter, and will protect you in every way, and would kindly ask you to keep this letter strictly confidential. Yours truly, E. P. Pratt. Peter Shull, of the Independent Oil Company of Mansfield, Ohio, testified before the same committee to experiences similar to those of Mr. Teagle. If I put a man on the road to sell goods for me, said Mr. Shull, and he takes orders to the amount of 200 to 300 barrels a week, before I am able to ship these goods possibly, the Standard Oil Company has gone there and compelled those people to countermand those orders under a threat that if they don't countermand them, they will put the price of oil down to such a price that they cannot afford to handle the goods. In support of his assertion, Mr. Shull offered letters from firms he has been dealing with. The following citations show the character of them. Tiffin, Ohio, February 1, 1898. Independent Oil Company, Mansfield, Ohio. Dear Sirs, the Standard Oil Company, after your man was here, had the cheek to come in and ask how many barrels of oil we bought and so forth, then asked us to countermand the order, saying it would be for our best. We understand they have put their oil in our next store and offered it at 6 cents per gallon at retail. Shall we turn tail or show them fight? If so, will you help us out any? Yours truly, Talbot & Son. Tiffin, Ohio, January 24, 1898. Independent Oil Company. Dear Sirs, I am sorry to say that a Standard Oil man from your city followed that oil car and oil to my place, and told me that he would not let me make $1 on that oil, and was dogging me around for 2 days to buy that oil, and made all kinds of threats and talked to my people of the house while I was out, and persuaded me to sell, and I was in a stew what I should do. But I yielded, and I have been very sorry for it since. I thought I would hate to see the bottom knocked out of the prices. But that is why I did it, the only reason. The oil was all right. I now see the mistake, and that is of getting 2 carloads coming in here inside of a week is more than the other company will stand. Yours truly, H. A. Eric. In case the agent cannot persuade the dealer to countermand his order, more strenuous measures are applied. The letters quoted above hint at what they will be. Many letters have been presented by witnesses, under oath, in various investigations, showing that Standard Oil agents in all parts of the country have found it necessary for the last 25 years to act at times as these letters threaten. One of the most aggressive of these campaigns, waged at the beginning of this war of exterminating independent dealers, was by the Standard marketing agent at Louisville, Kentucky, Chess, Carley and Company. This concern claimed a large section of the South as its territory. George Rice, of Marietta, Ohio, had been in this field for 8 or 10 years, having many regular customers. It became Chess, Charley and Company's business to secure these customers and to prevent his getting others. Mr. Rice was handicapped to begin with by railroad discrimination. He was never able to secure the rates of his big rival on any of the Southern roads. In 1888 the Interstate Commerce Commission examined his complaints against 8 different Southern and Western roads, and found that no one of them treated him with relative justice. Railroad discriminations were not sufficient to drive him out of the Southwest, however, and a war of prices was begun. According to the letters Mr. Rice himself has presented, he certainly in some cases began the cutting, as he could well afford to do. For instance, Chess, Carley and Company were selling water white oil in September, 1888, in Clarksville, Tennessee, at 21 cents a gallon, delivered in carloads. Export oil was selling in barrels in New York at that date at 10 5/8 cents a gallon. Rice's agent offered at 18 cents. The dealer to whom he made the offer, Armstrong by name, wished to accept, but as he had been buying of Chess, Carley and Company, went first to see them about the matter. He came back scared almost out of his boots, wrote the agent to Rice. Carley told him he would break him up if he bought oil of anyone else, that the Standard Oil Company had authorized him to spend $10,000 to break up any concern that bought oil from anyone else, that he, Carley, would put all his drummers in the field to hunt up Armstrong's customers and sell his customers groceries at 5 per cent below Armstrong's prices, and turn all Armstrong's trade over to Moore, Bremiker and Company, and settle with Moore, Bremiker and Company for their losses in helping to break Armstrong up every 30 days. That if Armstrong sent any other oil to Clarksville, Tennessee, he, Carley, would put the price of oil so low in Clarksville as to make the party lose heavily, and that they, the Standard, would break up anyone that would sell him, Armstrong, oil, and that he, Carley, had told Stegg and Riling the same thing. Did you ever? What do you think of that? Very soon after this, Chess, Carley and Company took in hand a Nashville firm, Wilkinson and Company, which was buying of Rice. It is with great reluctance, they wrote, that we undertake serious competition with anyone, and certainly this competition will not be confined to coal oil or any one article, and will not be limited to any one year. We always stand ready to make reasonable arrangements with anyone who chooses to appear in our line of business, and it will be unlike anything we have done before if we permit anyone to force us into an arrangement which is not reasonable. Any loss, however great, is better to us than a record of this kind. And 4 days later they wrote, "If you continue to bring on the oil, it will simply force us to cut down our price, and no other course is left to us but the one we have intimated." Wilkinson and Company seem to have stuck for Rice's oil, for 16 months later we find Chess, Carley and Company calling on the agent of a railroad which was already giving the Standard discriminating rates, to help in the fight. The screw was turned, Mr. Rice affirms, his rate being raised 50 per cent in 5 days. Rice carried on his fight for a market in the most aggressive way, and everywhere he met disastrous competition. In 1892 he published a large pamphlet of documents illustrating Standard's methods, in which he included citations from some 70 letters from dealers in Texas, received by him between 1881 and 1889, showing the kind of competition his oil met there from the Waters Pierce Oil Company, the Standard's Texas agents. A dozen sentences from as many different towns will show the character of them all. "I have had wonderful competition on this car. As soon as my car arrived, the Waters Pierce Oil Company, who has an agent here, slapped the price down to $1.80 per case 110. Oil was selling at this point for $2.50 per case, and as soon as your car arrived it was put down to $1.50, which it is selling at today." The Waters Pierce Oil Company reduced their prices on brilliant oil from $2.60 to $1.50 per case, and is waging a fierce war. Waters Pierce Oil Company has our state by the throat, and we would like to be extricated. I would like to handle your oil if I could be protected against the Waters Pierce Oil Company. I am afraid if I would buy a car of oil from you, this company would put the oil way below what I pay and make me lose big money. I can handle your oil in large quantities if you would protect me against them. The Waters Pierce Oil Company has cut the stuffing out of coal oil, and have been ever since I got in my last car. They put the price to the merchants at $1.80 per case. We have your quotations on oil. While they are much lower than what we pay, yet unless a carload could be engaged, it would pay no firm to try and handle, as Waters Pierce Oil Company would cut below cost on same. The day your oil arrived here, their agent went to all my customers and offered their European oil at 10 cents per gallon in barrels and $1.50 per case, and lower grades in proportion, and told them if they did not refuse to take the oil, he would not sell them any more at any price, and that he was going to run me out of the business, and then they would be at his mercy. Now we think Waters Pierce Oil Company have been getting too high a price for their oil. They are able and do furnish almost this entire state with oil. They cut prices to such an extent when any other oil is offered in this state that they force the parties handling the oil to abandon the trade. Trace and hurry up car of oil shipped to you. We learn it is possible that your oil is sidetracked on the line, that Waters Pierce might get in their work. If we were to buy a car or more, the Waters Pierce Oil Company would manage to sell a little cheaper than we could, and continue doing so until they busted me up. In regard to oil, we are about out now, and Waters Pierce have put their oil up again, and quote us at the old price. Jobbers say when they take hold of another oil, they are at once boycotted by Waters Pierce Oil Company, who not only refuse to sell to them, but put oil below what they pay for it, and thus knock them out of the oil trade, unless they sell at a loss. If I find that I can handle your oil in Texas without being run out and losing money by this infernal corporation, the Waters Pierce Oil Company, I want to arrange with you to handle it extensively. I received verbal notice this morning from their agent that they would make it hot for me when my oil got here. This is the end of Chapter 10, Part 1. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 10, Part 2 of The History of Standard Oil, Volume 2, by Ida Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Cutting to Kill. Mr. Rice claims in his preface to the collection of letters here quoted from that he has hundreds of similar ones from different states in the Union, and the writer asked to examine them. The package of documents submitted in reply to this request was made up literally of hundreds of letters. They came from 12 different states, and show everywhere the same competitive method: cutting to kill. One thing very noticeable in these letters is the indignation of the dealers at the standard methods of securing trade. They resent threats. They complain that the Standard agents knows about their premises, that they ask impudent questions, and that they generally make the trade disgusting and humiliating. In Mississippi in the 80s, the indignation of the small dealers against Chess, Carley and Company was so strong that they formed associations binding themselves not to deal with them. The same tactics have been kept up in the Southwest ever since. A letter dated April 28, 1891, from the Vice President of the Waters Pierce Oil Company, A.M. Finley, to his agent at Dallas, Texas, says bluntly: "We want to make the prices at Dallas and in the neighborhood on brilliant and water white oil that will prevent Clem, an independent dealer, from doing any business." And Mr. Finley asks: "Hope you will make it a point to be present at the next meeting of the City Council to-morrow night, and do everything possible to prevent granting a permit to build within the city limits, unless building similar to ours is constructed, For it would not be fair to us to allow someone else to put up constructions for the storage of oil when they had compelled us to put up such an expensive building as we have. Mr. Rice is not the only independent oil dealer who has produced similar testimony. Mr. Teagle and Mr. Shull, in Ohio, have furnished considerable. "The reason we quit taking your oil is this," wrote a Kansas dealer to Schofield, Schirmer, and Teagle in 1896. "The Standard Oil Company notified us that if we continued handling your oil, they would cut the oil to 10 cents retail, and that we could not afford to do, and for that reason we are forced to take their oil or do business for nothing or at a loss. The Standard agent has repeatedly told me that if I continued buying oil and gasoline from your wagon," wrote an Ohio dealer to the same firm in 1897, "they would have it retailed here for less than I could buy. I paid no attention to him, but yesterday their agent was here and asked me decidedly if I would continue buying oil and gasoline from your wagon. I told him I would do so. Then he went and made arrangements with the dealers that handle their oil and gasoline to retail it for 7 cents." Mr. Shull summed up his testimony before the same committee to which Mr. Teagle gave the above by declaring, "You take $10,000 and go into the business and I will guarantee you won't be in business 90 days. Their motto is that anybody going into the oil business in opposition to them, they will make life a burden to him. That is about as near as you can get to it." Considerable testimony of the same sort of practices was offered in the recent hearing before the Industrial Commission, most of it general in character. The most significant special case was offered by Mr. Westgate, the treasurer of the American Oil Works, an independent refinery of Titusville, Pennsylvania. The American Oil Works, it seems, were in 1894 shipping oil called Sunlight in barrels to South Bend, Washington. This was in the territory of the Standard agents at Portland, Oregon, one of whom wrote to a South Bend dealer when he heard of the intrusion: "We will state for your information that never a drop of oil has reached South Bend of better quality than what we have always shipped into that territory. They can name it Sunlight, Moonlight, or Starlight. It makes no difference. You can rest assured if another carload of Sunlight arrives at your place, it will be sold very cheap. We do not purpose to allow another carload to come into that territory unless it comes and is put on the market at one-half its actual cost. You can convey this idea to the young man who imported the carload of Sunlight oil." When John D. Archbold, of the Standard Oil Company, had his attention called to this letter by Professor Jenks of the Industrial Commission, Mr. Archbold characterized that letter as "a foolish statement by a foolish and unwise man," and promised to investigate it. Later he presented the commission with an explanation from the superior of the agent, who declared that the writer of the letter did not have any authority to say that oil would be sold on the basis mentioned. The letter, he continued, was intended to be written in a jocular manner to deny a claim that he was selling oil inferior in quality to that sold by others. It is hard for the mere outsider to catch the jocularity of the letter, and it must have been much more difficult for the dealer who received it to appreciate it. Independent oil dealers of the present day complain bitterly of a rather novel way employed by the Standard for bringing into line dealers whose prejudices against buying from them are too strong to be overcome by the above methods. This is through what are called bogus oil companies. The obdurate dealer is approached by the agent of a new independent concern, call it the ABC Oil Company for illustration. The agent seeks trade on the ground that he represents an independent concern, and that he can sell at lower prices than the firm from which the dealer is buying. Gradually he works his way into the independent's trade. As a matter of fact, the new company is merely a Standard jobbing house which makes no oil, and which conceals its real identity under a misleading name. The mass of reports from railroad freight offices quoted from in this article corroborate this claim of the independents. The ABC Oil Company is mentioned again and again as shipping oil, and in the audited reports it is always checked off in the same fashion as the known Standard companies, and none of its shipments is referred to Standard agents. Independents all over the country tell of loss of markets through underselling by these bogus companies. The lower price which a supposedly independent concern gives to a dealer who will not, under any condition, buy of the Standard, need not demoralise the Standard trade in the vicinity if the concession is made with caution. After the trade is secure, that is, after the genuine independent is ousted, the masquerading concern always finds itself obliged to advance prices. When the true identity of such a company becomes known, its usefulness naturally is impaired, and it withdraws from the field, and a new one takes its place. There is never a dealer in oil too small to have applied the above methods of competition. In recent years they have frequently been applied even to oil peddlers. In a good many towns of the country oil is sold from door to door by men whose whole stock in trade is their peddling wagons. Many of these oil peddlers build up a good trade. As a rule they sell Standard oil. Let one take independent oil, however, and the case is at once reported. His customers are located and at once approached by a Standard tank wagon man who frequently, it is said, not only sells at a lower price than they have been paying, but even goes so far as to clean and fill the lamps. In these raids on peddlers of independent oil, refined oil has been sold in different cities at the doors of consumers at less than crude oil was bringing at the wells, and several cents per gallon less than it was selling to wholesale dealers in refined. It is claimed by independents that at the present time the bogus companies generally manage this matter of driving out peddlers, thus saving the Standard the unpopularity of the act and the dissatisfaction of the rise in price which, of course, follows as soon as the trade is secured. The general explanation of these competitive methods which the Standard officials have offered is that they originate with overzealous employees, and are disapproved of promptly if brought to the attention of the heads of the house. The cases seem rather too universal for such an explanation to be entirely satisfactory. Certainly the system of collecting information concerning competitive business is not practiced by the exceptional overzealous employee, but is a recognised department of the Standard Oil Company's business. In the mass of documents from which the reports of oil shipments referred to above were drawn, are certain papers showing that the system is nearly enough universal to call for elaborate and expensive bookkeeping at the headquarters of each Standard marketing division. For instance, on the next page is a fragment illustrating the page of a book kept at such a headquarters. What does this show? Simply that every day the reports received from railroad freight agents are entered in records kept for the purpose; that there is on file at the Standard Oil headquarters a detailed list of the daily shipments which each independent refiner sends out, even to the initials and number on the car in which the shipment goes. From this remarkable record the same set of documents shows that at least two sets of reports are made up. One is a report of the annual volume of business being done by each particular independent refiner or wholesale jobber; the other of the business of each individual local dealer so far as the detectives of the Standard Oil have been able to locate it. For instance, among the documents is the report of a well-known oil jobbing house in one of the big cities of the country, produced on the next page. A comparison of this report with the firm's own accounts shows that the Standard came within a small per cent of an accurate estimate of the XYZ's business. Another curious use made of these reports from the freight offices is forming a card catalogue of local dealers. Oil is usually sold at retail by grocers. It is with them that the local agents deal. Now the daily reports from the freight offices show the oil they receive. The competition reports from local agents also give more or less information concerning their business. A card is made out for each one of them, tabulating the date on which he received the oil, the name and location of the dealer he got it from, the quality, and the price he sells at. In a space left for remarks on the card there is written in red ink any general information about the dealer the agent may have picked up. Often there is an explanation of why the man does not buy Standard oil. Not infrequently this explanation reads, "is opposed to monopolies." It is impossible to say from documentary evidence how long such a card catalogue has been kept up by the Standard. That it has been a practice for at least 25 years, the following quotation from a letter written in 1903 by a prominent Standard official in the Southwest to one of his agents shows. "Where competition exists," says the official, "it has been our custom to keep a record of each merchant's daily purchase of bulk oil, and I know of one town at least in the Southern Texas Division where that record has been kept, whether there was competition or not, for the past 15 years." The inference from this system of "keeping the eyes open" is that the Standard Oil Company knows practically where every barrel shipped by every independent dealer goes, and where every barrel bought by every corner grocer from Maine to California comes from. The documents from which the writer draws the inference do not, to be sure, cover the entire country, but they do cover in detail many different states, and enough is known of the Standard's competitive methods in states outside this territory to justify one in believing that the system of gathering information is in use everywhere. That it is a perfect system is improbable. Bribery is not as dangerous business in this country as it deserves to be. Of course, nothing but a bribe would induce a clerk to give up such information as these daily reports contain, but happily such is the force of tradition that even those who have practiced it for a long time shrink from discovery. It is one of those political and business practices which are only respectable when concealed. Naturally, then, the above system of gathering information must be handled with care, and can never have the same perfection as that Mr. Rockefeller expected when he signed the South Improvement Company charter. The moral effect of this system on employees is even a more serious feature of the case than the injustice it works to competition. For a consideration, railroad freight clerks give confidential information concerning freight going through their hands. It would certainly be quite as legitimate for post office clerks to allow Mr. Rockefeller to read the private letters of his competitors, as it is that the clerks of the railroad give him data concerning their shipments. Everybody through whose hands such information passes is contaminated by the knowledge. To be a factor, though even so small a one, in such a transaction, blunts one's sense of right and fairness. The effect on the local Standard agent cannot but be demoralizing. Prodded constantly by letters and telegrams from superiors to secure the countermand of independent oil, confronted by statements of the amount of sales which have gotten away from him, information he knows only too well to have been secured by underhand means, obliged to explain why he cannot get this or that trade away from a rival salesman, he sinks into habits of bullying and wheedling utterly inconsistent with self-respect. "Is there nothing you independents can do to prevent our people finding out who you sell to?" an independent dealer reports a hunted Standard agent asking him. "My life is made miserable by the pressure brought on to chase up your sales. I don't like such business. It isn't right, but what can I do?" The system results every now and then, naturally enough, in flagrant cases of bribing employees of the independents themselves. Where the freight office does not yield the information, the rival's own office may, and certainly if it is legitimate to get it from one place, it is from the other. It is not an unusual thing for independent refiners to discharge a man whom they have reason to believe gives confidential information to the Standard. An outrageous case of this, which occurred some 10 years ago, is contained in an affidavit which has been recently put at the writer's disposition. It seems that in 1892 the Lewis Emery Oil Company, an independent selling concern in Philadelphia, employed a man by the name of Buckley. This man was discharged, and in September of that year he went into the employ of the leading Standard refinery of Philadelphia, a concern known as the Atlantic Refining Company. According to the affidavit made by this man Buckley, the managers of the Standard concern, sometime in February, 1893, engaged him in conversation about affairs of his late employer. They said that if they could only find out the names of the persons to whom their rivals sold, and for what prices, they could soon run him out of business. And they asked Buckley if he could get the information for them. After some discussion, one of the Standard managers said, "What's the matter with the nigger?" alluding to a colored boy in the employment of the Lewis Emery concern. Buckley told them that he would try him. "You can tell the nigger," said one of the men, "that he needn't be afraid, because if he loses his position, there's a position here for him." Buckley saw the negro and made a proposition to him. The boy agreed to furnish the information for a price. "Starting from February, 1893," says Mr. Buckley, "and lasting up to about August of the same year, this boy furnished me periodically with the daily shipments of the Lewis Emery concern, which I took and handed personally, sometimes to one and sometimes to the other manager. They took copies of them and usually returned the originals." The negro also brought what is known as the price book to Buckley, and a complete copy of this was made by the Standard managers. "In short," says Mr. Buckley in his affidavit, "I obtained from the negro all the inside facts concerning the Lewis Emery Oil Company's business, and I furnished them all to the Standard managers. In return for this information, the negro lad was paid various sums, amounting in all to about $90. Buckley says that they were charged upon the Standard book to special expenses. The transaction was ended by the discharge of the colored boy by the Lewis Emery concern. The denouement of this case is tragic enough. The concern was finally driven out of business by these and similar tactics, so Mr. Emery and his partner both affirm. The negro was never taken into the Atlantic refinery, and Buckley soon after lost his position, as he of course richly deserved to. The man who shows himself traitorous, lying, thieving, even for the good of the oil business, is never kept long in the employment of the Standard Oil Company. It is notorious in the Oil Regions that the people who sell to the Standard are never given responsible positions. They may be shifted around to do dirty work, as the Oil Regions phrase goes, but they are pariahs in the concern. Mr. Rockefeller knows as well as any man ever did the vital necessity of honesty in an organization, and the Buckleys and negroes who bring him secret intelligence never get anything but money and contempt for their pains. For the general public, absorbed chiefly in the question, "How does this affect what we are paying for oil?" the chief point of interest in the marketing contests is that, after they were over, the price of oil has always gone back with a jerk to the point where it was when the cutting began, and not infrequently it has gone higher. The public pays. Several of the letters already quoted in this chapter show the immediate recoil of the market to higher prices with the removal of competition. A table was prepared in 1892 to show the effect of competition on the price of oil in various states of the Union. The results were startling. In California, oil which sold at non-competitive points at 26½ cents a gallon, at competitive points brought 17½ cents. In Denver, Colorado, there was an oil war on in the spring of 1892, and the same oil which was selling at Montrose and Garrison at 25 cents a gallon, in Denver sold at 7 cents. This competition finally killed opposition, and Denver thereafter paid 25 cents. The profits on this price were certainly great enough to call for competition. The same oil which was sold in Colorado in the spring of 1892 at 25 cents sold in New York for exportation at 6.10 cents. Of course the freight rates to Colorado were high, the open rate was said to be 9 cents a gallon, but that it cost the Standard Oil Company 9 cents a gallon to get its oil there, one would have to have documentary proof to believe, and even if it did, there was still some 10 cents profit on a gallon, $5 on a barrel. In Kansas at this time, the difference between the price at competitive and non-competitive points was 7 cents, in Indiana 6 cents, in South Carolina 4½ cents. In 1897 Schofield, Shurmer and Teagle of Cleveland prepared a circular showing the difference between prices at competitive and non-competitive points in Ohio, and sent it out to the trade. According to this circular, the public paid from 25 to 33⅓ per cent more where there was no competition. The fact that oil is cheaper where there is competition, and also that the public has to pay the cost of the expensive oil wars which have been carried on so constantly for the last 25 years, all over the country, is coming to be recognized, especially in the Middle West of this country, by both dealers and communities. There is no question that the attempts of Standard agents to persuade or bully dealers into countermanding orders, or giving up an independent with whose oil they are satisfied, meet with much less general success than they once did. It even happens now and then that communities who have had experience with oil wars will stand by an independent dealer for months at a time, resisting even the temptation to have their lamps cleaned and filled at next to nothing. Briefly put, then, the conclusion from a careful examination of the testimony on Standard competitive methods is this: the marketing department of the Standard Oil Company is organized to cover the entire country, and aims to sell all the oil sold in each of its divisions. To forestall or meet competition, it has organized an elaborate secret service for locating the quantity, quality, and selling price of independent shipments. Having located an order for independent oil with a dealer, it persuades him, if possible, to countermand the order. If this is impossible, it threatens predatory competition, that is, to sell at cost or less until the rival is worn out. If the dealer still is obstinate, it institutes an oil war. In late years the cutting and the oil wars are often entrusted to so-called bogus companies, who retire when the real independent is put out of the way. In later years the Standard has been more cautious about beginning underselling than formerly, though if a rival offered oil at a less price than it had been getting, and generally even small refineries can contrive to sell below the non-competitive prices of the Standard, it does not hesitate to consider the lower price a declaration of war, and to drop its prices and keep them down until the rival is out of the way. The price then goes back to the former figure or higher. John D. Archbold's testimony before the Industrial Commission in 1898 practically confirms the above conclusion. Mr. Archbold said that the Standard was in the habit of fighting vigorously to hold and advance its trade, even to the extent of holding prices down to cost until the rival gives way, though he declared it to be his opinion that the history of the company's transactions would show that the competitor forces the fight. Mr. Archbold told the Commission that he personally believed it was not advisable to sell below cost for the sake of freezing out a smaller rival, save in greatly aggravated cases, though he admitted the Standard sometimes did it. The trouble is that, accepting Mr. Rockefeller's foundation principle that the oil business belongs to him, any competition is an aggravated case. All that is reassuring in the situation has come from the obstinate stand of individuals, the refiners who insisted on doing an independent business, on the theory that this is a free country; the grocers who resented the prying and bullying of Standard agents and asserted their right to buy of whom they would; the rare, very rare, community that grasped the fact that oil sold below cost temporarily meant later paying for the fight. These features of the business belong to the last decade and a half. At the period we have reached in this history, that is, the completion of the monopoly of the pipe lines in 1884, and the end of competition in transporting oil, there seemed to the independents no escape from Mr. Rockefeller in the market. The sureness and promptness with which he located their shipments seemed uncanny to them. The ruthlessness and persistency with which he cut and continued to cut their prices drove them to despair. The character of the competition Mr. Rockefeller carried on in the markets, particularly of the South and Middle West of this country, at this time aggravated daily the feeble refining element, and bred contempt far and wide among people who saw the cutting and perhaps profited temporarily by it, but who had neither the power nor the courage to interfere. The knowledge of it fed greatly the bitterness in the Oil Regions. Part of the stock in conversation of every dissatisfied oil producer or ruined refiner became tales of disastrous conflicts in markets. They told of crippled men selling independent oil from a hand cart, whose trade had been wiped out by a Standard cart which followed him day after day, practically giving away oil. They told of grocers driven out of business by an attempt to stand by a refiner. They told endless tales, probably all exaggerated, perhaps some of them false, yet all of them believed, because of such facts as have been rehearsed above. There came to be a popular conviction that the Standard would do anything. It was a condition which promised endless annoyance to Mr. Rockefeller and his colleagues. It meant popular mistrust, petty hostilities, misinterpretations, contempt, abuse. There were plenty of people even willing to deny Mr. Rockefeller's ability. That the Standard was an adventure was enough in those people's minds to damn it. Anything the Standard wanted was wrong, anything they contested was right. A verdict for them demonstrated the corruption of the judge and jury, against them their righteousness. Mr. Rockefeller, indeed, was each year having more reason to realize monopoly building had its trials as well as its profits. End of chapter 10. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 11 of the History of Standard Oil, Volume 2, by Ida Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 11. The War on the Rebate. The apathy and inaction which naturally flow from a great defeat lay over the oil regions of northwestern Pennsylvania long after the compromise with John D. Rockefeller in 1880 followed as it was by the combination with the Standard of the great independent Seaboard pipe line which had grown up under the oil men's encouragement and patronage. Years of war with a humiliating outcome had inspired the producers with the conviction that fighting was useless, that they were dealing with a power verging on the superhuman, a power carrying concealed weapons, fighting in the dark, and endowed with an altogether diabolical cleverness. Strange as the statement may appear, there is no disputing that by 1884 the oil regions as a whole looked on Mr. Rockefeller with superstitious awe. Their notion of him was very like that which the English common people had for Napoleon in the first part of the 19th century, which the peasants of Brittany have even today for the English: a dread power, cruel, omniscient, always ready to spring. This attitude of mind, altogether abnormal in daring, impetuous and self-confident men, as those of the Oil Regions were, was based on something more than the series of bold and admirably executed attacks which had made Mr. Rockefeller master of the oil business. The first reason for it was the atmosphere of mystery in which Mr. Rockefeller had succeeded in enveloping himself. He seems by nature to dislike the public eye. In his early years his home, his office, and the Baptist Church were practically the only places which saw him. He did not frequent clubs, theatres, public meetings. When his manoeuvres began to bring public criticism upon him, his dislike of the public eye seems to have increased. He took a residence in New York, but he was unknown there save to those who did business with him or who were interested in his church and charities. His was perhaps the least familiar face in the Standard Oil Company. He never went to the Oil Regions, and the Oil Regions said he was afraid to come, which might or might not have been true. Certainly the Oil Regions never hesitated to express opinions about him calculated to make a discreet man keep his distance. Even in Cleveland, his home for 25 years, Mr. Rockefeller was believed to conceal himself from his townsmen. It is certain that the operations of his great business were guarded with the most jealous care. The New York Sun sent an experienced observer to Cleveland in 1882 to write up the Standard concern. He speaks with amazement in his letters of the atmosphere of secrecy and mystery which he found enveloping everything connected with Mr. Rockefeller. You could not get an interview with him, the observer complained. Even his home papers had ceased to go to the Standard offices to inquire about the truth of rumors which reached them from the outside. The hundreds of employees of the trust in the town were as silent as their master in all that concerned the business, and if one talked, well, he was not long an employee of Mr. Rockefeller. There was between the Standard Oil Company and the town and press of Cleveland none of the camaraderie, the mutual good will, and pride and confidence which usually characterize the relations between great businesses and their environment. In Cleveland, as in the Oil Regions,
Mr. Rockefeller's careful effort to cover up his intentions and his tracks had been at first met with jeers and blunt rebuffs, but he had finally succeeded in silencing and awing the people. It is worth noting that while all of the members of the Standard Oil Company followed Mr. Rockefeller's policy of saying nothing, there was no such popular dread of any other one of them. In the Oil Regions, for instance, there was a bitter hatred of the Standard Oil Company as an organization. But for the most part people liked the men who served it, and certainly had no awe of them, for these men circulated freely among their fellow townsmen. They were active in all the pleasures and enterprises of the communities in which they lived. They were generous, able, cordial, and whatever the people said of the concern they served, they generally qualified it by expressing their personal likings for the men themselves. A second reason for the popular dread of Mr. Rockefeller was that this man, whom nobody saw and who never talked, knew everything, even unexpected and trivial things, and those who saw the effect of his knowledge and did not see how he could obtain it, regarded him as little short of an omniscient being. There was really nothing in the least occult about Mr. Rockefeller's omniscience. He obtained part of his knowledge of other people's affairs by a most extensive and thoroughly organized system of news gathering, such as any bright business man of wide sweep might properly employ. But he combined with this perfectly legitimate work the sordid methods of securing confidential information described in the last chapter. Certainly there is nothing of the transcendental in this kind of omniscience, and the feeling of supernaturalism which Mr. Rockefeller had inspired by 1884 has entirely evaporated since, as evidence of his methods has been circulated. The source was, however, long secret, and when again and again men who could hardly suppose their existence known to Mr. Rockefeller saw movements anticipated which they believed known only to themselves and their confidential agents, they began to dread him and to invest him with mysterious qualities. If Mr. Rockefeller had been as great a psychologist as he is business manipulator, he would have realized that he was awakening a terrible popular dread, and he would have foreseen that one day, with the inevitable coming to light of his methods, there would spring up about his name a crop of scorn which would choke any crop of dollars and donations which the wealth of the earth could produce. The effect of this dread was deplorable, for it intensified the feeling, now widespread in the Oil Regions, that it was useless to make further effort at a combined resistance. And yet these men, who were now lying too supine in Mr. Rockefeller's steel glove even to squirm, had laid the foundation of freedom in the oil business. It has taken 30 years to demonstrate the inestimable value of the efforts which in 1884 they regarded as futile, 30 years to build even a small structure on the foundation they had laid, though that much had been done. The situation was saved at this critical time by individuals scattered through the oil world who were resolved to test the validity of Mr. Rockefeller's claim that the coal oil business belonged to him. "We have a right to do an independent business," they said, "and we propose to do it." They began this effort by an attack on the weak spot in Mr. Rockefeller's armor. The 12 years just past had taught them that the realization of Mr. Rockefeller's great purpose had been made possible by his remarkable manipulation of the railroads. It was the rebate which had made the Standard Oil Trust, the rebate amplified, systematized, glorified into a power never equaled before or since by any business of the country. The rebate had made the trust, and the rebate, in spite of 10 years of combination, petroleum associations, producers' unions, resolutions, suits in equity, suits in quo warranto, appeals to Congress, legislative investigations, the rebate still was Mr. Rockefeller's most effective weapon. If they could wrest it from his hand, they could do business. They had learned something else in this period, that the whole force of public opinion and the spirit of the law were against the rebate, and that the railroads, knowing this, feared exposure of discrimination, and could be made to settle rather than have their practices made public. "Therefore," said these individuals, "we propose to sue for rebates, and collect charges until we make it so harassing and dangerous for the railroads that they will shut down on Mr. Rockefeller. The most interesting and certainly the most influential of these private cases was that of Scofield, Schirmer and Teagle of Cleveland, one of the firms which in 1876 entered into a joint venture with Mr. Rockefeller for limiting the output and so holding up the prices. The adventure had been most successful. The profits were enormous. Scofield, Schirmer and Teagle had made 34 cents a barrel out of their refinery the year before the adventure. With the same methods of manufacture, and enjoying simply Mr. Rockefeller's control of transportation rates and the enhanced prices caused by limiting output, they made $2.52 a barrel the first year after. This was the year of the Standard's first great coup in refined oil. The dividends on 88,000 barrels this year were $222,047 against $41,000 the year before. In 4 years Scofield, Schirmer and Teagle paid Mr. Rockefeller $315,345 on his investment of $10,000 and rebates. After 4 years, the Standard began to complain that their partners in the adventure were refining too much oil. The first year the books showed they had exceeded their 85,000 barrel limitation by nearly 3,000, the second year by 2,000. The third by 15,000, the fourth by 5,000. Dissatisfied, the Standard demanded that the firm pay them the entire profit upon the excess refined. For, claimed Mr. Rockefeller, our monopoly is so perfect that we would have sold the excess if you had not broken the contract. Consequently, the profits belong to us. Scofield, Schirmer and Teagle paid half the profit on the excess, but refused more, and they persisted in exceeding their quota. Then Mr. Rockefeller, controlling by this time the crude supply in Cleveland through ownership of the pipelines, shut down on their crude supply. If they would not obey the contract of their own will, they could not do business. The firm seems not to have been frightened. "We are sorry that you refuse to furnish us crude oil as agreed," they wrote Mr. Rockefeller. "We do not regard the limitation of 85,000 barrels as binding upon us, and as we have a large number of orders for refined oil, we must fill them, and if you refuse to furnish us crude oil on the same favorable terms as yourselves, we shall get it elsewhere as best we can and hold you responsible for its difference in cost." Mr. Rockefeller's reply was a prayer for an injunction against the members of the firm, restraining them individually and collectively from distilling at their said works at Cleveland, Ohio, more than 85,000 barrels of crude petroleum of 42 gallons each in every year, and also from distilling any more than 42,500 barrels of crude petroleum of 42 gallons each and every 6 months, and also from distilling any more crude petroleum until the expiration of 6 months from and after July 20, 1880, and also from directly and indirectly engaging in or being concerned in any business connected with petroleum or any of its products except in connection with the plaintiff under their said agreement, and that on the final hearing of this case the said defendants may in like manner be restrained and enjoined from doing any of said acts until the expiration of said agreement, and for such other and further relief in the premises as equity can give. In this petition, really remarkable for its unconsciousness of what seems obvious, that the agreement was preposterous and void because confusedly in restraint of trade, the terms of the joint adventure are renewed in a way to illustrate admirably the sort of tactics with refiners which at this time was giving Mr. Rockefeller his extraordinary power over the price of oil. Scofield, Schirmer and Teagle did not hesitate to take up the gauntlet. And a remarkable defense they made. In their answer they declared the so-called agreement had at all times been utterly void and of no effect as being by its terms in restraint of trade and against public policy. They declared that the Standard Oil Company had never kept the terms of the agreement, that it had intentionally withheld the benefits of the advantages it enjoyed in freight contracts, and that it now was pumping crude oil from the Oil Regions to Cleveland at a cost of about 12 cents a barrel, and charging them, Scofield, Schirmer and Teagle, 20 cents. They denied that the Standard had sustained any damage through them, but claimed that their business had been carried on at a large profit. "There is such a large margin between the price of crude oil and refined," declared the defendants, "that the manufacture and sale of refined oil is attended with large profit. It is impossible to supply the demand of the public for oil if the business and refineries of both plaintiff and defendant are carried on and run to their full capacities, and if the business of the defendants were stopped, as prayed for by the plaintiff, it would result in a still higher price for refined oil and the establishment of more perfect monopoly in the manufacture and sale of the same by plaintiff." To establish such a monopoly, the defendants went on to declare, had been the sole objective of the Standard Oil Company in making this contract with them and similar ones with other firms, to establish a monopoly and so maintain unnaturally high prices. And certainly Scofield, Shurmer and Teagle knew whereof they swore, for they had shared in the spoils of the winter of 1876 and 1877, and at this very period, October, 1880, they were witnessing an attempt to repeat the coup. The charge of monopoly Scofield, Shurmer and Teagle sustained by a remarkable array of affidavits, the most damaging set for the Standard Oil Company which had ever been brought together. It contained the affidavits of various individuals who had been in the refining business in Cleveland at the time of the South Improvement Company, and who had sold out in the panic caused by it. It contained a review of the havoc which that scheme and the manipulation of the railroads by the Standard which followed it had caused in the refining trade in Pennsylvania, and it gave the affidavits of Mrs. B. and of her secretary and others concerning the circumstances of her sale in 1878. The affidavits filed by John D. Rockefeller, Oliver H. Payne, and Henry M. Flagler, in reply to the set presented by Scofield, Shurmer and Teagle, are curious reading. From the point of view of our present knowledge, they deny a number of things now known to be true. It was not necessary, however, for the defendants to have presented their elaborate array of evidence to support the charge of intended monopoly. The character of the agreement itself was sufficient to prevent any judge from attempting to enforce it. The amazement was that the Standard Oil Company ever had the hardihood to ask for its enforcement. That it should venture to ask the assistance of a court of equity to enforce a contract to limit the production and raise the price of an article of so universal use as kerosene oil, said the Chicago Tribune, shows that the Standard Oil Company believed itself to have reached a height of power and wealth that made it safe to defy public opinion. This case is not the only one belonging to the period which goes to support the opinion of the Tribune. Scofield, Shurmer and Teagle were now obliged to stand on their own feet. They could refine all the oil they wished, but they must make their own freight contracts, and they found rates when you worked with Mr. Rockefeller were vastly different from rates when you competed with him. The agent of the Lake Shore Railroad, by which most of their shipments went, told them frankly that they could not have the rates of the Standard unless they gave the same volume of business. The discrimination against them was serious. For instance, in 1880, when the Standard paid 65 cents a barrel from Cleveland to Chicago, Scofield, Shurmer and Teagle paid 80. From April 1 to July 1, 1881, the Standard paid 55 cents, and their rival 80 cents. From July 1 to November 1, 1881, the rates were 35 and 70 cents respectively. And so it went on for 3 years, when the firm, despairing of any charge, took the case into court. This case, fought through all the courts of Ohio, and in 1886 taken to the Supreme Court of the United States, is one of the clearest and cleanest in existence for studying all the factors in the rebate problem, the argument and pressure by which the big shipper secures and keeps his advantage, the theory and defense of the railroad in granting the discrimination, the theory on which the suffering small shipper protests, and finally the law's point of view. The first trial of the case was in the Court of Common Pleas, and the refiners won. The railroad then appealed to the District Court, the present Circuit Court, where it was argued. So important and difficult did the judges of the District Court find the questions involved to be, that on the plea of the railroad they sent their findings of the facts in the case to the Supreme Court of the State for decision, a privilege they had under the law in force at that time. These findings are elaborate, including some 23 propositions. They have been confused by certain writers with the opinion on them given later by the Supreme Court. For instance, in an economic study recently published, "The Rise and Progress of the Standard Oil Company," the 12th and 13th and part of the 14th proposition which the District Court sent up to the Supreme Court in its finding of facts are quoted separately, and the inference from the context is that the writer supposed he was citing part of the court's opinion. As the reader will see from what follows, the paragraphs in question are important, for, taken as quoted, they seem to show that the rebate the Standard received, and which Scofield, Shurmer, and Teagle wanted, was on account of facilities it gave which the other refiners could not give. The court further finds that prior to 1875 it was a question whether the Standard Oil Company would remain in Cleveland or remove its works to the oil producing country, and such question depended mainly upon rates of transportation from Cleveland to the market. That prior thereto said Standard Company did ship large quantities of its products by water to Chicago and other lake points, and from thence distributed the same by rail to inland markets. That it then represented to defendant the possibility of such removal. That water transportation was very low during the season of navigation. That unless some arrangement was made for rates at which it could ship the year round as an inducement, it would ship by water and store for winter distribution. That it owned its tank cars and had tank stations and switches, or would have at Chicago, Toledo, Detroit, and Grand Rapids, on and into which the cars and oil in bulk could be delivered and unloaded without expense and annoyance to defend it. That it had switches at Cleveland leading to its works at which to load cars, and would load and unload all cars. That the quantity of oil to be shipped by the company was very large, and amounted to 90% or more of all the oil manufactured or shipped from Cleveland, and that if satisfactory rates could be agreed upon, it would ship over defendant's road all its oil products for territory and markets west and northwest of Cleveland, and agreed that the quantity for each year should be equal to the amount shipped the preceding year. That upon the faith of these representations the defendant did enter into the contract and arrangement substantially as set forth in defendant's answer. That the rates were not fixed rates, but depended upon the general card tariff rates as charged from time to time, but substantially to be carried from time to time for about 10 cents per barrel less than tariff rates, and in consideration of such reduced rates as to bulk oil, the Standard Company agreed to furnish its own cars and tanks, load them on switches at distributing points, and unload them into distributing tanks, and was also to load and unload oil shipped in barrels, and without expense to defendant, and with, by reason thereof, less risk to defendant, which entered into the consideration, and was also to ship all its freight to points west and northwest of Cleveland, except small quantities to lake ports not reached by rail, and to so manage the shipments as to cars and times as would be most favorable to defendant. That defendant then agreed to said terms. That said agreement so made in 1875 has remained in force ever since. That at a cost exceeding $100,000, said Standard Company had and constructed the terminal facilities promised and herein found, that in fact the risk of danger from fire to defendant, the expense of handling, in loading and unloading, and in the use of the Standard tank cars is less, but how much the testimony does not show, than upon oil shipped without the use of such and similar terminal facilities. That said Standard Company commenced by shipping about 450,000 barrels a year over defendant's road, which increased from year to year until in 1882, the year before filing the petition in this action, the quantity so shipped on defendant's road amounted to 742,000 barrels, equal to 2,000 barrels or one full trainload per day. That said arrangement was not exclusive, but was at all times open to others shipping a like quantity and furnishing like service and facilities, that it was not made or continued with any intention on the part of the defendant to injure the plaintiffs in any manner. Now, as a matter of fact, other propositions in this same set from which the above are quoted find that Scofield, Shurmer, and Teagle offered the railroad exactly the same facilities as the Standard: a switch, loading racks, exemption from loss by fire or accident. The manner of making shipment for plaintiffs and for the Standard Oil Company was precisely the same, and the only thing to distinguish the business of the one from the other was the aggregate yearly amounts of freight shipped, said Judge Atherton of the Supreme Court, who gave the decision on the findings of fact, and he held in common with his predecessors that a rebate on account of business only was a discrimination in favor of capital, and contrary to a sound public policy, violation of that equality of rights guaranteed to every citizen, and a wrong to the disfavored person. "We hold," he said, "that a discrimination in the rate of freights resting extensively on such a basis ought not to be sustained. The principle is opposed to sound public policy. It would build up and foster monopolies, add largely to the accumulated power of capital and money, and drive out all enterprise not backed by overshadowing wealth. With the doctrine as contended for by the defendants, recognized and enforced by the courts, what will prevent the great grain interest of the Northwest, or the coal and iron interest of Pennsylvania, or any of the great commercial interests of the country bound together by the power and influence of aggregated wealth and in league with the railroads of the land, driving to the wall all private enterprises struggling for existence, and with an iron hand thrusting back all but themselves?" Judge Atherton was scathing enough in his opinion of the contract between the Lake Shore and the Standard. "Look at it," he said, "and see just what is shown. In consideration of the company giving to the railroad its entire freight business in oil, they transport this freight about 10 cents a barrel cheaper than for any other customer. The understanding was to keep the price down for the favored customer, but up for all others, and the inevitable tendency and effect of this contract was to enable the Standard Oil Company to establish and maintain an overshadowing monopoly, to ruin all other operators and drive them out of business in all the regions supplied by the defendant's road, its branches and connecting lines." Judge Atherton was particularly hard on the portion of the contract which pledged the Standard to give the Lake Shore all its freight in return for the rebates, and for this reason. In 1883 a new road westward was opened from Cleveland, the New York, Cincinnati and St. Louis. It might become an active competitor in transporting petroleum for customers other than the Standard Oil Company. It might establish such a tariff of rates that other operators in oil might successfully compete with the Standard Oil Company. To prevent this, the Lake Shore Road, on the completion of the new road, entered into a tariff arrangement giving to it a portion of the westward shipments of the Standard Oil Company, on condition of its uniting in carrying out the understanding in regard to rebates to the Standard Oil Company. "How peculiar!" exclaimed Judge Atherton. "The defendant, by a contract made in 1875, was entitled to all the freights of the Standard Oil Company, and yet, say the District Court, for the purpose of securing the greater part of said trade, they entered into a contract to divide with the new railroad, if the latter would only help to keep the rates down for the Standard, and up for everybody else. Such a contract so carried out was, in the opinion of the court, not only contrary to a sound public policy, but to the lax demands of the commercial honesty and ordinary methods of business." Another fact found by the District Court incensed Judge Atherton. This was that the contract was not made or continued with any intention on the part of the defendant to injure the plaintiffs in any manner. "It does not make any difference in the case," he declared. "The plaintiffs were not doing business in 1875 when the contract was entered into, and of course it was not made to injure them in particular. If a man rides a dangerous horse into a crowd of people, or discharges loaded firearms among them, he might, with the same propriety, select the man he injures and say he had no intention of wounding him, and yet the law holds him to have intended the probable consequences of his unlawful act as fully as if he purposely directed against the innocent victim, and punishes him accordingly. And this contract, made to build up a monopoly for the Standard Oil Company and to drive its competitors from the field, is just as unlawful as if its provisions had been aimed directly against the interests of the plaintiffs." Having lost their case in the Supreme Court of the state, the Lake Shore now appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States, and the record was filed in November, 1886. It was never heard. The railroad evidently concluded it was useless,
and finally withdrew its petition, thereby accepting the decision of the Supreme Court of Ohio, restraining it from further discrimination against Scofield, Schirmer and Teagle. This case, which was before the public constantly during the 6 or 7 years following the break up of the Producers' Union, in which the Oil Regions presented no united front to Mr. Rockefeller, served to keep public attention on the ruinous effect of the rebate, and to strengthen the feeling that drastic legislation must be taken if Mr. Rockefeller's exploit was to be prevented in other industries. One other case came out in this war of individuals on the rebate system which heightened the popular indignation against the Standard. It was a case showing that the Standard Oil Company had not yet abandoned that unique feature of its railroad contracts, by which a portion of the money which other people paid for their freight was handed over to them. This peculiar development of the rebate system seems to have belonged exclusively to Mr. Rockefeller. Indeed, a careful search of all the tremendous mass of materials which the various investigations of railroads produced shows no other case, so far as the writer knows, of this practice. It was the clause of the South Improvement contracts which provoked the greatest outcry. It was the feature of Mr. Cassatt's revelations in 1877 which dumbfounded the public, and which no one would believe until they saw the actual agreements Mr. Cassatt presented. The Oil Regions as a whole did not hesitate to say that they believed this practice was still in operation, but naturally proof was most difficult to secure. The demonstration came in 1885 through one of the most aggressive and violent independents which the war in oil has produced, George Rice of Marietta, Ohio. Mr. Rice, an oil producer, had built a refinery at Marietta in 1873. He sold his oil in the state, the West, and South. 6 years later his business was practically stopped by a sudden raise in rates on the Ohio roads, an advance of fully 100% being made on freights from Marietta, where there were several independent refineries, although no similar advance was made from Wheeling and Cleveland, where the Standard refineries were located. These discriminations were fully shown in an investigation by the Ohio State Legislature in 1879. From that time on Mr. Rice was in constant difficulty about rates. He seems to have taken rebates when he could get them, but he could never get anything like what his big competitors got. In 1883 Mr. Rice began to draw the crude supply for his refinery from his own production in the Macksburg field of southeastern Ohio, not far from Marietta. The Standard had not at that time taken its pipe lines into the Macksburg field. The oil was gathered by a line owned by A. J. Bundred and carried to the Cincinnati and Marietta Railroad. Now Mr. Bundred had made a contract with this railroad by which his oil was to be carried for 15 cents a barrel, and all other shippers were to pay 30 cents. Rice, who conveyed his oil to the railroad by his own pipe line, got a rate of 25 cents by using his own tank car. Later he succeeded in getting a rate of 17½ cents a barrel. Thus the rebate system was established on this road from the opening of the Macksburg field. In 1883 the Standard Oil Company took their line into the field, and soon after Bundred retired from the pipe line business there. When he went out, he tried to sell the Standard people his contract with the railroad, but they refused it. They described this contract as the worst they ever saw, but they seem to have gone Mr. Bundred one better, for they immediately contracted with the road for a rate of 10 cents on their own oil, instead of the 15 cents he was getting, and a rate of 35 on independent oil. And in addition they asked that the extra 25 cents the independents paid be turned over to them. If this was not done, the Standard would be under the painful necessity of taking away its shipments and building pipe lines to Marietta. The Cincinnati and Marietta Railroad at that time was in the hands of a receiver, one Phineas Pease, described as a fussy old gentleman, proud of his position, and fond of riding up and down the road in his private car. It is probably a good description. Certainly it is evident from what follows that the receiver was much fussed up ethically. Anxious to keep up the income of his road, Mr. Pease finally consented to the arrangement the Standard demanded. But he was worried lest his immoral arrangement be dragged into court, and wrote to his counsel, Edward S. Rapallo of New York City,
asking if there was any way of evading conviction in case of discovery. "Upon my taking possession of this road," the receiver wrote, "the question came up as to whether I would agree to carry the Standard Company's oil to Marietta for 10 cents per barrel in lieu of their laying a pipe line and piping their oil. I of course assented to this, as the matter had been fully talked over with the Western and Lake Erie Railroad Company before my taking possession of the road, and I wanted all the revenue that could be had in this trade." Mr. O'Day, manager of the Standard Oil Company, met the general freight agent of the Western and Lake Erie Railroad, and our Mr. Terry, at Toledo, about February 12, and made an agreement, verbal, to carry their oil at 10 cents a barrel. But Mr. O'Day compelled Mr. Terry to make a 35-cent rate on all other oil going to Marietta, and that we should make the rebate of 25 cents per barrel on all oil shipped by other parties, and that the rebate should be paid over to them, the Standard Oil Company, thus giving us 10 cents per barrel for all oil shipped to Marietta, and the rebate of 25 cents per barrel going to the Standard Oil Company, making that company say $25 per day clear money on George Rice's oil alone. In order to save the oil trade along our line, and especially to save the Standard Oil trade, which would amount to 7 times as much as Mr. Rice's, Mr. Terry verbally agreed to the arrangement, which, upon his report to me, I reluctantly acquiesced in, feeling that I could not afford to lose the shipment of 700 barrels of oil per day from the Standard Oil Company. But when Mr. Terry issued instructions that on or after February 23 the rate of oil would be 35 cents per barrel to Marietta, George Rice, who has a refinery in Marietta, very naturally called on me yesterday and notified me that he would not submit to the advance, because the business would not justify it, and that the move was made by the Standard Oil Company to crush him out. Too true. Mr. Rice said, "I am willing to continue the 17.5-cent rate which I have been paying from December to this date." Now the question naturally presents itself to my mind, if George Rice should see fit to prosecute the case on the ground of unjust discrimination, would the receiver be held, as the manager for this property, for violation of the law? While I am determined to use all honourable means to secure traffic for the company, I am not willing to do an illegal act, if this can be called illegal, and lay this company liable for damages. Mr. Terry is able to explain all minor questions relative to this matter. Mr. Rapallo, after consulting his partner and representative bondholders, fixed it for the receiver in the following amazing decision: "You may, with propriety, allow the Standard Oil Company to charge 25 cents per barrel for all oil transported through their pipes to your road. And I understand from Mr. Terry that it is practicable to so arrange the details that the company can, in effect, collect this direct without its passing through your hands. You may agree to carry all such oil of the Standard Oil Company, or of others, delivered to your road through their pipes, at 10 cents per barrel. You may also charge all other shippers 35 cents per barrel freight, even though they deliver oil to your road through their own pipes. And this, I gather from your letter and from Mr. Terry, would include Mr. Rice." Now, how was this to be done with propriety? Simply enough. The Standard Oil Company was to be charged 10 cents per barrel, less an amount equivalent to 25 cents per barrel upon all oil shipped by Rice. Provided your accounts, bills, vouchers, etc., are consistent with the real arrangement actually made, you will incur no personal responsibility by carrying out such an arrangement as I suggest. Even in case the receiver was discovered, nothing would happen to him, so decided the counsel. It is possible that, by a proper application to the court, some person may prevent you in future from permitting any discrimination. Even if Mr. Rice should compel you subsequently to refund to him the excess charge over the Standard Oil Company, the result would not be a loss to your road, taking into consideration the receipts from the Standard Oil Company. Fortified by his counsel, Receiver Pease put the arrangement into force, and beginning with March 20, 1885, a joint agent of the Standard Pipe Line and of the Cincinnati and Marietta Road collected 35 cents per barrel on the oil of all independent shippers from Macksburg to Marietta. 10 cents of this sum he turned over to the receiver, and 25 cents to the pipe line. When Mr. Rice found that the rate was certainly to be enforced, he began to build a pipe of his own to the Muskingum River,
whence he was to ship by barge to Marietta. By April 26 he was able to discontinue his shipments over the Cincinnati and Marietta road. This was not done until a rebate of 25 cents a barrel had been paid to the Standard Oil Company on 1,360 barrels of his oil, $340 in all. Mr. Rice, outraged as he was by the discrimination, was looking for evidence to bring suit against the receiver, but it was not until October that he was ready to take the matter into court. On the 13th of that month he applied to Judge Baxter of the United States Circuit Court for an order that Phineas Pease, receiver of the Cleveland and Marietta Railroad, report to the court touching his freight rates and other matters complained of in the application. The order was granted on the same day the application was made. It was specific. Mr. Pease was to report his rates, drawbacks, methods of accounting for discrimination, terms of contracts, and all other details connected with his shipment of oil. No sooner was this order of the court to Receiver Pease known than the general freight agent, Mr. Terry, hurried to Cleveland, Ohio, to meet Mr. O'Day of the Standard Oil Company, with whom he had made the contract. The upshot of that interview was that on October 29, 12 days after the judge had ordered the contracts produced, a check for $340, signed by J. R. Campbell, treasurer, a Standard Pipe Line official, was received from Oil City, headquarters of the Standard Pipe Line, by the agent who had been collecting and dividing the freight money. This check for $340 was the amount the pipe line had received on Mr. Rice's shipments between March 20 and April 25. The agent was instructed to send the money to the receiver, and later, by order of the court, the money was refunded to Mr. Rice. But the Standard was not out of the scrape so easily. Receiver Pease filed his report on November 2, but the judge found it evasive and unsatisfactory, and further information was asked for. Finally the judge succeeded in securing the correspondence between Mr. Pease and Mr. Rapallo, quoted above, and enough other facts to show the nature of the discrimination. He lost no time in pronouncing a judgment, and he did not mince his words in doing it. But why should Rice be required to pay 250% more for the carriage of his oil than was exacted from his competitor? The answer is that thereby the receiver could increase his earnings. This pretense is not true, but suppose it was, would that fact justify or even mitigate the injustice done to Rice? May a receiver of a court in the management of a railroad thus discriminate between parties having equal claim upon him because thereby he can accumulate money for the litigants? It has been repeatedly adjudged that he cannot legally do so. Railroads are constructed for the common and equal benefit of all persons wishing to avail themselves of the facilities which they afford. While the legal title thereof is in the corporation of individuals owning them, and to that extent private property, they are by the law and consent of the owners dedicated to the public use. By its charter and the general contemporaneous laws of the state, which constitute the contract between the public and the railroad company, the state, in consideration of the undertaking of the corporations to build, equip, keep and repair and operate said road for the public accommodation, authorized it to demand reasonable compensation from everyone availing himself of its facilities for the service rendered. But this franchise carried with it other and correlative obligations. Among these is the obligation to carry for every person offering business under like circumstances at the same rate. All unjust discriminations are in violation of the sound public policy and are forbidden by law. We have had frequent occasions to enunciate and enforce this doctrine in the past few years. If it were not so, the managers of railways, in collusion with others in command of large capital, could control the business of the country, at least to the extent that the business was dependent on railroad transportation for its success, and make and unmake the fortunes of men at will. The idea is justly abhorrent to all fair minds. No such dangerous power can be tolerated. Except in the modes of using them, every citizen has the same right to demand the service of railroads on equal terms that they have to the use of a public highway or the government mails. And hence when, in the vicissitudes of business, a railroad corporation becomes insolvent and is seized by the court and placed in the hands of a receiver to be by him operated pending the litigation, and until the rights of the litigants can be judicially ascertained and declared, the court is as much bound to protect the public interest therein as it is to protect and enforce the rights of the mortgagers and mortgagees. But after the receiver has performed all obligations due the public and every member of it, that is to say, after carrying passengers and freight offered for a reasonable compensation not exceeding the maximum authorized by law, if such maximum rate shall have been prescribed upon equal terms to all, he may make for the litigants as much money as the road thus managed is capable of earning. But all attempts to accumulate money for the benefit of corporators or their creditors by making one shipper pay tribute to his rival in business at the rate of $25 per day, or any greater or less sum, thereby enriching one and impoverishing another, is a gross, illegal, inexcusable abuse of a public trust that calls for the severest reprehension. The discrimination complained of in this case is so wanton and oppressive, it could hardly have been accepted by an honest man having due regard for the rights of others, or conceded by a just and competent receiver who comprehended the nature and responsibility of his office. And a judge who would tolerate such a wrong or retain a receiver capable of perpetrating it ought to be impeached and degraded from his position. A good deal more might be said in condemnation of the unparalleled wrong complained of, but we forbear. The receiver will be removed. The matter will be referred to a master to ascertain and report the amount it has been as aforesaid unlawfully exacted by the receiver from Rice, which sum, when ascertained, will be repaid to him. The master will also inquire and report whether any part of the money collected by the receiver from Rice has been paid to the Standard Oil Company, and if so, how much, to that end that, if any such payments have been made, suit may be instituted for its recovery. On December 18, George K. Nash, a former governor of Ohio, was appointed master commissioner to take testimony and clear up the point doubtful in the judge's mind. To whom had the extra money paid by Rice been paid? The receiver declared that he never paid the Standard Oil Company any part of Rice's money. Mr. Nash summoned a large number of witnesses, and gradually untangled the story told above. Mr. Pease spoke truly. He had never paid the Standard Oil Company any part of Mr. Rice's money. A joint agent of the railroad and the pipe line had been appointed, at a salary of $85 a month, $60 paid by Pease, and $25 by the Standard, who collected the freight on independent shipments and divided the money between the two parties. It was from this agent that it was learned that 12 days after Judge Baxter ordered Receiver Pease to bring his contracts into court, the money paid on Mr. Rice's oil had been returned by the Standard Oil Company. While the investigation in regard to Mr. Rice's oil was going on, complaints came to Commissioner Nash from two other oil works at Marietta that they had been suffering a like discrimination for a much longer time. The commissioner investigated the cases and found the complaints justified. The Standard Oil Company had received $649.15 out of the money paid by one concern to the railroad for carrying its oil, and $639.75 out of the sum paid by another concern. Both of these sums were returned by the Standard. Of course, the case aroused violent comment. In 1888 it came before the Congressional Committee which was investigating trusts, and an effort was made to explain the 25 cents extra as a charge of the pipe line for carrying oil to the railway. Now, the practice in vogue in the Oil Regions then and now is that the purchaser of the oil pays the pipe line charge. The railroad has nothing to do with it. Even if the Standard Oil Company puts a tax on railroads for allowing them to take oil carried by its pipe lines, thus collecting double pay, the tax would not apply in Mr. Rice's case, for the oil came to the Cincinnati and Marietta road, not through Standard pipes, but through Mr. Rice's own pipes. This much Mr. O'Day was obliged to admit in 1888. Question: But did that other oil, which was in competition with you, pass through your pipe? Answer: No, sir. Question: Did they not, therefore, on that oil which only passed over their railroad and not through your pipe line, pay to you the same allowance or rebate that they did on your oil which did pass? Answer: They did, but we returned it through the advice of our counsel, Mr. Dodd. Question. Now, out of that sum, how much did you get from the railroad out of what they had received from Mr. Rice? Answer. We did not get any, that is, we did not retain any. The railroad company agreed to account to us for the oil that went over its lines, and they did make an accounting, to my recollection, of about $200 or something like that, on oil other than that which passed through the lines. Our counsel, Mr. Dodd, advised me that we could not do that business, and we refunded the money. Soon after the report of the Congressional Committee was published, John D. Rockefeller himself explained the case in an interview published in the New York World for March 29, 1890. When the arrangement was reported to the officers of the company at New York, Mr. Rockefeller told the interviewer, "It was not agreed to because our counsel pronounced it illegal insofar as it embraced oil carried by the pipe line. Some $250 had been paid to the pipe line under this contract on oil which the line had not transported. This was refunded. We repudiated the contract before it was passed upon by the courts and made full recompense. In a business as large as ours, conducted by so many agents, some things are likely to be done which we cannot approve. We correct them as soon as they come to our knowledge. The public hears of the wrong, it never hears of the correction." In the digest of evidence made by the Industrial Commission in its report published in 1900, page 158, it is stated that the money collected was refunded before suit was brought. The facts show that the statement in the report of the Industrial Commission that the money was refunded before suit was brought is wrong, and that while Mr. Rockefeller is technically correct in stating that the Standard repudiated the contract before it was passed on by the courts, he should have added they did not repudiate the contract until 8 months after it was made, and did not refund the money until 12 days after it became certain that the contract be produced in court. He also does not explain why the Standard Oil Company did not return the money unjustly paid to them on the shipments of the other independent oil concerns of Marietta until exposure by Commissioner Nash's investigation made it inevitable. But it was not only manipulation of the railroads by the Standard Oil Company of which the public was complaining at this time. The policy of making it impossible for even small independent concerns to do business was attracting more and more attention. Indeed, there was going on in Buffalo, New York, simultaneously with these two cases, a most sensational trial, growing out of an indictment for the crime of conspiracy, by the grand jury of Erie County, New York, of 3 prominent members of the Standard Oil Company, H. H. Rogers, John D. Archbold, and Ambrose McGregor, with 2 refiners with whom they were associated, H. V. Everest and C. M. Everest. The case is reported in the next chapter at some length, because of the importance it has assumed in the popular controversy which has been going on for the last 20 years over Standard methods, it being the case on which is based the often repeated charge that Mr. Rockefeller, to win his point, has been known to burn refineries. This is the end of Chapter 11. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 12 of the History of Standard Oil, Volume 2, by Ida Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 12. The Buffalo Case. Very soon after Mr. Rockefeller began to acquire independent refineries whose owners were loath to sell or go out of business, unpleasant stories began to be circulated in the oil world of the methods used in getting the offending plants out of the way. When freight discriminations, cutting off of crude supply, and price wars in the market failed, other means were tried, and these means included, sometimes it was whispered, the actual destruction of the plants. The only case in which this charge was made which ever came to trial was that of the Buffalo Lubricating Oil Company, Limited. For sake of clearness, a narrative of the case has been drawn from the testimony offered, no statements being admitted which were not brought out in the trials. It seems that sometime in 1879 the owners of the Vacuum Oil Works of Rochester, New York, H. B. and C. M. Everest, father and son, sold to H. H. Rogers, J. D. Archbold, and Ambrose McGregor of the Standard Oil Company for $200,000, a 3/4 interest in that concern. The purchase was not made for the gentlemen in whose names it appeared, but for the Standard. Thus, when on the witness stand J. D. Archbold was questioned as to the real ownership of the stock which had been bought in his name, the examiner wanted to know whether the purchasers represented themselves or somebody else. "Mr. Archbold," he asked, "you made the contract, did you not, with reference to the transfer of the 75 shares of the Vacuum Oil Company stock by the Messrs. Everest?" Answer: "I bought the 75 shares, yes, sir." Question: "Whom did you represent in that transaction?" Answer: "I represented the shareholders of the Standard Oil Company." Question: "After the purchase was made, did you continue to represent the purchasers in the management of the affairs of the Vacuum Oil Company?" Answer: "I did." Question: "By virtue of power delegated to you, or by virtue of being a member of the board of directors or trustees of the Vacuum?" Answer: "By the virtue of power delegated to me." Question: "By the purchasers?" Answer: "By the purchasers." The Vacuum manufactured principally lubricating oils used on harness and car wheels. It controlled several valuable patents and had been doing a prosperous business for a number of years. By the terms of the sale in 1879, the Everests remained as managers of the refinery on a salary of $10,000 a year. They also contracted to enter into no outside oil business for 10 years. The business policy of the Vacuum, including the fixing of salaries, was dictated by a board of directors made up of Messrs. Rogers, Archbold, McGregor, and the two Everests. The meetings of this board were held at the office of the Standard Oil Company in New York, or in Rochester, as convenient. So far as can be inferred from the testimony, the works were well managed, the dividends large, and the employees well treated. In 1880 the salesman of the concern, J. Scott Wilson, decided to leave the Vacuum and go into business for himself. The decision seems natural, for until 1878 Mr. Wilson had carried on an independent oil business of one kind or another. He had been a partner in a refinery and understood making oils. He had been a jobber on his own account before going with the Everests, and as such had a considerable clientele. Wilson told of one of his fellow employees, Charles B. Matthews, of his decision, and asked him to go with him. Matthews had been with the Everests about the same length of time as Wilson, some 2 years. Previous to this engagement he had been a farmer, and his acquaintance with the Vacuum people had come about by his drilling on his farm for oil. Matthews was worth some $20,000, but he had had no experience in oil refining, for his duties at the Vacuum had been mainly looking after outside business. For instance, he had several times gone to New York to consult J. D. Archbold and H. H. Rogers concerning business matters, and particularly concerning patents owned by the Vacuum of whose validity there was some doubt. For some time Matthews had been dissatisfied with his salary. He had asked for a raise, but had not got it, a fact which probably made him more favourable to Wilson's suggestion. The two men decided finally to form a company and to build an oil refinery at Buffalo. Wilson said on the witness stand that he did not want to handle the Vacuum processes in the new works, but to make only the oils with which he was familiar. Matthews, however, had convinced himself that the patents which covered certain of the Vacuum processes and apparatus were invalid, and insisted that they build at least one Vacuum still. The question of what steps the Vacuum might take to stop them was discussed, and according to Wilson's testimony, Matthews remarked that he expected they would pay $100,000 or $150,000 to prevent their going into business. Matthews' remark was natural enough, considering the conditions under which outside refiners were forced to do business. It is probable that no man undertook any kind of independent oil business at that time, particularly oil refining, without considering the possibility of being driven to sell. The new firm needed an experienced stillman accustomed to the Vacuum processes, and early in 1881 they asked one Albert Miller, a stillman in the Vacuum works, to join them. "If we have Miller," they told each other, We can go to the customers of the Vacuum Oil Company and say to them, "We have the same process, and the same apparatus, and the same oils as the Vacuum Oil Company, and we have their former superintendent, Mr. Miller, to manufacture the oils." Miller had been with the Everests for several years, having worked his way up from a laborer at $2 a day to a position where as stillman he was paid by the hour and earned from $1,200 to $1,400 a year. He and his wife had been thrifty and had several $1,000s in property. Miller thought there was money in the new venture and consented to join Wilson and Matthews. The three set about carrying out their plans before they notified their employers of their intention to leave, Miller going so far as to order certain iron castings needed in the construction of their works, made after patterns owned by the Everests. He had these made at the foundry patronized by the Everests. He paid for them himself and carried them away, presumably giving the impression that they were for his employers. Early in March, Matthews and Miller notified C. M. Everest, who was in charge, his father being in California, that they were going to leave and establish at Buffalo an independent oil refinery. Mr. Everest, surprised out of discretion by the news, told them plainly that although he had nothing against them personally, he should do all in his power to injure the proposed concern. He asked them where they expected to get oil, and they replied that they would get it from the Atlas Refining Company, an independent concern in Buffalo, which had its own pipeline. "You will wake up some morning and find it is in the Standard," replied Mr. Everest. Apparently Mr. Everest's threat had little influence on the men, for they pushed the building of the works in Buffalo as rapidly as possible. On March 15 they signed an agreement to carry on the proposed business for 5 years, each man to put in $2,000. A month later the three men, with two relatives of Matthews, organized a stock company, the Buffalo Lubricating Oil Company, Limited, with a capital of $40,000. Although Miller had gone to Buffalo the 1st of March with Matthews and Wilson, he returned frequently to Rochester to see his family. On several of these visits he saw C. M. Everest, who never failed to ask about the progress of the new concern, and to warn him that the Vacuum Company would never allow it to do business. "Don't you think, Miller," Everest said to him once, "that it would be better for you to leave those men and have $20,000 deposited to your wife's credit than to go to these parties?" Miller affirms that he answered that he had gone with the new firm in good faith, and thought he ought not to leave them. About 2 months after the new firm began building, the elder Everest, who had been in California, returned to Rochester, and soon after had several interviews with Miller. He impressed on the man, as his son had done, that the Buffalo Lubricating Works would never succeed. He told him that the Vacuum meant to bring suit against them for infringing their patents, and would get an injunction and stop the works. That Miller would lose all the money he had put in. To save himself, Everest advised Miller to come back to the Vacuum. "But that would leave them in a pretty bad fix," Miller said. "That is exactly what I want to do," replied Everest. The fear that the new concern might be ruined through the hostility of the Vacuum, and he lose his savings, seems to have preyed on Miller's mind. He took his wife into his confidence, and she, too, became alarmed. He began to neglect his work in Buffalo. He was often away at nights. Matthews began to be worried by Miller's neglect and absence, and to watch the stations to find, if possible, where he went. Miller's question now became, how could he get away from the Buffalo firm? He had signed for the company a note for $5,000. He was under contract for a term of years. He discussed the question with the Everests, and they advised him to see his lawyer. On the 7th of June, according to H. B. Everest, who went with him to help present the case, Miller did consult George Truesdale, a lawyer of Rochester who had always handled his business. Mr. Truesdale afterwards told in court what occurred. Mr. Everest stated that Miller had left his employ and got engaged with another oil concern in the city of Buffalo, that he desired to get back again. He wanted him to come back, and he said he supposed Miller had explained to me his situation and the obligations he was under to the Buffalo company. I told him that he had made some statements to me about his contract with the parties in Buffalo, that he had spoken about being an endorser or party to the note made by, I think he said,
Matthews and Wilson and himself, and I think another party, 4 or 5 of them had made, endorsed a note to raise money, done to start the Buffalo business, and that he had a contract or an arrangement with them to go into a company at Buffalo to manufacture oil, and that he wanted to know how he could get out of that arrangement. I stated what I had said to Miller, that he would, of course, be liable on the note if he was charged properly when it became due, and that if he wanted to get out of that arrangement, my advice to him had been to see if he couldn't get released. If they wouldn't release him or buy out his interest, then if he couldn't do that, the only other way I saw was for him to leave them and take the consequences. I told him that I did not know the exact terms of his contract, but if he had entered into a contract and violated it, I presumed there would be a liability for damages, as well as a liability for the debts of the Buffalo party. Mr. Miller and Everest both talked on the subject, and Mr. Everest says, "I think there is other ways for Miller to get out of it." I told him I saw no way except either to back out or to sell out, no other honorable way. Mr. Everest says substantially, I think in these words: "Suppose he should arrange the machinery so it would bust up or smashed up, what would the consequence be?" Something to that effect. "Well," I says, "in my opinion, if it is negligently, carelessly done, not purposely done, he would be only civilly liable for damages caused by his negligence, but if it was willfully done, there would be a further criminal liability for malicious injury to the property of the parties, the company." Mr. Everest said he thought there wouldn't be anything, only civil liability, and said that would, he referred to the fact that I had been police justice, had some experience in criminal law, and he said that he would like to have me look up the law carefully on that point, and that they would see me again. Miller's version of this interview is similar. I think Mr. Truesdale or myself, I am not positive which, asked the question what means I could take to get out of the company. H.B. says there is a good many ways he could get out. Either Mr. Truesdale or myself asked him how. "Well," he says, "he can cut up something or do something to injure them, something of that kind, to get out." H.B. says Mr. Truesdale spoke up and said, "You must be very careful what you do or you will lay yourself criminally liable." Mr. Everest says to me, "There is ways that you can get out." I says to him, "You wouldn't want me to do anything, would you, to lay myself liable?" I think Mr. Truesdale spoke up and says, "You must be very careful or you will end up in state's prison, that is I." There was considerable conversation, I cannot just exactly remember. I have told all I recollect at present. Mr. Truesdale asked me if I had a contract with the Buffalo parties. I told him I had. "Well," he says, "the best thing you can do is to stay there, then," or something of that kind. I cannot say those were his exact words. H.B. Everest says, "If he comes back with us, why, we will look after him." I think Mr. Truesdale said that these men would be after me for leaving them. I think I told him the terms of the contract. Mr. Everest says, "They will have to catch Miller before they can do anything to him. We will take care of him." In a talk with Miller a little while after this, C.M. Everest said to him, "You go back to Buffalo and construct the pipes so that they cannot make a good oil, and then I think if you will give them a little scare. You might scare them a little, they not knowing anything about the business, and you know how to do it." On account of Miller's neglect, the first still in the new refinery was not ready to be fired until June 15. It was an ordinary still, as was the second one built. The third one only was built for the vacuum process. As soon as the still was ready, it was filled with some 175 barrels of crude oil and a very hot fire. Inordinary hot was the droll description of the firemen built under it. Miller, who superintended the operations, swore at the firemen once or twice because the fire was not hot enough, and then disappeared. While he was gone the brickwork around the still began to crack. The safety valve finally blew off, and a yellow gas or vapor escaped in such quantities that the superintendent of a neighboring refinery came out and warned the firemen that he was endangering property. Miller was hunted up. He had the safety valve readjusted. It was thought by certain witnesses that he had it too heavily weighted, and ordered the fires to be rebuilt, hot as before. He again disappeared. In his absence the safety valve again blew off. The run of oil was found to be a failure. It was not a pleasant augury,
But oil refiners are more or less hardened to explosions, and no one seems to have thought much of the accident. Nobody was injured, nothing was burned, nothing but 175 barrels of oil spoiled. That, in an oil refinery, is getting off easy. On the 23rd of June, Miller made the transfer of property advised by the Everest, talked over things with Truesdale, and a week later left the Buffalo Works suddenly on receipt of a telegram, and joined H. B. Everest at the Union Square Hotel in New York. Here Everest advised him to telegraph his wife to move at once to Rochester lest Matthews attach their household goods, and then proposed the two go to Boston. The only event of interest at the Union Square Hotel was an entirely casual meeting with H. H. Rogers, one of the directors of the Vacuum Oil Company. Mr. Rogers seems to have had no conversation with Miller other than to remark in leaving that he would see him the next day if he did not go to Boston. The men did, however, go to Boston, where they registered as H. B. Everest and Friend, and where several times at least Everest introduced Miller under an assumed name. They junketed about for some days on what Everest tried, with indifferent success, to persuade Miller was a pleasant excursion. While they were amusing themselves, Everest hired Miller at $1,500 a year to do any fair job we put him at, either at Rochester or some other place. The job turned out to be a rambling one. A few weeks of semi-idleness in Boston. Then nothing until September, when he undertook to supervise the drilling of a salt well in Leroy, New York. This lasted until February, 1882. Then nothing until May, when, on the advice of H. B. Everest, who had returned to California, Miller went there. "Pack up, sell your property there, and come on. Come right to my house and I will help you to get a place, and show you how to raise fruit and be an independent man." Miller went, the Vacuum Oil Company paying his expenses. On his arrival he was put to work in a cannery. The Everests explained that they had made this arrangement because they thought it would put Miller where he could not be brought back to trouble them any more. In the meantime, things were going badly with the Buffalo lubricating works. Miller's loss was a severe one. The men were all novices in making oil, save Wilson, and he was on the road, and they seemed to have been unable to find a competent manager. The Everests soon succeeded, too, in getting Wilson out of the firm by bringing a suit against him for damaging its business by unlawfully leaving it. The suit was withdrawn and the costs paid when Wilson consented in December, 1881, to leave the Buffalo Works. Wilson's loss was particularly serious, as he was a salesman of experience. The suits for infringing the vacuum patents and processes, which Everest at the start had warned Matthews would be brought, were begun in September, 1881. 4 separate suits within a year. Matthews, as has been said, had convinced himself that the patents were not valid, and sometime in the spring of 1882 he saw H. H. Rogers in New York concerning the suits. I told him I had come in to talk with him about the patent litigation, or suits that were begun by the Vacuum Oil Company against my company, Matthews said in his testimony. "Well," he said, "well, what about it?" Something like that. I told him that the product patent, that I well knew, was without merit, and that he knew it was without merit, and I could not see what object or good they could get out of it by bringing suit on that patent. And also the steam patent I considered was without value, and that he knew it was without value. He said that if one court did not sustain the patents, they would carry along up until we got enough of it. That was the substance of that talk. Matthews was evidently discouraged by the result of his talk with Mr. Rogers, for, meeting Benjamin Brewster of the Standard Oil Company, he offered to sell the Buffalo lubricating works for $100,000. The offer was refused, and the suits against which Mr. Matthews protested were pushed. On the 21st of February, 1882, the Vacuum Oil Company filed a complaint in the United States Circuit Court of the Northern District of New York, asking that the Buffalo Company be prevented from manufacturing lubricating oils on the ground that the Vacuum Oil Company had a patent covering the process of manufacturing lubricating oils. The action was regarded as unfounded by the court, and was dismissed on July 16, 1884, the ground being that the letters sued on in this cause are void. April 25, 1882, another action was commenced by the Vacuum Oil Company against the Buffalo Company,
to obtain an injunction and an accounting for damages upon the ground that the Buffalo Company was using an apparatus covered by a patent belonging to the Vacuum Oil Company. But this action also was dismissed March 17, 1885, upon the ground that the letters patent sued upon were null and void. On February 23, 1883, the Vacuum Oil Company commenced still another action against the Buffalo Company, asking for an injunction to prevent the Buffalo Company from using a label advertising the Acme harness oil made by the vacuum process, because the Vacuum Company had long used a somewhat similar label advertising the vacuum harness oil manufactured by the Vacuum Oil Company. But the judge in the case decided that the Vacuum Company had no more right to use labels than the Buffalo Company. This decision has since been affirmed by the general term of the Supreme Court. Still another action was brought against the Buffalo Company April 25, 1882, for infringing a patent on a steam process, also a patent upon a fire test. This action resulted in a decree sustaining the fire test patent, but declaring the steam patent void. The case was then referred to James Breck Perkins of the Rochester Bar to decide the amount which the Buffalo Company had infringed on this patent. Mr. Perkins, on a number of different occasions, took a large amount of proof there in behalf of the Vacuum Company, upon which its counsel claimed it was entitled to $12,000 damages upon the accounting. The Buffalo Company submitted no proof in contradiction, but insisted that the whole proof showed nothing more than a purely technical infringement of the patent, and this view was sustained by Mr. Perkins in his report, which awarded 6 cents damages against the Buffalo Company. The disappearance of Miller, the man on whom the firm had depended for superintending building and refining, the withdrawal of Wilson, with whom the enterprise had originated and on which it had staked its hopes of finding a ready market, and the series of suits for infringement of patents, suits which cost Matthews thousands of dollars as well as much embarrassment and delay, were troubles brought on him, so he believed, as the result of a deliberate attempt on the part of the Vacuum Oil Company to make good C. M. Everest's threat to do all in his power to ruin the Buffalo Lubricating Works, and in the spring of 1883 he brought a civil suit against the Everests for $100,000. While Matthews was working up his case, he learned that Miller had returned from California, that he had left the Everests because he claimed they had not treated him right, and that he was idle in Rochester. Miller seems to have left California chiefly because he had gotten it into his head that the information he had about the measures the Vacuum had taken to prevent the Buffalo Works carrying on their business was valuable. H. B. Everest testified that Miller once said to him, after he was settled in California, "Mr. Everest, you have always been kind to me, and I shall do nothing to injure you, but I am going to bust the Standard." I said, "Al, how will you go to work to do that?" "More ways than one," he said. "They can't afford to let me loose," he said. "Shan't be bought off, either, unless I get something for it. It will cost them more than $25,000 or $50,000 before they get through with me." I said, "Al, I think you can make more money raising fruit in California than you can fighting the Standard." This conversation was held immediately after the Vacuum had paid Miller $1,000, in addition to the salary of $1,500 they gave him, and for no apparent purpose except to keep him quiet. When Matthews learned of Miller's return he asked him to come to Buffalo, and evidently got from him then, for the first time, the story of the pressure the Everests had brought to bear on him to leave the Buffalo Lubricating Works, the fixing of the still at their advice so that something would smash, the transfer of his property, his 2 years of semi-idleness on $1,500 a year and a bonus of $1,000, paid for a reason which can only be surmised, and his final breaking in California because, as he claimed, he saw no settled employment in view, and no prospect of the Everests doing more for him than they were, and, as they claimed, because he believed he could get a big sum from the Standard to keep silent. To all of this Miller made deposition in July, 1884. The first civil suit was brought to trial early in March, 1885, and it resulted in the jury giving a verdict of $20,000 to Matthews for damages. The court set the sum aside, claiming that they had proved only $4,000 in damages, and that he would not sustain an award of punitive damages. Matthews' counsel now obtained a stay of proceedings and finally a new trial.
Now, about this time, Matthews secured evidence which emboldened him to give his suit a much wider range than he had at first intended. This was the testimony of the lawyer Truesdale, quoted above, that in his office Everest had suggested that Miller arrange the machinery so that it would bust up or smash up. The explosion of June 15 was immediately construed as the result of this counsel. On the strength of this evidence, Matthews instituted a second civil suit for damages of $250,000 caused by conspiracy to blow up the works of the Buffalo Company, to entice away its employees, to bring unfounded suits against it, and to slander the company's product, and he added to the original defendants the three other directors of the Vacuum Works, H. Rogers, J. D. Archbold, and Ambrose McGregor, and the Standard Oil Company of New York, the Acme Oil Company of New York, and the Vacuum Oil Company. Matthews seems to have argued that as Rogers, Archbold, and McGregor were directors with the Everests in the Vacuum Oil Company, they had probably been consulted by the Everests concerning Miller, and could be included in the conspiracy, and as the Vacuum, Standard Oil Company, and Acme Oil Company were all concerns in the Standard Oil Trust, they too could be included. He also went before the grand jury of Erie County in opposition to the advice of his counsel, and secured there an indictment of H. Rogers, J. D. Archbold, Ambrose McGregor, and the two Everests for criminal conspiracy. The defendants succeeded in getting the indictment set aside the first time, but Matthews represented the case, and a second indictment was found of the same persons. It should be noted that Mr. McGregor was indicted only because he was a director of the Vacuum Works, his name not being mentioned in the evidence presented to the grand jury. An indictment for conspiracy of three men of such prominence as Mr. Rogers, Mr. Archbold, and Mr. McGregor riveted the attention of the whole country on the coming trial. It was apparent from the first that the Standard meant to put up a big fight to have the indictment quashed. They had indeed set a strong machinery at work immediately to get evidence on which to bring a countercharge of conspiracy, that is, that Matthews' intention in starting the Buffalo Lubricating Works was never to do business, but to force the Standard to buy him out at a big price. They at once set a detective to work on the case, one item of his instructions reading: "We have reason to believe that the suit is brought for the purpose of forcing the Standard to purchase the works of the Buffalo Lubricating Company, and Matthews has made certain statements to that effect. Would like reports of any statements or admissions by him in relation to his objects in these suits." Under the direction of this detective, a man employed in Matthews' works for some months made daily reports of what he saw and heard there, copies of which were forwarded to the Standard office in New York. A detective was also put on Miller's track. Miller was now employed in a refinery in Corry, Pennsylvania, and here he was for a long time under espionage. The chief expression obtained from him was by luring him into a saloon one Sunday afternoon and getting him half drunk. While in this condition the saloon keeper testified, he said the Buffalo suit was a humbug, but there was money in it, and that he and the persons who were drinking with him, might as well make it as anybody. It was on May 2, 1886, that the trial began. The array of wealth and legal learning in the Buffalo courtroom during the 14 days' case set not only the town, but the country agape. There were not only the Standard men indicted for conspiracy, H. Rogers, J. D. Archbold, Ambrose McGregor, but Mr. Rockefeller himself was there, quiet, steady, watchful. The hostiles said the accused and their counsel were disdainful of the proceedings. Nobody charged Mr. Rockefeller with disdain. With him were other strong men of the concern, William Rockefeller, Daniel O'Day, J. P. Dudley. There was a great array of legal learning, 5 eminent lawyers: Wilson S. Bissell, a former law partner of ex-President Cleveland; W. F. Cogswell, of Rochester, counted then one of the ablest lawyers of the state; Theodore Bacon and F. G. Outerbridge, both of Rochester; Daniel Lockwood, famous in politics as well as law; and of course S. C. T. Dodd. This for the accused. For the people was the district attorney of Erie County, George T. Quinby, with one assistant. For 14 days witnesses were examined, and the above story was dragged from them by dint of questioning and cross-questioning. On May 10 the testimony for the prosecution ended, and the people rested. The Standard lawyers immediately applied for the acquittal of Mr. Rogers, Mr. Archbold, and Mr. McGregor on the ground that no fact or circumstance had been proved that connected them in the slightest degree with the charge of conspiracy to lure Miller away or to destroy the Buffalo Works. The district attorney combated the proposition vigorously. These gentlemen, he contended, owned 3/4 of the Vacuum Works. They were always present at the directors' meeting. It was a fair presumption that they knew what was done to persuade Miller to leave the Buffalo Works. They must have known the moneys paid him while he was doing little work. Mr. Rogers had certainly threatened Matthews that he would carry up the patent suits until the Buffalo Works got enough of it. Judge Haight, however, advised the jury to acquit Mr. Rogers, Mr. Archbold, and Mr. McGregor. The indictment charges a conspiracy, the judge said. It also charges certain overt acts. One of the acts charged in the indictment is the enticing away from the Buffalo Company of a servant. Another of the acts alleged is an attempt to blow up or destroy the Buffalo Works, and another act that of bringing false suits against the corporation. So far as the agreement or combination to entice away a servant from the Buffalo Company is concerned, I have not been able to recall any evidence which shows that either of these three defendants ever knew of it, ever heard of it, or ever took any part in it at all. So far as the charge of an attempt to blow up the Buffalo Works is concerned, I have been unable to recall any evidence that has been given in which either of these three defendants ever knew of it, ever heard of it, ever advised it, or ever took any part in it whatever. The only thing about which I have had any doubt was in reference to the maintaining of actions which have been brought upon patent rights which were formerly owned by the Everests, and by the Everests transferred to the Vacuum Oil Company, and it appears that 2 suits were brought upon patents, and that there was another suit, a third one, in reference to a trademark. It appears from the evidence that upon one occasion Mr. Matthews went to New York and had a talk with Mr. Rogers, and that his conversation had already been discussed and related in your hearing. The query in my mind was as to whether or not the inference could not be drawn from this conversation that Rogers did know of the bringing of these actions, acquiesced in their being brought, and in that way became a party to them. But even conceding that the actions were brought with his knowledge and consent, I am inclined still to think that the evidence is hardly sufficient to warrant his conviction, for the reason that it does not appear that the actions were brought without probable cause. In other words, the bringing of an action, and being defeated in the action, is not of itself sufficient to authorize a jury to say that it was a false action. That standing alone is not sufficient to authorize a jury to say that it is a false action. But there must be shown in addition to that there was a want of probable cause. In other words, that the party bringing the action knew and understood beforehand that he had no good cause of action. I am inclined to the opinion that the evidence would not warrant his conviction upon that ground. The acquittal of the 3 Standard gentlemen was followed by an application for an acquittal of the Everests, but the case with them was different. It had been proved conclusively that they threatened at the start to ruin the new concern, and that they had counseled Miller to arrange the machinery so that it would bust up or smash up. There was a strong presumption that Miller, acting on this advice, had arranged for the explosion of June 15, though, as he claimed, he meant only to give them a scare. The judge denied the application in their case, therefore, and the trial went on. The whole force of the defense was now thrown to proving that Matthews had gone into the Buffalo Lubricating Company merely to sell out. His offer to Mr. Brewster in 1882, his talk of making the Standard settle, were rehearsed. 2 witnesses were produced also who told of seeking Matthews in 1885, after the criminal suit was brought, and of offering, on the ground that they knew the Standard defendants, to attempt to settle the affair. Matthews had told these men that if the Standard would give him $250,000 for his refinery, he would withdraw the civil suit, but that he could not touch the criminal suit, as it was in the hands of the district attorney. The jury was not greatly influenced by the evidence produced to show that Matthews was a blackmailer. Evidently they concluded that, granting that the Everests had cause of complaint against the men for using their processes, they certainly had no just cause in the fact of the 3 men setting up in business for themselves, granting that the enterprise was started for blackmailing purposes, and there was no proof offered that it was, the Everests should have taken their case into the courts, not plotted the destruction of the refinery by any such underhand methods as they employed. Whatever the jury's process of reasoning, however, it is certain that on May 16 they brought in a verdict of guilty as charged by the indictment. The most strenuous efforts were made to set the verdict aside. The judge granted a stay, and an attempt to get a new trial was made, but unsuccessfully. The sentence was stayed until May 1888. The statute provided a penalty of 1 year's imprisonment, or $250 fine, or both. Efforts were at once made to soften the sentence. A petition signed by over 40 leading citizens of Rochester, New York, the home of the Everests, was sent to Judge Haight, praying him, on account of the untarnished fidelity and integrity of the convicted men, to make the penalty as light as the court was authorized by law to fix. 6 of the jurors were induced by Standard agents to sign a paper claiming that, in their belief, in rendering its verdict of guilty, did not mean to pronounce the Everests guilty of an attempt to blow up or burn the works of the Buffalo Company, but guilty only of enticing Miller away, and they recommended that the sentence, therefore, be a fine and not imprisonment. District Attorney Quinby offered to prove on a hearing for a new trial that the Standard's representatives used money in getting these affidavits. The result was that the 2 Everests were each fined $250. This sentence was made light, the judge explained, because of the civil suits brought to recover damages for the very same acts. A person could not be punished twice for the same offense. The first civil suit referred to above resulted in an award by the jury of $20,000 to Matthews. The second suit was for $250,000, but before it was tried Matthews' business had become so involved by all this trouble that in January 1888 it was put into the hands of a receiver. The defendants finally offered to settle the civil suits for $85,000. The judge ordered the receiver to accept the offer on the ground that the Everests had already been declared guilty of criminal conspiracy and had been fined, and that a person could not be punished twice for the same offense. It was not until June, 1889, that the receiver filed his account of the settlement of the affairs of the Buffalo Works. Of the $85,000 paid by the Standard, Matthews seems not to have gotten a cent. The entire sum went to settle the debts of the concern and pay the lawyers. The leading claimants among the lawyers were Thomas Corlett, Edward W. Hatch, and Adelbert Moot, all of Buffalo. Their claims aggregated nearly $35,000. The receiver thought these fees exorbitant, and a referee was appointed by the court to take the testimony of the claimant as to their services. The testimony was voluminous, and the upshot was that the referee cut these claims to about $22,000. The final account filed by the receiver shows that these 3 gentlemen finally were paid about $15,000. The large claims made by the lawyers and certain circumstances of the settlement have led the Standard in later years to advance a countercharge of conspiracy of much more serious nature than that which they depended on in the trial. This new charge makes Matthews counsel his fellow conspirators, and alleges that at least 2 of them used important official positions to influence the verdict. In the present year, 1904, the Standard's official organ, the Oil City Derrick, published a supplement containing the evidence on which this countercharge is based, and editorially accused the writer of bias in not using this material in the story of the Buffalo case, which was published practically as it stands here in McClure's magazine for March, 1904. It is true, as the Derrick claims, that through the courtesy of the Standard Oil Company this material was placed in the writer's hands before the article was published. It was not used because it was not thought it established the charge. The points brought out in the evidence published by the Derrick, which are held by the Standard to establish the charge of a conspiracy between Matthews and his counsel, are the following. In the first place, they declare it a conspiracy because Corlett, who was called to the bench in January, 1884, and Hatch, who was called to the bench in January, 1886, were both in consultation with their successors after they became judges. That this is true there is no doubt whatever. Mr. Moot, in his full statement of his services made to the referee, refers again and again to consultations with Corlett and Hatch after they had given up the case.
Hatch speaks freely in his statement to the referee of counseling with Quinby and Moot. If there was an impropriety in what he did, he certainly made no effort to conceal it, nor did the referee, the court, or the receiver, to whom this statement was submitted, raise any question of impropriety. The counsel which both Judge Corlett and Judge Hatch gave Quinby and Moot they owed Matthews. They had been his counsel for years. They were obliged to give up his cases because of their election to the bench. They were debarred by their relation to the case, of course, from hearing it, but there was no reason why their knowledge and experience should not be drawn upon to a reasonable degree by the new attorneys. Certainly this is a universal practice in law courts. It is difficult to see how it could be otherwise. If either judge had used his position to influence his fellow judge who heard the case, there would have been a just criticism, but no such intimation has ever been made to the writer's knowledge. The second proof of conspiracy drawn from this testimony to the referee is the statements of both Hatch and Moot that they had no contracts for compensation, and that they knew they would receive nothing if they lost. For instance, when Moot was examined by the referee, he was asked: Question: Did you have any contract or agreement as to how you should be compensated? Answer: Not the slightest. I never had such a contract in my life, except that I should be liberally paid if I succeeded. If I did not succeed, the party being poor, my work would be without compensation. Question: Did you ever have any conversation with Matthews or with any officer of the company with reference to that? Answer: No, sir. I feel very clear that I never had a conversation with a single member of this company about what we should receive for our services, except to this extent. Mr. Matthews once said, in referring to or commenting on these litigations, that they were like any other independent company, as I very well knew; that if the lawyers could not keep alive with litigation, the Standard would beat them. We would not get anything. Judge Hatch, in his statement, said: Matthews and I, or any one for his company, never had any talk with respect to compensation for services at the time of their commencement and during their rendition. I knew, however, that the payment for services was largely contingent upon the success of litigation, and the company was not liable to pay much more than the actual expenses in the event they failed to succeed, and that we would get a very meagre compensation unless we succeeded in the actions. I think no conversation was ever had, except Mr. Matthews stating that if we should succeed, we should be well paid. I think he mentioned that once or twice. It is not an unusual thing for lawyers to take cases they believe just, knowing that their compensation depends on their winning. Many clients with just cases would be deprived of counsel if they had to insure a fixed compensation, for not infrequently all that a client has is involved in a suit. The practice is so common among reputable lawyers that it certainly cannot be regarded as a proof of a conspiracy, unless there is a reason to suppose that they have taken a case of whose merits they themselves are suspicious. There is absolutely no evidence that Matthews' counsel were not convinced from the first that they had a strong case. Quinby, the district attorney who tried the criminal case, certainly conducted it with a fire and logic which nothing but conviction could have inspired. Moreover, it must be remembered that these attorneys never failed to convince the juries before whom they appeared of the merits of their case. 4 juries, 2 grand juries, and 2 petit juries gave unanimous verdicts of conspiracy against the defendants in the course of the litigation. A case backed by evidence which would convince such diversified bodies of men could hardly be called a speculation. Their claims were large, but lawyers are not proverbial for the modesty of their charges, and in the cases of Hatch and Moot, the two making the largest claims, the labor had been very great and had extended over long periods, as one can see who will examine the testimony published by the Derrick; and besides, exorbitant charges can hardly be construed as a proof of conspiracy. This, then, in outline, is the history of the case on which are based all charges, so far as the writer knows, that the Standard Oil Company has deliberately destroyed property to get rid of rivals. The case is of importance, not only as showing to what abuses the Standard policy of making it hard for a rival to do business will lead men like the Everests, but it shows to what lengths a hostile public will go in interpreting the acts of men whom it has come to believe are lawless and relentless in pursuing their own ends. The public, particularly the oil public, has always been willing to believe the worst of the Standard Oil Company. It read into the Buffalo case deliberate arson, and charged not only the Everests, but the three co-directors with the overt acts. They refused to recognize that no evidence of the connection of Mr. Rogers, Mr. Archbold, and Mr. McGregor with the overt acts was offered, but demanded that they be convicted on presumption, and when the judge refused to do this, they cursed him as a traitor. Today, in spite of the full airing this case has had in the courts and investigations, Judge Haight is still accused of selling himself to a corporation, and Mr. Rogers is accused daily in Montana of having burned a refinery in Buffalo. As a matter of fact, no refinery was burned in Buffalo, nor was it ever proved that Mr. Rogers knew anything of the attempts the Everests made to destroy the Matthews business. This is the end of Chapter 12. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com.
Chapter 13 of the History of the Standard Oil Company, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tom Weiss. Chapter 13. The Standard Oil Company and Politics. The cases described in the last two chapters naturally aroused intense interest in the Oil Regions. The two in Ohio demonstrated afresh the chief grievances which the oil men had against the Standard Oil Company since 1872, that they were securing rebates on their own shipments and drawbacks on those of their competitors. The Buffalo case demonstrated that when their ordinary advantages failed to get a rival out of the way, they winked at methods which a jury called criminal. It was fresh proof of what the oil men had always claimed, that the Standard Oil Company was a conspiracy. At the same time that these cases were arousing their indignation anew, there occurred in Ohio an affair which gave them new evidence of their old charge that the Standard was steadily entrenching itself in state and national politics in order to direct the course of legislation to suit itself. There had been many evidences of this, satisfactory enough to the initiated. There was no doubt that the investigation of 1876, and the first bill to regulate interstate commerce introduced at that time, had been squelched largely through the efforts of two members of Congress, one of them directly and the other indirectly interested in the Standard. These were J. N. Camden, of West Virginia, head of the Camden Consolidated Oil Company, now one of the constituent companies of the Standard Oil Trust, and H. B. Payne, of Ohio, the father of the treasurer of the Standard, Oliver H. Payne. It had certainly used its influence to oppose the free pipe line bill which the independent oil men had been fighting for since the early days of the industry. In 1878 and 1879, during the prosecution of the suits against the railroads and the Standard by the Petroleum Producers' Union, there had been incessant charge of the use of political influence to secure delay. It was a matter of constant comment in Ohio, New York, and Pennsylvania that the Standard was active in all elections, and that it stood in with every ambitious young politician, that rarely did an able young lawyer get into office who was not retained by the Standard. The company seems to have taken a hand in politics even before the days of the South Improvement Company, for Mr. Payne once said in the United States Senate that when he was a candidate for the House of Representatives in 1871, no association, no combination in his district did more to bring about his defeat or spent so much money to accomplish it as the Standard Oil Company. But all of the examples they quoted were more or less poor in evidence. Of no one of them perhaps could they have produced satisfactory proof. Now, however, simultaneously within the three cases outlined in the last two chapters, there came a case of bribery in an election, which they held established their charge. The case was the familiar one of the election of H. B. Payne of Ohio to the United States Senate in January, 1884. Mr. Payne was at the time of his election the aristocrat par excellence of Cleveland, Ohio. He had birth and education, distinction of manner and mind.
His fine old mansion still remains one of the most distinguished houses in a city of beautiful homes. He had been active in Democratic politics for many years, a member of the State Senate and a member of Congress, and he had been mentioned as the Democratic candidate for the Presidency in 1880, receiving 81 votes on the first ballot. At the time of his election to the Senate he was a man 74 years old. Now, Mr. Payne's son, Oliver H. Payne, was one of the 13 original members of the South Improvement Company, and one of the rare Cleveland refiners who had a strong enough stomach to go into the Standard Oil Company when it swept up the oil trade of Cleveland in 1872, and he had gathered in his share of the spoils of that raid. Oliver Payne was proud of his father, and it was well known that he wanted to see him in the Senate of the United States, but there had been no movement to nominate him, and in 1883 he seems to have made up his mind to see what he could do. A United States Senator was to be elected in Ohio in November. In October a new state legislature was chosen, and the Democratic members were instructed for one of two candidates for the Senate, George H. Pendleton or General Durbin Ward, both men of prominence and long service in the public life of the state. Mr. Payne's name was not mentioned in the canvass. Nevertheless, hardly had the legislature convened when there sprang up at the Neal House in Columbus an extraordinary Payne boom. Its backers were Senator Payne's own son, Oliver H. Payne, at that time treasurer of the Standard Oil Company, and Colonel Thompson, a prominent personage in the same concern. Their lieutenants were also members of the company in one capacity or another. Large sums of money were alleged to have been circulated. There was a rumor that Oliver Payne said the election cost him $100,000. It was claimed that it could be proved that a check for $65,000 had been cashed in Cleveland by one of the men most prominent in the Payne boom, and that the whole sum had been spent in Columbus. A perfect uproar of indignation followed the announcement of Mr. Payne's choice. All over the state the Standard Oil Company was charged with the election. The Democratic press was particularly bitter. Said the Butler County Democrat, it was simply a question whether Pendleton, Ward, Thurman, Converse, Follett, Geddes, or any other capable and honest Democrat should receive the compliments of a seat in the Senate, or that the Standard Oil Company should buy the place for Henry B. Payne. It was an honest and divided democracy against a hydra-headed dictatorship of rich men on whose manner was inscribed, "Money talks." The Carroll County Chronicle, in commenting on the election, said, "It is a great mistake to suppose Standard Oil has captured the Democratic party of Ohio. It may have captured a score or two of men elected to the legislature, but they are not the democracy of Ohio by a long shot. When the British got General Benedict Arnold, they imagined they had captured the United States Army, but it was a mistake. The monopoly of the Standard Oil Company must be destroyed," declared the Columbus Times. "Its intrusion into political circles must be prevented. There must be no later acceptance of this outrage. Political purity and perpetuity permit no complacency. These pernicious foreign elements must be eradicated, and until they are, no Democrat will enter the capital of Ohio or of the nation. The rottenness that uncovered itself last night has not its confines in Ohio." The comments were not confined to papers of the state. The New York Sun, under the head "Was Payne's Election Bought?" said, "The subjoined communication from a source which we always respect is worthy of more attention than is usually bestowed upon the animated expressions of those whose preferences have not been realized. It is now believed, and I believe, that the Standard Oil Company recently bought with money Ohio's seat in the Senate of the United States for Mr. Payne. Now, can the social respectability of a man make such a crime respectable, or is there to be one standard of political morality for Republicans and another for Democrats? Or are Democrats expected to condemn corruption only when practiced by Republicans, and to condone, defend, and cover it up when practiced by Democrats, or when it is found only in the Democratic party? In my opinion, there is no danger so threatening to free institutions as the sale and purchase of political power, and nothing more to be condemned. Although these charges were kept up for 2 years, neither the Standard Oil Company, Mr. Payne, nor the legislature which had elected him noticed them. The scandal became one of the issues of the next campaign, and was instrumental in making the next legislature of Ohio Republican. As soon as the new legislature convened at the opening of 1886, an investigation of the Payne case was ordered. Some 55 witnesses were examined, and the resulting testimony turned over to the Senate of the United States for its examination. The testimony did not prove the charge of bribery, the Ohio legislature said, but it was of such a nature as to require the Senate's attention. The matter went to the Senate Committee on Elections, and in July, 1886, a majority reported against the further investigation asked by the state of Ohio. Against this decision, 2 members of the committee, Senators Hoar and Fry, protested. Is the Senate to deny to the people of a great state, speaking through their legislature and their representative citizens, the only opportunity for a hearing of this momentous case which can exist under the Constitution? We have not prejudged the case, nor do we mean to prejudge it. We sincerely trust that the investigation, which is as much demanded for the honor of the sitting members as for that of the Senate or the State of Ohio, may result in vindicating his title to his seat and the good name of the legislature that elected him. How can a question of bribery ever be raised or ever be investigated if the arguments against this investigation prevail? You do not suppose that the men who bribe or the men who are bribed will volunteer to furnish evidence against themselves. You do not expect that impartial and unimpeachable witnesses will be present at the transaction? Ordinarily, of course, if a claim like this be brought to the attention of the Senate from a respectable quarter, that a title to a seat here was obtained by corrupt means, the senator concerned will hasten to demand an investigation. But that is wholly within his own discretion, and does not affect the due mode of procedure by the Senate. From the nature of this case, the process of the Senate must compel the persons who conducted the canvass, and the persons who made the election, to appear and disclose what they know, and until that process issue you must act upon such information only as is enough to cause inquiry in the ordinary affairs of life. The question now is not whether the case is proved, it is only whether it shall be inquired into. That has never yet been done. It cannot be done until the Senate issues its process. No unwilling witness has ever yet been compelled to testify. No process has gone out which could cross state lines. The Senate is now to determine, as the law of the present case and as the precedent for all future cases, as to the great crime of bribery, a crime which poisons the waters of republican liberty in the fountain, that the circumstances which here appear are not enough to demand its attention. For 3 oppressive July days the Senate gave almost all of its time to a bitter debate on the report. The name of the Standard was freely used. The Senate of the United States, said Senator Fry, when the question comes before it, as this has been presented, whether or not the great Standard Oil Company, the greatest monopoly to day in the United States of America, a power which makes itself felt in every inch of territory in this whole republic, a power which controls business, railroads, men and things, shall also control here. Whether that great body has put its hands upon a legislative body and undertaken to control, has controlled, and has elected a member of the United States Senate, that Senate, I say, cannot afford to sit silent, and let not its voice be heard in an inquiry as to the truth of the allegation. The majority report was adopted, however, by a vote of 44 to 17. The most unfortunate fact in the history of the Senate, said Senator Hoar. For the time the matter rested, but only for the time. The failure to investigate rather intensified the convictions that Payne's seat was bought by the Standard Oil Company. In 1887 Mr. Payne voted against the Interstate Commerce Bill. That is why he was put in the Senate, people said bitterly. The feeling became still more intense in 1888. The question of trusts was before Congress. The Republicans had come out with an antitrust plank in their platform. The Democrats, in response to Mr. Cleveland's message, were declaring the tariff the greatest trust builder in existence, and calling on their opponents for reform there if they were sincere in their antitrust attitude. In this agitation the Standard Oil Company undoubtedly exerted its influence against all trust investigation and legislation. The charge became general that they were helping the Democrats. This is why they wanted a Democratic Senate. In September, 1888, when a phase of the question was before the Senate, Mr. Hoar, with his genius for asking far-reaching questions, said one day, "Is there a Standard Oil Trust in this country or not? If there be such a trust, is it represented in the Cabinet at this moment? Is it represented in the Senate? Is it represented in the councils of any important political party in the country?" It was the first time that Mr. Payne had been sufficiently aroused to reply. "There is nothing whatever to sustain the insinuation which the honourable Senator conveys. I make the declaration now for the first time, and it will be the last time I shall ever take notice of it. The Standard Oil Company is a very remarkable and wonderful institution. It has accomplished within the last 20 years of commercial enterprise what no other company or association of modern times has accomplished. But, Mr. President, I have never had a dollar's interest in that company. I never owned a dollar of its stock. I never rendered it any service, and that company never rendered me any service. On the contrary, when a candidate for the other House in 1871, no institution, no association, no combination in my district did more to bring about my defeat, and went to so large an expense in money to accomplish it, as the Standard Oil Company. As a matter of fact, 9/10 of the stockholders of the Standard Oil Company are now and always have been Republicans. Within my knowledge there are but 2 Democrats who have ever been stockholders in that company." Farther on, Mr. Payne interpolated this irrelevant remark: "Not only are the majority Republicans, but they are very liberal in their philanthropic contributions to charities and benevolent works, and I venture the assertion that 2 gentlemen in that company have donated more money for philanthropic and for benevolent purposes than all the Republican members of the Senate put together." Mr. Payne's denial was not sufficient to silence Senator Hoar. He returned to the attack. It was a general public belief, he declared, that the Standard Oil Company was represented in the Cabinet and Senate. He called attention to the newspaper's charge to that effect, and declared that he had received many personal letters charging that the Standard was helping the Democrats. He asked for information when he asked his question. He made no charges. Mr. Whitney was the member of Mr. Cleveland's Cabinet to whom Senator Hoar referred, and he promptly, in a public letter, disclaimed all connection with the Standard Oil Company. Mr. Hoar said he cheerfully accepted the denial. As for Mr. Payne, he was not satisfied, and when Mr. Payne in heat replied to him, Senator Hoar closed his lips forever in a burst of biting sarcasm. A senator who, when the governor of his state, when both branches of the legislature of his state complained to us that a seat in the United States Senate had been bought, when the other senator from the state rose and told us that that was the belief of a very large majority of the people of Ohio without distinction of party, failed to rise in his place and ask for the investigation which would have put an end to those charges if they had been unfounded, sheltering himself behind the technicalities which were found by some gentlemen on both sides of this chamber, that the investigation ought not be made, but who could have had it by the slightest request of his own part, and then remain dumb, I think should forever after hold his peace. I think few men ever sat in the Senate who would refrain from demanding an investigation under such circumstances, even if it were not required by the Senate itself. There were senators who thought that the admission of that senator, the continuance of that senator in his seat without investigation, indicated the low water mark of the Senate of the United States itself. And there the Payne case rested. It was never proved that the Standard Oil had contributed a cent to his election. It was never proved that his seat was bought, but the fact that, in the face of such serious charges, rehearsed constantly for 4 years, neither Mr. Payne nor the Standard Oil Company had done aught but keep quiet, convinced a large part of the country that the suspicion under which they rested was less damaging than the truth would be. In the minds of great numbers this silence was a confession of guilt. The Payne case certainly aggravated greatly the popular feeling that the Standard Oil Company was using the legislative bodies of the country in its own interest. This feeling was intensified in 1887 by a terrific battle between the oil producers and Standard forces in the legislature of the state of Pennsylvania. Since the compromise of 1880, the body of the oil producers had been taking no concerted action against the Standard. But their inaction was not due to reconciliation to Standard domination. As a matter of fact, they were almost as bitter in 1886 as they had been in 1878, when they formed the union which for 2 years fought so good a fight. The specific complaint of the oil producers at this time was that they were being robbed by the National Transit Company, the big Standard pipe line consolidation which had secured by the series of maneuvers already outlined the monopoly of handling and transporting crude oil. If the oil producers had been making money at this time, it is quite possible that they would have paid little attention to the profits of the National Transit Company. The service they got was about as perfect as any human machine could render, and they would probably have recognized this and been willing to pay high if they too had been prosperous. But the condition of the oil producers in these days was in glaring contrast to that of Mr. Rockefeller. They had piled up oil until there was in 1886 over 33,000,000 barrels on hand. Naturally, this had driven prices down. The average price for the last years had been under $1 a barrel. In 1886 it fell to 71 3/8, and everyone said it must go lower. Embittered and discouraged, the producers fell to comparing what they were getting out of the business with what Mr. Rockefeller was getting. It was not a consoling showing. The Standard Oil Trust had from its organization in 1882 paid dividends on its $70,000,000 capital. In spite of the extraordinary outlay for tank building and Seaboard pipe lines made from 1881 to 1884, $30,000,000 it is computed to have been, the trust paid 10.5% in 1885, 10% in 1886, and Standard Oil stock stood near 200. In contrast, the oil producer in 1886 is estimated to have lost about 6% on his expenditures, and oil property depreciated 1/3 in value. Something was wrong. They could not charge the Standard with the price of oil. As long as over 33,000,000 barrels in stock lay on the market, it could not rise. But they could and did complain of what it cost them to handle this oil, of storage and carrying charges, of the deductions for shrinkage and for loss by fire. If the Standard had not forced out every competing line, there would have been sufficient competition to have lowered these items, which at the present prices soon ate up the value of the oil. And they fell to rehearsing the raids by which the various transporting companies which had fought themselves into independent positions had been forced into combination, their chief grievances being naturally the affair of the Tidewater. In this state of mind, and incited by the Buffalo, the Payne, and the Rice cases, it was natural enough that when suddenly, at the opening of 1887, a bill evidently intended to strike a blow at the Standard was introduced into the legislature of Pennsylvania, the oil producers rushed pell-mell to support it. The opening sentence was enough for them. It was an act to punish corporations. This was what they had always sought, some way to punish Mr. Rockefeller for what they believed to be a conspiracy against their interests. The way in which the Billingsley Bill, as it was called from the name of its father, proposed to punish the Standard was to make it a criminal offence to charge in excess of certain rates it fixed, 10 cents a barrel for gathering and delivering oil to storing points (the current rate was 20 cents), 1/60th of 1% per barrel a day for storage, with no storage charge for the first 30 days. 1/2 of 1% was the current rate, 1/2 of 1% shrinkage instead of 3%. Besides, the bill required the Standard to go to any well on application of the owner, it made the company liable for damage, and it required it to deliver oil of like kind and quality as that received. The enthusiasm with which the bill was greeted was cooled a little by the announcement that, as it stood, it was unconstitutional, acts to punish being forbidden by the Constitution of the state, as well as by an immediate realization that the prices fixed for service were in nearly every case less than cost. The bill was immediately amended. When it came back, it was at once apparent that, in spite of this preliminary hitch, A tremendous fight to carry it was being organized by the oil men. Then determination to push it grew in proportion to the Standard opposition. The Standard, indeed, realized immediately that unless a hard fight was made the bill would go through by popular clamor, and they turned their big lawyer, Mr. Dodd, against it, set their newspapers, the Oil City Derrick, Titusville Herald, and Bradford Era, all of them by this time subsidized organs, to argue against it, and sent Mr. Scheide, one of the ablest of their pipe line managers, to present their side at Harrisburg. They also secured the services of a well-known young Republican member of the Legislature, Wallace Delamater of Crawford County, one of the counties in the Oil Regions, to organize an opposition to the bill in the Legislature. In February a hearing was given the bill, Mr. Dodd presenting the Standard side. It is rare that so able a lawyer has to fight so weak a measure, and Mr. Dodd riddled it easily. As a matter of fact, the Billingsley Bill was as bad as it could be. It was characterized by all sorts of constitutional, legal, and practical difficulties. The pipeline business was an interstate business, and this bill attempted to regulate it, which evidently it could not do. It could, of course, regulate Pennsylvania oil, but by so doing it created two classes of oil in the lines, a situation which would have been confusing and undesirable. It was evidently intended that the prices it fixed should apply to the 30 million barrels of stocks on hand, but these were held under contract and could not be touched. There were many other objections to the bill. Even Judge Heydrich, the able lawyer whom the oil men had engaged to defend it, was obliged to apologize for it at every point, and its most valiant supporter, Senator Lewis Emery, Jr., said frankly that the framer of the bill knew too little of the oil men's needs to be able to make a bill, and that this would have to be thoroughly revised. In spite of all the reasonable, indeed overwhelming objections to the Billingsley Bill, the oil men clung to it. Mass meetings were held nightly from one end of the region to the other. Petitions floated the Legislature. A big delegation was kept constantly in Harrisburg lobbying for it. The support was intemperate, bitter, unreasonable. In March it was intensified by the knowledge that a self-constituted committee of leading oil men were in New York treating with the Standard in regard to certain of the abuses the bill aimed to cure. These men felt that the Standard was unjust in its dealings with the oil men, excessive in its charges, and arbitrary in its service, but they felt that the confusion the Billingsley Bill would bring into the business more than offset the grievances it righted, and they had gone to Mr. Rockefeller to see if matters could not be compromised. Now nothing could have more effectually added to the warlike spirit abroad in the Oil Regions at that moment than the suggestion of a compromise. Their cause was being sold. It was compounding with felony, and when, after a 3 days' sitting in New York, the committee came home with an agreement from the National Transit Company, making certain concessions, as 2% instead of 3% for shrinkage, 25 cents a day per 1,000 barrels instead of 40 for storage, and with a promise that certain other points should be settled by joint committees, two of the leading members were hung in effigy in Titusville. In April the final vote on the Billingsley Bill came. Harrisburg was alive with oil men determined that the bill should go through. The Standard was present, and if it had less of a claque, it had more of the sinews of war. Indeed, it was charged later by Senator Lewis Emery that the leader of the Standard forces in the Senate received $65,000 for his services, a charge which, so far as the writer knows, has never been either proved nor disproved. The bill came to a vote after a passionate wrangle. It was defeated 18 to 25. A storm of violent protest from the oil men's representatives followed the defeat, and the lobbies, the hotels, and even the streets of Harrisburg were scenes in the next hours of bitter quarrels and excited gatherings. When finally the oil men withdrew from the town, it was with the understanding that they were to meet 2 weeks later in Oil City to organize a new protective association. The protests and resolutions passed at their final gatherings foreshadowed no intention of reviving the Billingsley Bill. Indeed, the bill itself had received scant attention from them in the violent campaign over its passage which they had carried on for 3 months. All their passion had been expended on the Standard. This was a question of whether the Standard Oil Company ruled the Legislature of Pennsylvania or whether the people ruled it. So declared the oil men. And when their bill was defeated, they charged it was by bribery, and henceforth quoted the defeat of the Billingsley Bill, along with the Payne case, as proof of the corrupt power of the Standard Oil Company in politics. Their outbreak, for it was nothing else, was the culmination of their indignation and resentment at 15 years of unfair play on the part of the Standard Oil Company, of resentment at the South Improvement Company, at forced combination of refineries and pipelines, at railroad rebates and drawbacks, at the immediate shipment outrages, at the Tidewater defeat. It was revolt against the incessant pressure of Mr. Rockefeller's pitiless steel grip. It was bitterness at the idea that it was he who was reaping all the profit of a business in which they were taking the chief risks, and if things went on as they were, that it was he who always would. Out of their burst of passion was to grow a solid, determined effort, but for the moment they were defeated, and the defeat, which really was merited, was another added to their series of just and unjust complaints against Mr. Rockefeller. All of these bitter and spectacular struggles aroused intense public interest. The debate on the Interstate Commerce Bill was contemporaneous with them. The bill was passed in 1887, and had its effect. The feeling grew all over the country that whatever the merits of these specific cases, there was danger in the mysterious organization by which such immense fortunes and such excessive power could be built up on one side of an industry, while another side steadily lost money and power. A new trial was coming to Mr. Rockefeller, one much more serious than any trial for overt acts, for the very nature of his great creation was to be in question. It was a hard trial, for all John D. Rockefeller asked of the world by the year 1887 was to be let alone. He had completed one of the most perfect business organizations the world has ever seen, an organization which handled practically all of a great natural product. His factories were the most perfect and were managed with the strictest economy. He owned outright the pipelines which transported the crude oil. His knowledge of the consuming power of the world was accurate, and he kept his output strictly within its limit. At the same time, the great marketing machinery he had put in operation carried on an aggressive campaign for new markets. In China, Africa, South America, as well as in remote parts of Europe and the United States, Standard agents carried refined oil. The Standard Oil had been organized to do business, and if ever a company did business, it was this one. From Mr. Rockefeller himself, sitting all day in his den, hidden from everybody but the remarkable body of directors and heads of departments which he had acquired as he wiped up one refinery and one pipeline after another, to the humblest clerk in the office of the most remote marketing agency, everybody worked. There was not a lazy bone in the organization, nor an incompetent hand, nor a stupid head. It was a machine where everybody was kept on his mettle by an extraordinary system of competition, where success met immediate recognition, where opportunity was wide as the world's craving for a good light to cheer its hours of darkness. The machine was pervaded and stimulated by the consciousness of its own power and prosperity. It was a great thing to belong to an organization which always got what it wanted, and which was making money as no business in the country had ever made it. What more, indeed, could Mr. Rockefeller ask than to be let alone? And why not let him alone? He had the ability to keep together the widespread interest he had acquired, not only to keep them together, but to unify and develop them. Why not let him alone? Many people, even in the oil regions, were inclined to do so. Some because they feared him. Rumor said Mr. Rockefeller was vindictive and never forgot opposition. Others because they were canny and foresaw that they might want his help one day. Still others because criticism of success is an ungracious business and arouses a suspicion that the critic may be envious or bitter. But there were a few people, as there always are, whom no cowardice, no self-interest, no fear of public opinion could keep quiet, and these people insistently urged that the Standard Oil Company was a menace to the commerce of the country. "We have been and are being wronged," they repeated. "We have a right to do an independent business. Interference to drive us out is conspiracy. Let Mr. Rockefeller succeed in the oil business, and he will attack other industries. He will have imitators. In 50 years a handful of men will own the country. Mr. Rockefeller handled his critics with a skill bordering on genius. He ignored them. To see them, to answer them, called attention to them. He was too busy to answer them. We do not talk much, we saw wood. This attitude of serene indifference is supremely wise. It belittles the critic, and it gives the outsider who watches the game a feeling that a serenity so high must come from an impregnable position. There is no question but many a mouth open to testify against the Standard Oil Company has been closed by Mr. Rockefeller's policy of silence. Only the few irreconcilables withstood his sphinx-like attitude, and yearly from the compromising of 1880 these warnings and accusations were louder and more fierce. Probably the greatest trial Mr. Rockefeller has ever had has come from the persistency with which the few malcontents kept him before the public. They interfered with two of his great principles: hide the profits and say nothing. It was they who had ruined the South Improvement Company. It was they who had indicted him for conspiracy and compelled him to compromise in 1880. It was they who now, after the splendid pipe line organization was completed and his market machinery was in order, kept up their agitation and their cursing. Their work began to tell. The feeling grew that the Standard Oil Company, or Trust, as it was by this time generally called, must be looked into. Even those who, dazzled by Mr. Rockefeller's achievement, were inclined to overlook its ethical side, and to refuse to consider to what aggregation of power and abuse it might lead, began to feel that it would be quite as well to have the matter thrashed out, to have it settled once and for all, whether the thing had been so bad in its making and was so dangerous in its tendencies as the oil shriekers pretended. In the House of Representatives, when the question of ordering an investigation of Trust by the Committee on Manufactures was up in 1887, the liveliest concern was shown as to whether the Standard Oil Company, the most important case of all, would escape. More than one member asked to be assured before consenting to the investigation that the Standard would be put on the rack. The same interest was shown in the Senate of New York State, where an investigation was ordered for February, 1888. It was certain indeed now that Mr. Rockefeller would not be allowed much longer to work in the dark. He was to be dragged into the open, much as he might deplore it, to explain what his trust really was, to prove to a suspicious and hostile public that he had a right to exist. This is the end of Chapter 13. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 14 of the History of Standard Oil, Volume 2, by Ida Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 14. The Breaking Up of the Trust. There was no characteristic of Mr. Rockefeller and his great corporation which from the beginning had been more exasperating to the oil world than the secrecy with which operations were conducted. The plan of the South Improvement Company had only been revealed to those who signed an agreement to keep secret all transactions they might have with it. The purchase in 1874 and 1875 by the Standard Oil Company of Lockhart, Frew and Company of Pittsburgh, of Warden, Frew and Company of Philadelphia, and of Charles Pratt and Company of New York, was so thoroughly concealed that Mr. Rockefeller, 5 years after it occurred, dared make an affidavit that it had never occurred. Men who entered into running arrangements with Mr. Rockefeller were cautioned not to tell their wives, and correspondence between them and the Standard Oil Company was carried on under assumed names. Whenever the subject of the relations between the various companies came up in a lawsuit or an investigation, a candid and straightforward answer was always avoided by both Mr. Rockefeller and the men known to be associated with him in some way. For instance, in 1879, when H. Rogers was before the Hepburn Committee, an effort was made to find out what relation the firm of Charles Pratt and Company, of which he was a member, sustained to the Standard Oil Company. Mr. Rogers' testimony was a masterpiece of good-natured evasion, and all that the examiners could get, though they returned again and again to the inquiry, was that Charles Pratt and Company worked in harmony with the Standard Oil Company. When ex-Governor Nash of Ohio was investigating the relations of the Cleveland and Marietta Railroad and the National Transit Company, try his best he could not find out anything definite. In his report Mr. Nash said, "I have purposely referred to the parties who entered into this arrangement with Receiver Pease and his freight agent, J. E. Terry, as the parties represented by O'Day and Scheide, for the reason that I have not been able to ascertain who or what the parties are. That they were officers of the National Transit Company he had evidence, but what relation had the National Transit Company to the Standard Oil Company? Was it a part of it? Mr. Nash was unable to find from Mr. O'Day, closely as he might question him. In the Buffalo case, when John D. Rockefeller was on the stand, he was put through a questioning in regard to the relations of the persons concerned in the suit to the Standard Oil Trust, whose existence he admitted. Mr. Rockefeller answered all the questions his lawyers would allow, but at the end the plaintiffs had gained little or nothing, and there was a strong impression, from the attitude of his lawyers rather than from that of Mr. Rockefeller, that an effort was making to conceal the nature of the agreement or charter, or whatever it was under which the companies involved were working. Naturally enough, this attitude inspired resentment and aggravated the feeling that this secrecy meant evil doing. When the epidemic of trust investigation broke out in 1888, and the Standard Oil Trust was brought up for examination, there was a general public demand to have the matter cleared up. The first investigation of importance took place in February, 1888, in New York City, and by the direction of the Senate of New York State. A list of more than a score of trusts was in the hands of the committee, and, with the limited time at their disposal, it was certain that they could not look into more than half a dozen. There seems to have been no hesitation about including the Standard Oil Trust. "This is the original trust," wrote the committee. "Its success has been the incentive to the formation of all other trusts or combinations. It is the type of a system which has spread like a disease through the commercial system of this country." There were several things the committee wanted to know about the Standard Oil Trust, and its president was summoned for examination. 1. What was it? Was it an organization recognized by any law of the land? Long ago men had decided that partnerships, corporations, companies in which men united to do business, must be regulated by law and subjected to a certain amount of publicity if the public good was to be protected. Was the Standard Oil Trust within or without the law? 2. By testimony of its own members, in other years the Standard Combination controlled from 80 to 90% of the oil business of the country. Was this supremacy due in any measure to special privileges, such as discrimination in railroad rates? 3. Was its power used to manipulate production and prices, and to prevent men outside entering the oil business? It was to learn these things that the commission summoned Mr. Rockefeller. Flanked by Joseph H. Choate, present ambassador to the court of King Edward and the most eminent lawyer of the day, and S. C. T. Dodd, a no less able if a less well known lawyer, Mr. Rockefeller submitted himself to his questioners. In no case where he has appeared on the stand can his skill as a witness be studied to better advantage. With a wealth of polite phrases, "You are very good," "I beg with all respect," Mr. Rockefeller bowed himself to the will of the committee. With an air of eager frankness, he told them nothing he did not wish them to know. The committee had a desire to begin at the beginning. It evidently had heard that a short-lived organization, called the South Improvement Company, had given Mr. Rockefeller his whip hand in the oil business as far back as 1872, enabling him in 3 months' time to raise his daily capacity as a refiner from 1,500 to 10,000 barrels. And so they asked Mr. Rockefeller: Question. There was such a company? Answer. I have heard of such a company. Question. Were you not in it? Answer. I was not. It is a perfectly well known fact that Mr. Rockefeller owned 180 shares in the South Improvement Company, of which he was a director. that when a public uprising caused the destruction of the company, he was one of the two men who tried to save it. Also that the Standard Oil Company of Ohio was the only concern which profited by the short-lived conspiracy. Another staggering bit of testimony concerned railroad rates. Asked if there had been any arrangements by which the trust or the companies controlled by it got transportation at any cheaper rates than was allowed to the general public, Mr. Rockefeller answered, "No, sir." As a matter of fact, the three great oil carrying systems of the country, the Central, Erie and Pennsylvania, had all of them for much of the period between 1872 and 1888 granted to Mr. Rockefeller rebates calculated to keep freight rates down for the Standard Oil Company and up for its competitors. Contracts and agreements to this effect are easily accessible to anyone caring to investigate the quality of Mr. Rockefeller's "no." "No," said Mr. Rockefeller, "we have had no better rates than our neighbours." And then, with that lack of the sense of humour which, ethical qualities aside, is his chief limitation, he hastened to add, "But, if I may be allowed, we have found repeated instances where other parties had secured lower rates than we had." Later in the day the committee, which seems to have known something of Mr. Rockefeller's former contracts with the railroads, returned to the subject, and the following colloquy, worthy of the study of all witnesses interested in how not to tell what you know, took place. Question: Has some company or companies embraced within this trust enjoyed from railroads more favorable freight rates than those rates accorded to refineries not in the trust? Answer: I do not recall anything of that kind. Question: You have heard of such things? Answer: I have heard much in the papers about it. Question: Was there not such an allegation as that in the litigation or controversy recently disposed of by the Interstate Commission, Mr. Rice's suit? Was there not a charge in Mr. Rice's petition that companies embraced within your trust enjoyed from railroad companies more favourable freight rates? Answer: I think Mr. Rice made such a claim, yes, sir. Question: Did not the commission find that claim true? Answer: I think the return of the commission is a matter of record. I could not give it. Question: You don't know it? You haven't seen that they did so find? Answer: It is a matter of record. Question: Have you read that the Interstate Commerce Commission did find that charge to be true? Answer: No, sir, I don't think I could say that. I read that they made a decision, but I am really unable to say what that decision was. Question: You did not feel interested enough in the litigation to see what the decision was? Answer: I felt an interest in the litigation. I don't mean to say that I did not feel an interest in it. Question: Do you mean to say that you don't know what the decision was? That you did not read to see what the decision was? Answer: I don't say that. I know that the Interstate Commerce Commission had made a decision, that the decision is quite a comprehensive one, but it is questionable whether it could be said that that decision in all its features results as I understand you to claim. Question: You don't so understand it. Will you say, as a matter of fact, that none of the companies embraced within this trust have enjoyed more favorable freight rates than the companies outside of your trust? Will you say, as a matter of fact, that it is not so? Answer: I stated in my testimony this morning that I had note of instances where companies altogether outside of their trust had enjoyed more favorable freights than companies in this trust, and I am not able to state that there may not have been arrangements for freight on the part of the companies within this trust as favorable as, or more favorable than, other freight arrangements. But, in reply to that, nothing peculiar in respect to the companies in this association. I suppose they make the best freight arrangements they can. The committee had a vague idea that refineries outside of the Standard Combination had had a hard time to live, and asked if the trust had sought in any way to make the operations of outsiders so unprofitable that they would either have to come in or go out of the business. They have not, no, sir, they have not, replied Mr. Rockefeller. And they have lived on good terms with their competitors? They have, and have to day very pleasant relations with those gentlemen. It would have been interesting to have heard the comments of a number of gentlemen trying to carry on an independent business in 1888 on that answer. of the refiners in Oil City and Titusville, at that time preparing to carry their troubles to the Interstate Commerce Commission, of George Rice and others at Marietta, Ohio, of H. H. Campbell of the Bear Creek Refining Company at Pittsburgh, of Schofield, Schirmer and Teagle at Cleveland. If all of Mr. Rockefeller's testimony had been of the nature of the above, the investigation would have been worth little to the people who demanded it. But when it came to the questions which, after all, it was most essential to have answered at that moment, Mr. Rockefeller, after some skirmishing, gave the committee as frank testimony as is on record from him. The information wanted was in regard to the organization of the Standard Oil Trust. As pointed out in a previous chapter, there had been some kind of an agreement adopted in 1882, binding together the varied interests which controlled the oil business. But what it was, where it was kept, by what authority it lived, nobody knew. For 6 years it had succeeded in hiding itself. What was the understanding which had made a trust of a company? The committee asked to know. Mr. Rockefeller and his counsel were the soul of amiability under the demand. They had only one request, and Mr. Choate made it persuasively. "If the committee please," he said, "I do not arise to make an objection to a request of the committee. We think that it is very proper that the committee should be made acquainted with this document and everything pertaining to it in order to advise them as to the nature and operation of this trust. At the same time, there are private interests and controversies involved which might be seriously prejudiced by a public exposition of its details, and therefore in producing it, we, without asking the committee to make any promise or to commit themselves at all, request that while they make whatever use of it they please, it shall not be in all details made a matter of public record or exhibition, unless in their final judgment, after consideration of the matter, they shall consider it necessary. There are very important private interests involved that ought not, under the guise of a public investigation, to be interfered with." The committee examined the document and concluded to include it in its report. Like all great things, it was simplicity itself. An agreement which anybody could understand, by which some 50 persons holding controlling interest in corporations, joint stock associations, and partnerships of different states, placed all their stock in the hands of 9 trustees, receiving in return trust certificates. These 9 trustees themselves owned a majority of the stock, and had complete control of all the property. Mr. Rockefeller, when questioned, stated that one of the trustees was a responsible officer in almost every refinery or organization in the trust; that the trustees, as a body, knew by reports and correspondence, and by frequent consultation in New York with active promoters of each concern, just how the business was going on. "We all know how the business goes," said Mr. Rockefeller. "We get reports once in 30 days showing what it has cost for everything." The trustees evidently ran the entire great combination under the agreement. But consider the anomaly of the situation. 39 corporations, each of them having a legal existence, obliged by the laws of the state creating it to limit its operations to certain lines and to make certain reports, had turned over their affairs to an organization having no legal existence, independent of all authority, able to do anything it wanted, anywhere, and to this point working in absolute darkness. Under their agreement, which was unrecognized by the state, a few men had united to do things which no incorporated company could do. It was a situation as puzzling as it was new. The committee, in reporting on what it discovered, did nothing to solve the puzzle. It simply sounded a warning. The actual value of property in the trust control at the present time is not less than $148 millions, according to the testimony of the trust president before your committee. This sum in the hands of 9 men, energetic, intelligent and aggressive, and the trustees themselves, as has been said, own a majority of the stock of the trust, which absolutely controls the $148 millions, is one of the most active and possibly the most formidable moneyed power on this continent. Its influence reaches into every state and is felt in remote villages, and the products of its refineries seek a market in almost every seaport on the globe. When it is remembered that all this vast wealth is the growth of about 20 years, that this property has more than doubled in value in 6 years, and that with this increase the trust has made aggregate dividends during that period of over $50 millions, the people may well look with apprehension at such rapid development and centralization of wealth wholly independent of legal control, and anxiously seek out means to modify, if not to prevent, the natural consequence of the device producing it, a device of late invention, namely, the aggregation of great corporations into partnerships with unbounded resources and a field of operations quite as extended as its resources. So much for the nature of the Standard Oil Trust. The committee regret that they are not able to make a more complete and satisfactory report as to the method of its operations and its effect upon public interest. The brevity of the time within the investigation was required to be made rendered it impossible for your committee to do more than examine the persons most prominent in the management of its affairs. Its cause was thus presented to the most favorable light possible, and it is only fair to conclude that nothing was left unsaid by them that could be said in its favor. No witness came forward to accuse it of the great offenses commonly laid to its charge. No proofs were made of its rapacity or of the greed with which it lays hold of every competitive industry, except such as might be drawn from the fact that it is the almost sole occupant of the field of oil operations from which it has driven nearly every competitor. No witness appeared to prove its power over railroad and transportation companies, and to wring from already impoverished lines better terms than other shippers, except such as might be drawn from the admission of its officers, made with hesitation, that this wealth and the amount of its business enabled it to obtain better terms than its poorer competitors. The New York Senate made its investigation of trusts in February, 1888. In March the Committee on Manufactures of the House of Representatives began a similar inquiry. This committee, like the earlier one, made the Standard its principal subject. Fully 1,000 pages of a report of 1,500 pages are devoted to Mr. Rockefeller's creation, 5 times the space given to the Sugar Trust, 10 times that given to the Whiskey Trust. The testimony was wide in range. Indeed, from the volume alone, a pretty complete history of the Standard Oil Company up to 1888 could be written. Here are found the South Improvement Company charter and contracts in full. Here is Mr. Cassatt's testimony, taken in the case of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus the Pennsylvania Railroad, showing the character of the rebates the Standard Combination was able to secure from the railroads at that time. Here is a partial history of the growth of the Standard pipe lines. Many personal histories of refiners driven out of business by the conditions brought about by railroad discrimination, full accounts of the war of the producing element on the Standard, all of the testimony in the Buffalo case, where 2 refiners were found guilty of conspiring to ruin an independent refining concern, the reports of the Interstate Commerce Commission in the cases of George Rice, and much interesting explanation of various matters by leading Standard Oil officials appear in the report. Mr. Rockefeller was on the stand, and one item of his testimony affords a curious comparison. On the 28th of February, when before the New York Senate Committee, Mr. Rockefeller was asked if he was not a member of the South Improvement Company. "I was not," he replied. On the 30th of April following, when before the House Committee, the following colloquy took place. Question: I want the names particularly of gentlemen who either now or in the past have been interested with you gentlemen who were in the South Improvement Company. Answer: I think they were O. T. Waring, W. P. Logan, John Logan, W. G. Warden, O. H. Payne, H. M. Flagler, William Rockefeller, J. A. Bostwick, and myself. It was in this investigation that Henry M. Flagler gave explanations of various operations of the Standard, which have been quoted in the course of this narrative, notably explanations of the South Improvement Company, of the 10-cent rebate secured from all railroads in 1875, of the purchase of the Empire Transportation Company, of the rebate of other people's shipments enjoyed in 1878 by the American Transfer Company. Some of Mr. Flagler's testimony in this investigation compares as curiously with affidavits of his made in 1880 as does that of his great chief. For instance, in 1880 Mr. Flagler swore that the Standard Oil Company owns and operates its refineries at Cleveland, Ohio, and also a refinery at Bayonne in the state of New Jersey; that at no other place in the United States does the said Standard Oil Company own, operate, or control any refinery or refineries. But in this investigation the following colloquy took place. Question: When did the Standard Company of Ohio first enter into an alliance with other refineries? Answer: If you mean by an alliance, Mr. Gowen, I should say never. Question: I am only endeavouring to aid your friends in getting at what they want. Here I notice they propose to prove by you, I will give it in this way, that on account of the disastrous condition of the refining business, the Standard on October 15, 1874, entered into an alliance with a number of Pittsburgh refineries. Answer: That is more correctly stated by saying that the Standard Oil Company purchased the refineries owned by the parties in Pittsburgh. Question: Who were they? Answer: Lockhart, Frew and Company, I think, was the company. Wait a moment. It was the Standard Oil Company of Pittsburgh, it being a corporation, and Ward and Frew and Company of Philadelphia, and, I should say, Charles Pratt and Company of New York. Question: Any others? Answer: That is all. Question: All those gentlemen, Ward and Frew and Company, and the Standard Oil Company of Pittsburgh, Charles Pratt and Company of New York, are now associated with you as parties interested in the present oil trust? Answer: They are stockholders. The property formerly owned by them was at that time purchased by the Standard Oil Company. Question: When you speak of purchasing their interest, you do not exclude them from their interest? They united with you and remained as your associates in the business? Answer: If it was not from the fact that ours was a corporation, we might call it a co-partnership. Question: They becoming interested in yours and you in theirs? Answer: Yes, sir. Question: And you simply used your name to represent the joint ownership, as it was a corporation? Answer: Yes, sir. Full as the testimony on the Standard Oil Trust gathered by the Federal Committee of 1888 is, its report touched but one point, and that was its organization. To the committee it seemed that the agreement under which the trust operated was such as to make it exempt from the antitrust legislation which was then contemplated by Congress. The legislation proposed was directed against combinations to fix the price or regulate the production of merchandise or commerce. Now a mass of testimony had been presented showing that from the starting point of the Standard's history with the South Improvement Company, its aim had been to regulate the output of refined oil so as to fix the price. But this testimony, the committee saw clearly enough, did not apply to the trust which it was investigating. For, so swore the trustees, they had nothing to do with the business operations of the separate concerns. They simply held the stock of the various corporations, exercised their right as stockholders, received and distributed the dividends. Each company did its own business in its own way. The trustees were not responsible for it. There was something humorous to those familiar with the oil world in the idea of John D. Rockefeller, William Rockefeller, J. D. Archbold, Henry H. Rogers, Charles Pratt, H. M. Flagler, Benjamin Brewster, W. H. Tilford, and O. B. Jennings having nothing to do as trustees of the Standard Oil Trust, but to receive and divide dividends, engrossing and interesting a task as that undoubtedly was. But, as a matter of fact, nothing else could be settled on them by anything in the testimony. For instance, in 1887 there was an alliance formed between the Oil Producers' Protective Association and the Standard for limiting the production of crude oil, a movement of which we shall hear more later. This certainly was in restraint of trade, but on examination the committee found the contract had been signed by the Standard Oil Company of New York. The trustees had nothing to do with it. Taking up point by point, the conditions of which the oil producers complained, not one of them could be fixed on the trust. It had made no agreements, signed no contracts, kept no books. It had no legal existence. It was a force powerful as gravitation and as intangible. You could argue its existence from its effects, but you could never prove it. You could no more grasp it than you could an eel. Certainly the Committee on Manufactures was justified in confining its report to pointing out the fact that the Standard Oil Trust agreement was a shrewd and slippery device for evading responsibility. And there the investigations of 1888 ended. There had been much noise over them, and for what good? So asked the discontented oil public. It simply had secured the form of an agreement which could no more be touched by legislation than human greed. It was characteristic that the oil public, intent on immediate remedies, should be discouraged. If they had applied to their cause the same patience and foresight Mr. Rockefeller did to his, they would have realized that, as a matter of fact, a respectable first step had been taken toward their real goal, a goal which has not by any means been reached, that is, a legal form of organization for corporations doing interstate business which would enable the public to know promptly if they were securing special privileges or were restricting trade. This first step was in securing the famous trust agreement. That was now in the hands of people given to thinking about things, and something came of it, even more quickly than the philosophical observer of public events might expect. And in this wise. In 1887 there was elected to the Attorney Generalship of Ohio a lawyer, something under 40 years of age, named David K. Watson. 2 years later Mr. Watson was a candidate for re-election. One day, while busy with his campaign, he came out of his office in the State House on the public square in Columbus, and, crossing the street, stopped, as he often did, at a bookshop to look over new publications. He happened there on a small yellow leatherette volume entitled Trusts. It was written by William W. Cook of the New York bar, and cost 50 cents. Mr. Watson bought the book and spent the evening reading it. At the end he found the Standard Oil Trust agreement. It was the first time he had ever seen it. He read it carefully and saw at once that, if it was a bona fide agreement, the Standard Oil Company of Ohio was and had been for 7 years violating the laws of the state of Ohio by taking the affairs of the company from the directors and placing them in the hands of trustees, nearly all of whom were non-residents of the state. Mr. Watson knew on the instant that, if this were a bona fide agreement, and he were re-elected Attorney General of Ohio, it would be his duty to bring an action against the Standard Oil Company of the state. He laid the little book away until he knew the result of the election. A few weeks later Mr. Watson was re-elected Attorney General. He at once began a search into the authenticity of the documents in Mr. Cook's little volume. He sent for the reports of the investigations by the committees of the New York Senate and of Congress. He read the testimony word for word. But he still doubted the correctness of the document. Fearing that, even if it were in the main correct, there might be some loophole by which the Standard Oil Company could escape. Now, in reading the report of the House investigations, Mr. Watson had been particularly impressed with the clearness and directness of the questions put by one of the members of the investigating committee, Mr. Buchanan of New Jersey. He accordingly went to Washington, inquired from a friend if Mr. Buchanan could be relied upon, and, receiving the assurance of his high character, sought an interview with him. Was the Standard Trust agreement as published in the committee's report bona fide? Was the inquiry. Yes, said Mr. Buchanan. But why do you ask? Because if it is, replied Mr. Watson, I believe the Standard Oil Company of Ohio has violated the laws of the state, and on my return to Columbus I shall file an action in quo warranto against it in the Supreme Court of the state. You would not dare do that, would you? Exclaimed Mr. Buchanan. I was young then, Mr. Watson told the writer in describing this interview, and I supposed it was expected of a public officer to perform his duty. So I explained to Mr. Buchanan that there was a statute in Ohio which required an attorney general to bring suit against any corporation which he had reason to believe was violating the laws of the state, that I had no personal feeling against the Standard Oil Company, but I meant to enforce the law against it as I would against any other company which I believed to be violating the law." "I admire your courage," said Mr. Buchanan, "but I would not do it." On May 8, 1890, Mr. Watson filed his petition in the Supreme Court of Ohio. The petition averred that, in violation of the law of Ohio, the Standard Oil Company had entered into an agreement by which it had transferred 34,993 shares out of 35,000 to the trustees of the Standard Oil Trust, most of whom were non-residents of the state; that it was these trustees who chose the board of directors of the Standard Oil Company of Ohio and directed its policy, and prayed that, on account of this violation of law, the company should be adjudged to have forfeited and surrendered its corporate rights, privileges, powers, and franchises, and that it be ousted and excluded therefrom, and that it be dissolved. The petition came on the trust like a thunderbolt. There had already been more or less erratic and ill-advised antitrust legislation in various states, but it had been framed in ignorance of the actual organisation of the trust, and carried out with a crude notion that the trust, in spite of the fact that it was already thoroughly entrenched in the business life of the country, could be destroyed by a hostile act of a legislature. Mr. Watson's suit was something very different. It was an application of recognised laws to admitted facts. It brought the Standard Oil Company face to face with several legal propositions it did not like to meet. After a long delay, an answer was filed by the Standard. To Mr. Watson's joy, the one thing he feared, the denial of the correctness of the agreement, made no part of this answer. It admitted the agreement, but it denied that the Standard Oil Company of Ohio was a party to it. The agreement was signed by the individual stockholders of the Standard Oil Company, not by the company in its corporate capacity. The Standard Oil Company of Ohio had nothing to do with the Standard Oil Trust. True, certain of its stockholders had turned over their stock to the 9 trustees, but the company did its business as before, discharging all its duties as its charter required. This was the essential point of the defendant's answer. This, and the claim that if the court should hold that the action of the stockholders in becoming parties to the agreement in their individual capacity was a corporate act of the Standard Oil Company, even then the charter should not be forfeited, since the law barred an act committed more than 5 years before a petition was filed. Anticipating that the trust would get together a strong array of counsel to defend its attacked member, Mr. Watson retained his personal and professional friend, J. W. Warrington, an eminent lawyer of Cincinnati, to assist him. They were opposed by Joseph H. Choate, S. C. T. Dodd, and Virgil P. Kline, of Cleveland. But, while the preparation for the argument of the case was going on, the courageous young attorney general was beset on all sides for an explanation. Why had he brought the suit? What was the influence which had controlled him? Men in power took him aside to question him, incapable, evidently, of believing that an attorney general could be produced in Ohio who would bring a suit solely because he believed it was his duty. Some suggested that some big interest hostile to the Standard was behind him. Others said the suit was suggested by Senator Sherman, then interested in his antitrust bill. Along with this speculation came the strong and subtle restraining pressure a great corporation is sure to exert when its ambitions are interfered with. From all sides came powerful persuasion that the suit be dropped. Mr. Watson has never made public the details of this influence in any documentary way, but the accounts he at the time gave different friends of it led to so much gossip in Ohio that in 1899 the Attorney General of the state, F. S. Monnett, made detailed charges of 6 deliberate attempts to bribe Mr. Watson to withdraw the suits. But one bit of documentary proof of the efforts to reach the Attorney General ever reached the public. That came out without his knowledge or consent, Mr. Watson claims, 7 years after the suit was brought. It is interesting enough as evidence of the character of the pressure Mr. Rockefeller can set in motion when he will. Among Mr. Rockefeller's Ohio friends was the late Marcus A. Hanna, who was even then a strong factor in the Republican party of the state. A few months after the suit was brought, he wrote Mr. Watson a letter of remonstrance. Many of Mr. Watson's friends saw this letter at the time and felt deep indignation over its contents. In 1897, when Mr. Hanna was a candidate for the United States Senate, an enterprising newspaper man of Ohio recalled that during 1890 it was common gossip in Ohio that Mr. Hanna had written the Attorney General a letter asking him to withdraw his suit against the Standard Oil Company. The correspondent sought Mr. Watson, who, so he avers, let him read the letter through, although he refused to allow him to copy it for publication. No one could read it and ever forget it, said the correspondent. But to reinforce himself, he sought persons who were associated with Mr. Watson at the time. Yes, they remembered the letter perfectly. Certain of them said that they could never forget some of its expressions. Between them, they pieced up the following portions of the letter, which they declared correct, and which the correspondent published in the New York World for August 11, 1897. I noticed some time ago that you had brought suit to take away the charter of the Standard Oil Company. I intended at that time to write you about it, but it slipped my memory. A few days ago, while in New York, I met a friend, John D. Rockefeller, and he called my attention to the fact that you had brought the suit, but did not ask me to influence you in any way. I have always considered you in the line of political promotion, said Hanna, and then went on to intimate that unless the suit against the Standard was withdrawn, Watson would be the object of vengeance by the corporation and its friends forever after. As if to clinch his threat and argument, Hanna wrote, "You have been in politics long enough to know that no man in public office owes the public anything." The letter concluded with a reference to the present Secretary of State, John Sherman. Hanna wrote, "I understand that Senator Sherman inspired and instigated this suit. If this is so, I will take occasion to talk to him sharply when I see him." The letter was written on the typewriter and letterheads of Hanna's business office in Cleveland. Having secured this much, the correspondents, thinking it possible Mr. Watson might have answered Mr. Hanna's letter, undertook a bit of original investigation. He sought the files of the Attorney General's official correspondence for 1890, and the following is what he found. This letter certainly is evidence enough of the sort of letter Mr. Hanna had written, even if the above restoration is not absolutely accurate. December 13, 1890. Honorable Mark Hanna, Cleveland, Ohio. My dear Sir, your communication of the 21st ultimately came to hand. The delay in answering it has been caused largely by my being ill for several days. I did not intend that bringing the action to which you refer in your letter should be an attack on my part on organized capital, for I am aware that great business transactions require the union and concentration of moneyed interest, and fully appreciate what has been done in that direction. Yet I cannot but feel that I am justified in bringing the suit against the Standard Oil Company, and believe that there are many things relating to the case which, if you understood, would cause you to entertain different views concerning it and my relation to it. Let me impress one thing on you with special particularity, and you may depend absolutely on its truthfulness. Senator Sherman never suggested or encouraged this suit, either directly or indirectly. This must be understood in its broadest sense. The report probably arose from the fact that the suit was brought shortly after the Senator made his great speech in support of his antitrust bill. You will hardly receive my statement with favor, I fear, but I am alone responsible for the action. No one encouraged me to bring it, or knew that it would be brought until I determined to do so, and it is unfair to other persons to charge them with suggesting it or encouraging it. With the highest appreciation of your personal friendship, I am, with great respect, truly yours, David K. Watson. The part which the terse phrase attributed to Mr. Hanna, "No man in public office owes the public anything," played in the senatorial campaign of 1897, is familiar to those who follow politics. It was kept standing for days in black-faced capitals at the head of the opposition newspapers in Ohio, and remained a potent weapon in the hands of Mr. Hanna's enemies to the time of his death. Whatever the pressure Mr. Watson encountered, it had no effect on his purpose. He quietly went ahead, presented his brief, and, when the time came, He and Mr. Warrington argued the case. The following proposition from the brief presented by Mr. Watson and Mr. Warrington show tersely the line of their argument. Where the manifest object of an agreement is to unite corporations, partnerships, and individuals into, or include them in a common enterprise, and control them through an agency unknown to the law of their creation, and all the officers, directors, and stockholders of such corporation sign the agreement, and in furtherance of its provisions transfer their stock to such agency, permit the corporate executive agencies to make such transfers on the corporate books, submit without objection to the domination of the agency to which the stock is so transferred in the selection of directors and officers, and in the management of the corporate affairs and business suffer the corporate earnings to go to such agency and be placed and mingled with the earnings of the other parties in the combination so created, and, after deductions for uses of the combination, be divided as part of such common earnings among the persons interested, in such case the corporations become and are, or at least will be treated by the courts as, parties to such agreement and actors in its performance, although their corporate names are withheld therefrom. Such proceedings constitute actual corporate conduct, if not formal corporate action, on the part of each corporation. An agreement is in violation of the law and void which in effect creates a partnership between corporations, or where its probable operation and effect, much more where its inevitable tendency, is to create a substantial monopoly, or is in restraint of trade or otherwise injurious to the public. Where a corporation, either directly or indirectly, submits to the domination of an agency unknown to the statute, or identifies itself with and unites in carrying out an agreement whose performance is injurious to the public, it thereby offends against the law of its creation and forfeits all rights to its franchises, and judgment of ouster should be entered against it. Even if the statute which prescribes a time within which an action against a corporation for forfeiture of its charter shall be commenced be applicable to a case of this kind, yet when the offences or acts committed or omitted by a corporation, for which forfeiture of its charter is sought at the suit of the state, are concealed, or of such character as to conceal themselves, such offences and acts as against the state are frauds, and such statute does not begin to run until the frauds are discovered. Joseph H. Choate appeared for the defense. The most eminent lawyer in the country, his argument must have been anxiously awaited by Mr. Watson. Curiously enough, as it seems to the non-legal mind, Mr. Choate began his plea by a prayer for mercy. "Whatever the sins of the Standard Oil Company of Ohio," pleaded Mr. Choate, "do not take away its charter." Mr. Choate then proceeded with a strong argument, in which he claimed absolute innocence and absolute merit for everything we have done within the scope of the matters brought before the court by these pleadings. The argument did not convince the court of the innocence of the Standard in the questions at issue. The court showed, out of the mouth of the trust agreement itself, that the Standard Oil Company of Ohio was managed in the interest of the Standard Oil Trust, irrespective of what might be its duties to the people of the state from which it derives its corporate life. The court gave as its opinion that an act of a majority of the stockholders of a corporation affects the property of a company in the same way that a resolution by the board of directors affects it. By this agreement, said the court, indirectly it is true, but none the less effectually, the defendant is controlled and managed by the Standard Oil Trust, an association with its principal place of business in New York City, and organized for a purpose contrary to the policy of our laws. Its object was to establish a virtual monopoly of the business of producing petroleum, and of manufacturing, refining, and dealing in it and all its products, throughout the entire country, and by which it might not merely control the production, but the price at its pleasure. All such associations are contrary to the policy of our state and void. Much has been said in favor of the objects of the Standard Oil Trust and what it has accomplished. It may be true that it has improved the quality and cheapened the cost of petroleum and its products to the consumer, but such is not one of the usual and general results of a monopoly, and it is the policy of the law to regard, not what may, but what usually happens. Experience shows that it is not wise to trust human cupidity where it has the opportunity to aggrandize itself at the expense of others. The claim of having cheapened the price to the consumer is the usual pretext on which monopolies of this kind are defended. From all this court decided the Standard Oil Company deserved punishment. The charter was not taken away, the statute of limitations being advanced as a reason for this leniency, although, as Mr. Watson and Mr. Warrington showed, the statute of limitations could hardly be pleaded in this case, when the state had been kept in ignorance by the concealment of the agreement. The company was allowed to live, but it was ousted from the privilege of entering into the trust agreement, from the power of recognizing the transfer of stock, and from the power of permitting the trustees to control its affairs. It was also ordered to pay the costs of the action. The judgment of the court was not rendered until March 2, 1892, almost 2 years after the filing of the petition. As soon as it was received, Virgil P. Kline, the chief counsel of the Standard Oil Company of Ohio, went to New York for consultation with the trustees. 5 days later he wrote to Judge Spear, the Chief Justice of the Ohio Supreme Court, saying: "Decisive steps will be taken at once not only to release the Standard Oil Company from any relations to the trust, but to terminate the entire trust." But there were practical difficulties in the task. The company pleaded for a temporary recognition, and he asked an interview where he could explain the situation. This was granted, and on the 16th of March Mr. Kline explained to the judges in chambers, to Mr. Watson, and to his successor in office, the situation of the company. The trustees had all but 7 shares of its stock. Trust certificates had been issued for these 10 years before. The Standard Oil Company did not know who held these certificates, and could only know through the trustees. Therefore the trust certificates must be transferred back, the owners hunted up, and each one induced to make an exchange. A system must be devised for doing this. Anybody could see this would take time. The court was friendly in the matter, and Chief Justice Spear gave to Mr. Kline an informal note granting an extension. "The court is not disposed to change its order at this time," the Chief Justice wrote, "but, so long as those in control appear to be engaged, as now, in an honest effort to dissever the relations of the company with the trust, and liquidate and wind up the affairs of the trust, the court will not be disposed to interfere." Thus time was gained. While Mr. Kline was securing time, the trustees were pushing a liquidation scheme. On March 11 the following notice was mailed to all holders of the Standard Oil Trust certificates, and was published in a newspaper in each state where a Standard Oil Company had been organized. Notice: a special meeting of the holders of Standard Oil Trust certificates will be held at the office of the trust, number 26 Broadway, in the city of New York, on Monday, March 21, 1892, at 11 o'clock a.m., for the purpose of voting upon a resolution to terminate the trust agreements in accordance with the terms of said agreement, and to take such further action as may be thereby rendered necessary. H. M. Flagler, Secretary. The meeting was held as called. Mr. Rockefeller was in the chair, and Mr. Dodd, who had drawn the trust agreement, now presented the resolution which was to dissolve it. The remarks which Mr. Dodd introduced his resolution denied every point which the courts had charged against the combination. "Something over 10 years ago," said Mr. Dodd, "a few individuals owning stocks in a number of corporations engaged in transporting and refining oil entered into an agreement by which their stocks were placed in the hands of trustees, and certificates were issued by said trustees showing the amount of each owner's equitable interest in the stock so held in trust. This was not done in order to vest the voting power in the hands of a few persons, because the persons chosen as trustees then held, and always have held, the voting power by virtue of their absolute ownership of a majority of the stocks. It was not done to reduce competition, because the companies whose stocks were placed in trust were not competing companies, and could not be so long as their stocks were owned by these few persons. It was not done to limit production or to increase prices, but, on the contrary, was done to increase production, cheapen cost of manufacture, and to lower prices, and it has been successful in that object far beyond the anticipations of those who originated the plan. It was called a trust because it was a trust in the sense in which the word was then understood. it vested a fiduciary obligation in a few for the benefit of many, and the trustees thus created have faithfully observed the trust confided in them. Other persons, however, found this trust plan a convenient one, and it is alleged that it has been adopted for, and adopted to, purposes quite different from those which actuated the framers of this trust. Whether these allegations be true or false, it is true that a trust is now defined to be a combination to suppress competition and to reduce production and to increase prices. Public opinion has not unwisely been aroused against combinations for such purposes, and legislation of more or less severity, and rather more or less peculiarity, has been directed against them in 17 or 18 states of the Union. All such arrangements are now miscalled trusts, and all trusts are popularly supposed to partake of the same nature. For this reason, if for no other, it should be seriously considered whether this trust should not be terminated. So long as it exists, misconception of its purposes will exist. But another reason exists which seems to make it desirable to dissolve this trust. Some 2 years ago a quo warranto issued in the name of the state of Ohio against the Standard Oil Company, a corporation of the state of Ohio, setting forth this trust agreement and alleging that that corporation, by becoming a party thereto, had done an act beyond its power, and thereby had forfeited its charter. The defendant corporation denied that it was a party to the agreement, and alleged that the agreement was on its face and plainly an agreement only between individuals, owners of corporate stocks, relating to their personal property, and was neither made by the corporation nor for the corporation. The court, however, held that the agreement was a corporate agreement, and decreed, among other things, that the corporation must cease to permit trustees to vote upon stocks held in trust. As this agreement was not entered into as a corporate agreement, and as this decision gives it an effect quite different from the intent of the parties who entered into it, it seems better to end it. It is probable that Mr. Dodd had foreseen from the first just such an attack on his agreement as had come, for he had put into that instrument a paragraph providing for a dissolution, and it was in accordance with that article that the trust was now dissolved. The trustees were to continue to exist under a new name, liquidating trustees. The property they had to take care of was vastly in excess of what it had been 10 years before. Then the capital of the 39 constituent companies was $70,000,000. These companies had been combined until they had been reduced to 20, and their combined capital was now $102,233,700. Property of about $20,000,000 in excess of the capital was held by the trustees. Mr. Dodd's resolution provided for the division of this property, and for the transfer of the trust certificates back to the corporations to which they belonged. The individual holders of the trust certificates were to get in exchange a proportionate share in each of the 20 companies. A will not get stock in one corporation and B in another. Each will get his due proportion in the stocks of all, said Mr. Dodd. All of this change would make no difference with the management of affairs. Mr. Dodd assured the stockholders, "Your interests will be the same as now. The various corporations will continue the same business as heretofore, and your proportion of the earnings will not be changed." The trustees went about liquidating at once, but it was not until the following November that the immense number of certificates held by them personally were exchanged. The process followed can be easily illustrated by Mr. Rockefeller's case. When the trust was ordered dissolved, Mr. Rockefeller held 256,854 out of the 972,500 shares of Standard Oil Trust which were out. He turned over to an attorney an assignment of this amount, with instructions to secure from each of the 20 companies in the trust certificates for the portion belonging to him. The corporate stocks were turned over to Mr. Rockefeller, and the assignment of certificate, a properly framed and numbered document, was turned over to the liquidating trustees. This assignment of legal title, for all practical purposes, was the same thing as the trust certificate. It enabled the trustees to collect dividends from the various companies and pay them just as they had before. The documents showing the formal procedure in the case of Mr. Rockefeller's stocks are printed in the Appendix. At the end of the first year after the dissolution of the trust, 477,881 shares were uncancelled. At the end of the second year it was the same. At the end of the third, 477,881 were still out. At the end of the fourth, 477,881. The dissolution of the trust seemed to have come to a standstill. Mr. Dodd was right. Things were going on as they did before. Dividends were issued exactly as before. Nor was there any indication of an intention on the part of the liquidating trustees to change this state of things. If the monopolistic power of the Standard Oil Company Trust was to be broken, it was evidently not to be made by any order of dissolution by the courts. Something more powerful than the courts was at work, however. The spirit of individualism was beginning to reassert itself in the oil industry. A new war for independence had been begun, was indeed well under way, even before the state of Ohio made the dissolution of the trust necessary. End of chapter 14. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 15, Part 1 of the History of Standard Oil, Volume 2 by Ida Tarbell. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 15, A Modern War for Independence. John D. Rockefeller's one irreconcilable enemy in the oil business has always been the oil producer. There is no doubt that Mr. Rockefeller has sincerely deplored this, and well he might, for he learned in his first great raid on the industry in 1872 that the producers aroused and united made a powerful and dangerous foe. No doubt, if it had been practical, Mr. Rockefeller would have begun at the start to take over oil production as he did oil refineries and pipelines, and thus would have gotten his enemy out of the way. But during the first 15 years of his work it was not practical. The oil fields were too vast and undefined. It not being practical to own the oil fields, and yet essential that those who did own them, and of whose oil he aspired to be the only buyer, should be kept sufficiently satisfied not to interfere with his domination, or to attempt to handle the oil for themselves. Mr. Rockefeller, when he had the chance, sought to persuade the producers to do what he would have done had he owned the oil fields, that was, to keep the supply of crude oil short. "The dear people," he said once when asked by an investigating committee if his monopoly of oil refining and oil transportation had not prevented the producer from getting his full share of the profits, "the dear people," he said, "if they had produced less oil than they wanted, would have got their full price. No combination in the world could have prevented that, if they had produced less oil than the world required." It is quite possible that if Mr. Rockefeller had been able to convert the majority of the producing body to this theory, and the supply of crude oil had been kept scarce and prices consequently high, the oil producers would have forgotten their resentment at his early raids, and would have relapsed into indifference toward his control. Material prosperity is usually benumbing in its effects. There always has been a factor in the great game playing in the oil regions, however, which not even Mr. Rockefeller could match. Nature had been in the oil game, and she has taken pains to prevent the only situation which would have enabled Mr. Rockefeller to reconcile the oil producers. Again and again, when it seemed as if the limits of oil production were set, and when Mr. Rockefeller and his colleagues must have believed that they would soon have the industry sufficiently well in hand to pay the producers a satisfactory price for crude oil, their calculations have been upset by the discovery of a great deposit of oil which flooded the market and put down the prices. This happened so often between Mr. Rockefeller's first public appearance in the business and the time when he completed his control of transportation, refineries, and markets, that the yearly production of crude oil had risen from 5.5 million barrels to 30 million barrels, and instead of a 500,000 barrels above ground in stocks,
There were in 1883 over 35,000,000 barrels, in 1884 nearly 37,000,000, and in 1885 33.5 million. The low price for crude which these vast stocks caused, the high charges for gathering, transporting and storing, all services out of which the Standard was making big profits, the fact that the profit on refined oil steadily increased in these years, the result of the overthrow of independent refiners and pipe lines, while the profit on crude steadily diminished, were facts which the oil producers brooded over incessantly, and the more bitterly because they felt they could do nothing to help themselves. Every enterprise looking to relief which they had undertaken had, for one reason or another, failed. They had no faith that relief was possible. The Standard would never allow any outside interest to get a foothold. It was the bitterness which this conviction caused which was at the bottom of the outburst over the Billingsley Bill described in Chapter XIII. The Billingsley Bill was defeated, as it deserved to be, but the work done was by no means lost. For the first time since 1880 the Oil Regions were aroused to concerted action. The support of the Billingsley Bill had been a spontaneous movement, a passionate, unorganised revolt against the tyranny of the Standard, but it served to bring into action men who for 6 long years had been saying it was no use to resist, that Mr. Rockefeller's grip was too strong to be loosened. It revived their confidence in united action, and steeled them to a determination to take hold of the industry and force into it again a fair competition in handling oil. On the very night of the defeat of the bill, April 28, 1887, the oil men who had gathered in Harrisburg to support the measure, angry and sore as they were, arranged to call an early meeting in Oil City and organize. The meeting was held. It was large, and it was followed by others. In a very short time 2,000 oil men were enrolled in a Producers' Protective Association, and 36 local assemblies were holding regular meetings throughout the region. There were several important points about the new association, aside from the enthusiasm and determination which animated it. 1. It was a secret order. 2. Its membership was composed entirely of persons outside of and opposed to the Standard Oil Trust, one of its bylaws reading, "No person connected with the Standard Oil Company or any of its allies as partners, stockholders or employees, and friendly thereto, shall be elected to membership, and members becoming such shall be liable to expulsion." 3. It proposed to defend the industry against the aggregations of monopolistic transporters, refiners, buyers, and sellers by handling its own oil. Hardly had the Producers' Protective Association been organised before Mr. Rockefeller had an opportunity to try his plan for conciliation. An independent movement had been started in the summer of 1887 by certain large producers in favour of a general shutdown, its object of course being to decrease the oil stocks. The president of the Producers' Association, Thomas W. Phillips, who at that time was the largest individual producer in the oil country, his production averaging not less than 6,000 barrels a day, was called into consultation with the leaders of the shutdown movement. Mr. Phillips promptly told the gentlemen interested that he would not join in such an undertaking unless the Standard went into it. He pointed out that the Standard owned a large proportion of the 30,000,000 barrels of oil above ground. They had bought it at low prices. If the production was shut down, prices would go up, and the Standard would reap largely on the oil they owned. The producers would, as usual, be standing all the loss. The upshot of the council was that the Producers' Protective Association took hold of the shutdown movement, its representatives seeking an interview with the Standard officials as to their willingness to share in the cost of reducing the production. Here was a chance for Mr. Rockefeller to apply his theory of handling the oil producers, conciliate them when possible, encourage them in limiting their production. The oil men's representatives were met halfway, and an interesting and curious plan was worked out. The producers were to agree to limit their production by 17,500 barrels a day. They were to do this by shutting down their producing wells a part or all of the time, and by doing no fresh drilling for a year.
If they would do this, the Standard agreed to sell the association 5,000,000 barrels of oil at 62 cents, and let them carry it at the usual rates as long as they wanted to. Whatever advance in price came from the shut-in movement the producers were to have on their own oil, and it was to be shared by them according to the amount each shut in his production. Mr. Phillips, before agreeing to this arrangement, demanded that provision be made for the working men who would be thrown out of employment by the shutdown, and he proposed that the association set aside for their benefit 1,000,000 barrels of the oil bought from the Standard, and that the Standard set aside another 1,000,000. All the profits above 62 cents and the carrying charges on the 2,000,000 barrels were to go to the working men. A memorandum covering the above points of the agreement was drawn up, and it was accepted by the two interests represented. Mr. Rockefeller's reason for signing the contract he gave to the New York State Trust Investigating Committee 4 months later. Question: What was the inducement for the Standard Oil Trust to enter into such an agreement as that? Answer: The inducement was for the purpose of accomplishing a harmonious feeling as between the interest of the Standard Oil Trust and the producers of petroleum. There was great distress throughout the oil producing region. As an instance of that distress there was an outcry that our interest was getting a return, that theirs was not in the business, and we did not know, as a matter of fact, that the oil producing interest was abnormally depressed, and we felt it to be in the interest of the American oil industry that a reasonable price should be had by the producer for the crude material, and we wanted to cooperate to that end. Question: By advancing the price of the crude material you necessarily advance the price of the refined? Answer: Yes, sir. The shutdown went into effect the 1st of November, 1887. The effect on stocks in the market was immediate. Stocks fell off at the rate of 1,000,000 barrels a month, and prices rose by January, 1888, some 20 cents. But at the end of the year, though oil was higher and stocks considerably less, the benefits of the shutdown had not been conspicuous enough to produce that harmonious feeling Mr. Rockefeller so much desired, not sufficient to distract the minds of the producers from the idea they had in forming their association, and that was a cooperative enterprise for taking care of their own oil. Throughout 1888 and 1889 two schemes, known as the Cooperative Oil Company, Limited, and the United Oil Company, Limited, were under consideration. By the end of the latter year it looked as if something could be done with the second, and it was turned over by the executive board of the association to a special committee, of which H. L. Taylor, of the Union Oil Company, one of the largest and oldest producing concerns of the Oil Regions, was chairman. How Mr. Taylor had succeeded in getting into the Oil Producers' Protective Association it is hard to say, for it was he and his partner, Mr. Satterfield, who in 1883 had tried to throw the Tidewater Pipe Line into the hands of the Standard Oil Company, and who, when that unworthy scheme failed, had sold their stock to the Standard, thus giving that company its first holdings in the Tidewater. The independents had forgotten or overlooked this fact, for Taylor was a member of the Producers' Protective Association and prominent in its councils. The special committee, of which Mr. Taylor was chairman, went actively to work. Lawyers were employed to consider the safest form of organization for a company doing an interstate pipe line business and carrying on refineries. Certain German capitalists, owners of tank steamers and interested in foreign marketing agencies, were brought into the scheme. Things were going well when suddenly the committee found the chairman cooling toward the enterprise. Then came the rumor that Mr. Taylor and his partners, Mr. Satterfield and J. L. and J. C. McKinney, had sold the Union Oil Company to the Standard. A meeting of the executive board was at once called, Messrs. Taylor and J. L. McKinney both being present. They acknowledged the truth of the report and were promptly informed their resignations would be accepted. The rumor of the secret desertion of strong members of the Producers' Protective Association while holding positions of trust soon spread through the Oil Regions. It was a staggering blow. It took from them one of the largest single interests represented. It deprived them of men of ability on whom they had depended. It introduced a fear of treachery from others. It brought them face to face
with a new and serious element in the oil problem, the Standard as an oil producer. Up to 1887, the year of the organization of the Producers' Protective Association, Mr. Rockefeller had not taken his great combination into oil production to any extent, and wisely enough from his point of view. It was a business in which there were great risks, and as long as he could control the output by being its only buyer, why should he take it? Now, however, the situation was changing. A number of sure fields had been developed: Bradford, Ohio, West Virginia. Their value was depressed by overproduction. Mr. Rockefeller had money to invest. The producers were threatening to disturb his control by a cooperative scheme. It was certain that he had not yet produced a harmonious feeling. It was not sure he would. If he failed in that, they might one day even shut off his supply of oil, as they had done in 1872, and Mr. Rockefeller, with great foresight, determined to become a producer. In 1887 he went into the Ohio fields. Soon after he began quietly to buy into West Virginia. When he learned in 1890 from Mr. Taylor and his partners that a cooperative company of producers was on foot, he naturally enough concluded that the best way to dismember it was to buy out the largest interest in it. The Union Oil Company saw the advantage of being a member of the Standard Oil Trust, and sold. In this one year, 1890, over 400,000 shares of Standard Oil Trust certificates were issued to oil producing companies as follows: for stock of Union Oil Company, 18,249 shares; for stock of Forest Oil Company, 17,378 shares; for stock of North Pennsylvania Oil Company, 2,647 shares; for stock of Midland Oil Company, 2,000 shares. Total, 40,274 shares. There was great consternation in producing circles, and if there had not been a number of men in the organization who realized that the life of the independent effort was at stake, and who turned all their strength to saving it, the association would undoubtedly have gone to pieces. Chief among these men were Lewis Emery, Jr., and C. P. Collins of Bradford, Pennsylvania, J. W. Lee and David Kirk of Pittsburgh, A. D. Wood of Warren, Michael Murphy of Philadelphia, Rufus Scott of Wellsville, J. B. Aiken of Washington, R. J. Straight of Bradford, Roger Sherman, and M. W. Quick of Titusville. They urged an immediate meeting of the General Assembly, at which a plan for cooperative action should be adopted and at once put into force. On January 28, 1891, the General Assembly convened at Warren, Pennsylvania. The whole miserable story of the cooperative plan which the Executive Board had worked out, and its destruction by the desertion of the Union Oil Company, came out. It was at once evident that, instead of disheartening the Assembly, it was going to harden their determination and spur them to action; that they would not leave Warren until they had something to work on. The session lasted 3 days, and before finally adjourning it had adopted a drastic plan, framed by a committee of 9, of which Mr. Quick was chairman. This plan aimed, so the resolution adopted by the Assembly stated, to cut off the supplies of the producers' oil from the Standard Trust. This was to be accomplished by forming a limited partnership, whose subscribers should all be trusted members of the Producers' Protective Association. Only persons having no affiliation with the Standard Oil Company were members of the Producers' Protective Association, it will be remembered, and which should aim to take care of the crude oil from the wells of the producers who went into the movement, furnish it local transportation, and find a market for it either by building independent refineries or by alliance with those already in existence. From Warren the delegates went home to work for the new scheme. J. W. Lee and J. R. Goldsborough, the secretary of the association, at once made a tour of the Oil Regions to explain the project and solicit subscriptions. The response was immediate. In a few weeks over 1,000 producers had subscribed to the new company, which was at once organized as the Producers' Oil Company Limited, its capital being $600,000. But it is one thing to organize a company, and another to do business. Where were they to begin? where to set foot. The only thing of which they were sure was a supply of crude oil, and in order to take care of that they began operations by putting up 4 iron tanks at Coraopolis, Pennsylvania, near the rich McDonald oil field. But they must have a market for it, and their first effort was to ship it abroad. At Bayonne, New Jersey, on the border of the territory occupied by the Standard's great plant, stands an independent oil refinery, the Columbia Oil Refinery. The Columbia has terminal privileges, that is, a place on the waterfront from which it can ship oil, an almost impossible privilege to secure around New York Harbor. The Producers' Oil Company now obtained from Hugh King, the president of the Columbia, the use of his terminal. They at once had 50 tank cars built and prepared to ship their crude oil, but the market was against them, stocks were increasing, prices dropping. The railroad charged a price so high for running their cars that there was no profit, and the 50 tank cars were never used in that trade. A futile effort to use their crude oil as fuel in Pittsburgh occupied their attention for a time, but it amounted to nothing. It was becoming clearer daily that they must refine their oil. The way opened to this toward the end of their first year. In and around Oil City and Titusville there had grown up since 1881 a number of independent oil refineries. They had come into being as a direct result of the compromise made in 1880 between the producers and the Pennsylvania Railroad, a clause of which stipulated that thereafter railroad rates should be open and equal to all shippers. The Pennsylvania seems to have intended at first to live up to this agreement, and it encouraged refiners in both the Oil Regions and Philadelphia to establish works. At first things had gone very well. There were economies in refining near the point where the oil was produced, and so long as the young independents had a low rate to Seaboard for their export oil, they prospered. But in 1884 things began to change. In that year the Standard Pipe Line made a pooling arrangement with the Pennsylvania Railroad, by which rates from the Oil Regions were raised to 52 cents a barrel, an advance of 17 cents a barrel over what they had been getting. And in return for this raise, the Standard agreed to give the railroad 26% of all the oil shipped eastward, or pay them for what they did not get. This advance put the independents at a great disadvantage. In September 1888 another advance came. Rates on oil in barrels was raised to 76 cents, while rates on oil in tanks were not raised. The explanation was evident. The railroads owned no tank cars, but rented them from the Standard Oil Company. It refused to furnish these tank cars to the independent, but forced them to ship in barrels, and now advanced the price on oil in barrels. This second advance was more than the refiners could live under, and they combined and took their case to the Interstate Commerce Commission, a hearing being given them in Titusville in May, 1889. No decision has as yet been rendered, and they in the meantime were having a more and more trying struggle for life, and their exasperation against the Standard was increasing with each week. When therefore the representatives of the Producers' Oil Company proposed a league with the independent refiners, they were cordially welcomed. "We have oil tanks at Coraopolis," said the producers, "plenty of it, but we have no market. If we build a pipe line from our tanks to Oil City and Titusville, and give you pipage at 15 cents a barrel, 5 cents less than the Standard charges, will you enter into an agreement with us to take our oil for 5 years?" The refiners saw at once the possible future in such an arrangement, and in a short time they had gone individually into a company to be called the Producers and Refiners Company, with a capital of $250,000, of which the Producers' Oil Company held $160,000, and whose object was the laying of a pipe line from the field in which the producers were interested to the refineries at Oil City and Titusville. The new plan was carried out with the greatest secrecy and promptness. Before the Standard men in the region realized what was going on, a right of way was secured and the pipe was going down. On January 8, 1893, the first oil was run. Here, then, was the first link in a practical cooperative enterprise, independent producers and refiners of oil joined by a pipe line of which they were the owners. While this enterprise was being carried out in western Pennsylvania, in the northern part of the state a still more ambitious independent project was under way, nothing less than a double pipe line, one for refined and the other for crude oil from the regions to the sea. This plan had originated with Lewis Emery, Jr., one of the most implacable and intelligent opponents Mr. Rockefeller's pretensions have ever met. Mr. Emery sympathized with the idea that there was no way for the producer to get his share of the profits in the oil business except by handling the product entirely himself. In his judgment, a pipeline to the seaboard was the first important link in such an attempt, and in 1891, on his own responsibility, he set out to see what hopes there were of securing a right-of-way. The Columbia Oil Company, through whom the producers and refiners were exporting, favored such a scheme. It was certain many producers would go into it, but on all sides there was much skepticism about the Standard allowing a line to go through. Mr. Emery's first idea was a line from Bradford to Williamsport on the Reading Road. He consulted the railroad officials. They would be glad of the freight, they told him, and a preliminary contract was drawn up. The contract was never completed. Mr. Emery returned to find out why. "If we give you this contract," the Reading officials told Mr. Emery, "we shall disturb our relations with the Standard Oil Trust. We cannot do it." Turning from the Reading, he projected a new route, a pipe line from Bradford to the New York, Ontario and Western Railway near Hancock, New York, thence by rail to the Hudson River, and from there by water to New York Harbor. The New York, Ontario and Western officials welcomed the proposal. It gave them a new and valuable freight. But the pipes must cross the Erie Road near both its terminals. Mr. Emery saw the president of the road. "Yes," the president told him, "we are disposed to assist all progress. Go ahead." Thus encouraged, he sent his men into the field to get the right-of-way. They had made a good beginning before the project was known, but as soon as it was rumored there appeared promptly on the route surveyed a number of men known to be Standard employees. They, too, wanted a right-of-way, the same as Mr. Emery wanted. They bought strips of land across his route. They bought up mortgages on farms where rights had already been acquired, and, mortgage in hand, compelled farmers to give them rights. It was an incessant harassing by men who never used the rights acquired, who did not want them save to hinder the independent project. This sort of hindrance by the Standard was certain, whatever route was taken, and Mr. Emery went ahead undismayed, and in September, 1892, organized his company, the United States Pipe Line Company, with a capital of $600,000. Among the incorporators were representatives of the independents' interest, both in New York and in the oil regions, and much of the stock was soon placed in the hands of the men who were interested in the independent concerns described above. It looked very much as if the United States Pipe Line were to be laid. Now, the strength of the Standard Oil Trust had always been due to its control of transportation. An independent pipe line, especially to the seaboard, was considered rightly as a much more serious menace to its power than an independent refinery. The United States Pipe Line could not be allowed, and prompt and drastic measures were taken to hinder its work. There is no space here for an account of the wearisome, obstructive litigation which confronted the company, for the constant interference, even by force, which followed them for months. It culminated when an attempt was made to join the pipes laid to each side of the Erie tracks near Hancock, New York, the eastern terminal of the pipe line. Mr. Emery, relying on the promise of the Erie's president to allow a crossing, sent his men to the railway to connect the pipes. Hardly had they arrived before there descended on them a force of 75 railroad men armed for war. These men took possession of the territory at the end of the pipes and entrenched themselves for attack. The pipe line men camped near by for 3 months, but they never attempted to join the pipes. Mr. Emery had concluded on investigation that the Erie officials, like the Reading, had found that it would be unwise to disturb their relations with the Standard, and while his men were keeping attention fixed on that point, he was executing a flank movement, securing a right-of-way from a point 70 miles back to Wilkes-Barre on the Jersey Central. This new movement was executed with such celerity that by June, 1893, the United States Pipe Line had a crude line 180 miles long connecting the Bradford oil fields with a friendly railway, and a refined line 250 miles long connecting the independent refiners of Oil City, Titusville, Warren, and Bradford with the same railway. With the completion of the refined line, a question of vital importance was to be settled. Could refined oil be pumped that distance without deteriorating? The Standard had insisted loudly that it could not. When the day came to make the experiment, an anxious set of men gathered at the Wilkes-Barre terminal. They feared particularly that the oil would lose color, but to their amazement not only was the color kept, but it was found on experiment that the fire test was actually raised by the extra agitation the oil had undergone in the long churning through the pipes. A new advance had been made in the oil industry, the most substantial and revolutionary since the day the Tidewater demonstrated that crude oil could be pumped over the mountains. This new discovery, it is well to note, was not the work of the Standard Oil Trust, but it was accomplished in the face of their ridicule and opposition by men driven to find some way to escape from their hard dealings. The success of the United States refined lines aroused the greatest enthusiasm among the independent interests. It gave them access to the Seaboard, and there was immediate talk of a closer union between them. Why should the producers' and refiners' pipelines not be sold to the United States Line and completed to Bradford? By the spring of 1894 the project seemed certain of realization. The new movement was serious. Let this consolidation take place, and the producers had exactly what they had set out in 1887 to build up, a complete machine for handling the oil they produced. As the undertaking grew in solidity and completeness, the war upon it grew more systematic and determined. It took two main lines, discrediting the enterprise in the eyes of stockholders so that they would sell the stock to Standard buyers, the object being, of course, to get control of the companies; cutting the refined market until the refiners in the alliance should fail, or, becoming discouraged, sell. The work of discrediting the enterprise was turned over to the Standard organs in the Oil Regions, chief among which is the Oil City Derrick. Since 1885 the editor of this interesting sheet has been a picturesque Irishman, Patrick C. Boyle by name. Mr. Boyle's position as editor and proprietor of the Derrick is due to the generosity of the Standard Oil Trust, and he has discharged his allegiance to his benefactor with a zeal which, if it has not always contributed to the enlightenment of the Oil Regions, has materially to its gaiety. Mr. Boyle now turned all his extraordinary power of vituperation on three of the independents whose activity was particularly offensive to him, Mr. Emery, Mr. Wood, and Mr. Lee, and he went so far that each of the three gentlemen finally sued him for libel. They all got judgments. In Mr. Emery's case, Mr. Boyle, after signing a bond of $5,000 to keep the peace, which bond he was obliged later to pay, with half as much more in cost, published the following retraction: To the Public. For many years past there have appeared in the editorial and news columns of the Oil City Derrick various articles reflecting on the business, social, and political character and integrity of Lewis Emery, Jr. P. C. Boyle, the editor of the Derrick, was indicted and convicted for the publication of certain of such articles, and civil suit for damages was instituted by Mr. Emery against P. C. Boyle for damages for such publications. The litigation has now been adjusted, and Mr. Boyle voluntarily retracts in toto all matters and things which he has said derogatory to the character, standing, or responsibility of Lewis Emery, Jr., published by him or under his direction in the past. Mr. Boyle is fully satisfied that such articles have been published under a misapprehension of the facts, and is satisfied that Mr. Emery has been wronged and should be vindicated, and this retraction is freely made as such. Many of the articles have been republished in various papers in this country and Europe, and it is the desire of Mr. Boyle that this retraction shall be as freely and fully printed and published as were the original articles reflecting on Mr. Emery. Signed, P. C. Boyle. It is a satisfaction to the writer to be able to help gratify Mr. Boyle's laudable desire to have this document well circulated. Although the greater part of the Oil Regions never took Mr. Boyle himself seriously, the conviction that his attacks were inspired, that this was the Standard's way of saying to the producers that their enterprise would not be allowed to live, gave a sinister look to what he said. More damaging still was the quiet confidence with which the solid men of the Standard smiled at the independent effort. What were their puny hundreds compared to the millions of the trust? What was a band of scattered oil shriekers against the cold-blooded deliberation of Mr. Rockefeller's solid phalanx? The oil men were conscious enough of the inadequacy of their capital and their organization, but they hung on, many of them because their blood was up, and they preferred spending their last cent to yielding. Others, on the principle which Mr. Phillips confesses held him, that God sometimes chooses the weak things of the world to confound the mighty, or that one might chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight. The efforts which the Standard made to discredit the independent companies and their leaders were accompanied by a persistent though quiet attempt of Standard agents to buy in all the stock of the Producers' Oil Company and the United States Pipe Lines which timid, indifferent, or financially embarrassed stockholders could be induced to give up. The movement began to be rumored and caused no little uneasiness in independent circles. How much would the Standard get? What would they do with it? They were soon to find out. Before the use to be made of the stock developed, however, the Standard turned against the independents the most powerful and cruel weapon it wields, its control of the markets. The refiners were to be driven from the combination. The extent to which cutting was carried on for 2 years, beginning with the fall of 1893, is clear from a comparison of prices. In January of 1893, crude oil was selling at 53½ cents a barrel, and refined oil for export at 5.33 cents a gallon. Throughout the year the price of crude advanced until in December it was 78�38 cents. Refined, on the contrary, fell, and it was actually 18 points lower in December than it had been 12 months before. Throughout 1894 the Standard kept refined oil down. The average price of the year was 5.19 cents a gallon, in the face of the average crude market at 83¾ cents, lower in January 1893 with crude at 53½ cents a barrel. This much for the New York end of the export business. In Germany, where the export oil of the independents all went, it being handled there by one dealer, Herr Poth, whose depot was Mannheim on the Rhine, prices were cut at every point which the independent oil reached. It was a matter of life or death to keep the foreign market they had developed, and for 20 months the independent refiners met the demand of their export agents and foreign dealers for lower prices with cut cargoes. For 20 months they lost money on every barrel they sold. Oil was sold by the Titusville refiners as low as 1.98 cents a gallon. The Lewis Emery Works at Bradford sold one cargo at 1.07 cents net, and many at or below 2 cents. Had it not been for the union with pipe lines, such prices would have been impossible. But all through the struggle in the market the United States Pipe Line and the Producers and Refiners lines carried oil at cost or below. The pipe lines were heavily in debt to the Reading Iron Works, but that company stood by them valiantly, extending their notes until the struggle was over and the pipe lines able to meet them. Such a situation could not go on forever, evidently. It had come apparently to be a question of how long the refiner had money to lose, and as month after month the independents saw their bank accounts diminishing, and no relief in sight, the courage of a few began to ooze. Finally, late in 1894, a committee of the Western refiners consisting of John Fertig of Titusville, H. P. Burwald of Titusville, and S. W. Ramage of Oil City went to New York to consult the Standard. Is there no hope of a better market? Is there any chance for us? None whatever, they were told, except to sell. We will buy the refineries and the stock of the independent concerns, but that is all we can do. The committee came home to report. The situation was hopeless, they said, and as for them, they should sell. As they represented 3 of the largest concerns in the Union, and all carried stock in the allied enterprises, their withdrawal seemed at the moment a death blow. It was a glum and beaten body of men which listened to the report, surrender written in every line of their faces. Now Mr. Lee and Mr. Wood, two active men of the Producers' Oil Company, had been invited to the meeting of the refiners. They realized fully that if the refiners pulled out of the Union now, the independent effort would in all probability go to pieces. And before a vote to sell could be taken, Mr. Lee was on his feet. In an impassioned speech he pleaded for one more effort. He pointed out the fact that the abnormal condition of the oil market could not remain, that crude oil was steadily rising, and that no monopoly could permanently hold down a manufactured product in the face of the rising raw product. The Standard had done this for nearly 2 years, but it was contrary to the laws of nature that they could do it for 2 years more. He told them that already conditions were better in Germany, that Mr. Emery had recently gone with Herr Poe, their foreign buyer, to several members of the German government, and presented to them the discrimination in prices of oil practiced in the Empire, oil from 1½ to 3 cents higher on the Elbe than on the Rhine, at points where freights were the same. He told the refiners of the interest that had been taken by the government in their case, and how they said, "Go home, gentlemen, and this shall stop," and that it had stopped. If criminal underselling can be checked in Germany, Mr. Lee argued, we can keep our market. He reminded the refiners that it was not merely a business they were establishing. It was a cause they were defending, the right of men to work in their own way without unlawful interference. The honor not only of themselves but of the Oil Regions was at stake. They were struggling for great principles. They were demonstrating that pluck, patience, and energy and brains can conquer any combination that ability and unscrupulousness can devise. "Do not give in," pleaded Mr. Lee. "Hold on, and we will go to the producers, lay your plight before them, and raise money to keep up the fight." Aroused by his plea, all of the refiners, except Messrs. Fertig, Burwald, and Ramage, who had seen the Standard, decided to make another effort if the producers would help them out. In the next few days the leading men of the independent alliance worked with fury to call the Oil Regions into a mass meeting. They traveled from assembly to assembly, exhorting to action. They circulated dodgers announcing the gathering, and finally in January, 1895, ran special trains to Butler, the rallying place. There was no lack of enthusiasm and blunt talk at the Butler mass meeting. All the bitterness and determination of the region poured forth against the Standard, and when a resolution was offered by David Kirk, one of the most active and forceful of the independents, to raise money to form a new company, to be called the Pure Oil Company, its immediate object being to take care of the refiners in the tight place where they were, it went through with a whoop, and in a few moments $75,000 had been subscribed. A few days later this sum was raised to $200,000. The objects of the company, as set forth in its prospectus, issued at this time, were: to maintain and uphold the inherent right to do business, the right to transport and market the producer's own product, and his right to the just reward of his labor and capital invested. Another clause of the prospectus is interesting: to prevent any interference of that monopoly which has obtained control of the oil business, the voting power of 1/2 of the stock of the Pure Oil Company is placed by the owners in the hands of 5 champions of this right of independence, who are bound by the terms of a permanent trust bond to vote only for such men and measures as shall forever make this company independent, so that no sales of interest will carry with them any power to jeopardize the policy or existence of the company or the investments of its remaining members. This is the end of Chapter 15, Part 1. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Chapter 15 of the History of Standard Oil, Volume 2 by Ida Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 15, Part 2, A Modern War for Independence. The Pure Oil Company had been organized none too soon. It was but a few months after it was well under way before a hurried meeting of the independents was called in New York.
With scared faces the members learned that the German dealer, who for 4 years had been handling 90% of their export oil, had sold to the Standard marketing concern, the Deutsche Amerikanische Company. Consternation was great. The independents had depended on the loyalty of Herr Poe as they did on that of each other. He had been enlisted in their cause by Mr. Emery, who, with the tragic earnestness which had characterized his entire struggle for independence, had asked him for an oath of loyalty, and had, hand on his heart, Herr Poe had pledged his faith. In every respect he had served them loyally. His desertion was inexplicable and disheartening. Later they learned the truth, that Herr Poe had been informed, by what he supposed to be reliable authority, that the American independent interest had sold to the Standard. Believing that this would cut off his supply, he had turned over his concern to the Deutsche Amerikanische. A few weeks later Herr Poe died suddenly. The story goes in independent circles that when he learned the truth, he literally died of grief, believing he had perjured himself. Herr Poe's sale left the independents in serious shape. They had cargoes of oil ready for Europe, and no tankage in Europe to take it, nobody there to sell it. A meeting was at once called in Pittsburgh to raise money, and in a few days Mr. Emery and Mr. Murphy went abroad, and as quickly as such work could be done, they secured privileges in Hamburg and Rotterdam to erect tanks and establishing marketing stations. The Pure Oil Company was in Europe. Once more the independents had driven to depend on themselves, and once more they had proved sufficient to the emergency. But war was by no means over. With the establishment of the Pure Oil Company came the foreshadowing of a still closer union of the companies. At all hazards this was to be prevented. The Standard determined to play the stock of the Producers' Oil Company Limited and the United States Pipe Lines, which it had been picking up quietly. Already one attempt had been made to get into the former concern through one of the most conspicuous and successful producers of the oil country, Colonel John J. Carver of Titusville, the president of the Carter Oil Company. Colonel Carter owned 300 shares of the stock of the Producers' Oil Company Limited, and had been elected a member on it. According to the rules governing limited partnership in Pennsylvania, a stockholder must be elected to membership before he can vote his stock. In February, 1894, when a union of the pipe lines had first been voted, he suddenly appeared in court and got an injunction against the sale. In the hearings on the injunction there came out a fact in regard to Colonel Carter which aroused a storm of wrath against him among the independents. The Standard Oil Company owned 60% of the Carter Oil Company. A harder fact was to be digested. On April 11, 1894, the company met in Warren, Pennsylvania. Colonel Carter was present, and voted not only his 300 shares, but 13,013 more. Where had he got them? There was but one conclusion, and it proved to be true. The 13,013 belonged to the Standard Oil Company. They had been loaned to Mr. Carter. There was a form of transfer, but no sale, not even a price having been decided on, evidently in the hope that he, with a few other stockholders who were disaffected, would control the meeting and prevent the union of the pipe lines. The attempt failed, for the Carter Standard faction succeeded in getting together only 21,848 shares, while the independents held 30,560. The bitterness over this attack aroused terrible excitement. More than one member of the Warren meeting shouted "traitor" at Colonel Carter, and when the news of what happened reached the Producers' Protective Association, there was a general demand that he be expelled from the Titusville Assembly. It was done promptly, Mr. Carter not being given even a hearing. The Standard took back its 13,013 shares, and patiently went on picking up more. By January, 1896, they held 29,764 shares, enough with Colonel Carter's 300 to give them a clear majority. Colonel Carter appeared at 26 Broadway at this opportune moment, and offered to buy the stock at 100. Mr. Archbold and his colleagues thought it worth 150. They are said to have paid as high as 220 for some of it. Mr. Carter, in his frank colloquial testimony when on the witness stand, described the conversation over the price. Mr. Archbold says,
"I don't know, John, but what you are asking us to sell that stock too cheap. Don't you think it is worth more money?" I says, "Not to me, it is not." I says, "I'm willing to start in on this thing and put it on a paying basis and pay par for it." "Well," he says, "I guess that we will have to think that thing over," and it dropped right there. There were several interviews between Mr. Archbold, Mr. Rogers, and Mr. Carter. They wanted to know how he proposed to run the Producers' Oil Company if he obtained a majority of the stock. "If I run that pipe line," Mr. Carter reports himself as saying, "I am going to run it according to law and business principles. Any man that wants oil of me, and has the money to pay for it, shall have it." "Will you let Mr. Emery have some oil if he wants it?" asked Mr. Rogers. "Yes, I will." "And all the outside refiners?" "Yes, I will. I shall make no discrimination against the outside refiner and in favor of the Standard Oil Company, or vice versa." The Standard Oil seems to have been convinced that Colonel Carter was their friend. They probably never had any doubt of their ability to manage him, and it is evident from the Colonel's testimony that he never had any doubt about his own ability to manage both independents and Standard. And the sale was made at 100, Colonel Carter giving his check for $297,640 on the Seaboard Bank. Stock in hand, Colonel Carter went back to the Oil Regions to take possession. It was not so easy as he anticipated. The secretary refused to transfer the stock. He sought the president, Mr. Lee. What took place Colonel Carter himself told later on the witness stand. Senator Lee and myself retired to my room in the hotel, and we had quite a preliminary conversation on the situation and in regard to the Producers' Pipe Line. Then I stated to him my ownership of the majority of the stock of the Producers' Oil Company Limited, and stated furthermore that I had purchased it from National Transit Company; that my desire was to stop all contention on the part of the producers and myself, to run the business on a business principle, so that the stock belonging to various members and myself might pay something instead of dragging its slow length along as it had been for the past 6 years. I told him furthermore that I was perfectly willing that he should elect what portion of the directors that his stock would warrant him, and that I would elect those that I could. The Senator replied then, "You propose to take charge of the association?" "Yes," I said, "I did." The Senator then stated emphatically that I could not do it. He would not permit it. If he had to spend the whole capital of the company, he would resist it. He gave me to understand emphatically that there was not anything except the management of the company by himself and his associates that would be tolerated, and I told him then I was sorry that I would have to go into court and determine my rights in court. That was about all, but it is only fair, furthermore, to say at the time the Senator was rather warm, and I presume I was warm in the collar myself. I stated to him plainly that if there was any attempt to eject me from a legally constituted meeting in which I was there, I would resist it if I killed the man that attempted to put me out. Mr. Carter's cool announcement that he meant to run the company from a business standpoint and not from the standing of a gadfly, there seems to be a doubt about its being the producers who had played the part of the gadfly, exasperated the dependents to the last degree, and in June, 1896, they met the Colonel in court. His ownership of a majority of the company stock was admitted, but it was urged by the independents that the Producers' Oil Company was a limited partnership, and that under the Pennsylvania law no one owning stock can become a member without being elected by a majority in number and value of the interest. Colonel Carter had been elected member on only 300 shares. Both the lower and Supreme Courts sustained the independents, and Colonel Carter found himself an owner of a majority of the concern's stock without the right of control. Under those circumstances neither he nor the Standard wanted the stock, and the company bought it below par. The winning of the Carter case gave encouragement that a similar suit brought by the Standard Pipe Lines against the United States Pipe Line might fail. As already noted, the Standard began to buy into that company as soon as it was under way, and by the summer of 1895 they had collected 2,613 shares. In August of that year the annual meeting of the company was held, and the agent of the Standard Oil Company who had been buying the stock, J. C. McDowell, presented himself prepared to vote. He was stopped at the door by Michael Murphy, the present president of the Pure Oil Company, and told emphatically that they considered that he was sent there by the Standard Oil Company to spy on their actions, that legal or illegal they would throw him out if he crossed the threshold. Mr. Murphy is well known to be a man of his word, and as he was backed by young and athletic independent stockholders, Mr. McDowell discreetly withdrew. Naturally a suit followed, but this time the independents lost. The United States Pipe Line, being a corporation, was obliged to recognize the Standard interest in the concern, and eventually to allow them a director on its board. The humiliation and disgust over this result shook the independents' interest to their foundation. There perhaps was never a period of more heart-breaking discouragement for many of the men than when they saw their dearest hopes frustrated and a Standard representative in their councils. This defeat came, too, when they were smarting under a continued and intolerable interference by the Standard with the extension of their pipe lines to the seaboard. That both the crude and refined lines should ultimately reach the sea had, of course, been the intention from the first, but it was not until 1895 that the company felt firm enough in its finances to push the extension. The route laid out was from Wilkes-Barre to Bayonne, New Jersey, by way of Hampton Junction on the Jersey Central Railroad. By this course two railroads were to be crossed, the Pennsylvania and the Delaware, Lackawanna and Western. Under both of them ran the pipe lines of the Standard and the Tidewater, and the United States Pipe Line officials believed they had an equal right to go under, but they took it for granted they would be opposed, and prepared for it. Looking over the titles of the land along the Pennsylvania, Mr. Emery, the president of the company, who was personally directing the extension, found one for an acre. The owner did not know of his possession, and was glad to sell it. This gave the United States people a crossing, but even then they were obliged to carry on a long litigation in the courts before they were free to use their right. Coming to the Delaware, Lackawanna and Western, they decided to test their position by laying a pipe. It was promptly torn out. A farm over which the railroad passed was then purchased, and preparations made to lay the pipe in a roadway under the tracks. As this road was some 17 feet below the rails, any claim that there was possible danger from the oil seemed feeble. Knowing that the point was watched, Mr. Emery tried strategy. Taking 50 men with him, he went in the night to the culvert under which he meant to cross, laid his pipes 4 feet underground, fastened them down with heavy timbers, piled rocks on them, anchored them with chains, established a camp on each side of the track, and prepared for war. They soon had it. First, with the body of railroad men armed with picks and bars, who invaded the camp. "I told the boys," said Mr. Emery in describing the incident to the Industrial Commission in 1899, "to take the men by the shoulders and the seat of the pants, and take them out and lay them down carefully," which they did. The next day 2 wrecking cars with 250 men came down the road and charged the camp, but again they were routed. The matter was taken by mutual agreement into court, and while Mr. Emery was before the Justice of the Peace, 2 locomotives were run down and the camp attacked with hot water and coals. By this time the whole countryside was aroused. The unfairness of the thing was so patent that even the railroad employees engaged in it did not hesitate to say, in excuse of their employers, that it was the Standard Oil Company which was at the bottom of the opposition. As for the inhabitants, they offered any aid they could give. The local G.A.R. sent 48 muskets to the scene of war. Mr. Emery bought 18 Springfield rifles, the camp was barricaded, and for 7 months the pipes were guarded while the courts were deciding the legal title to the crossing. This interim was employed by the pipe line people in an attempt to get a free pipe line bill through the New Jersey legislature. If this could be done, they could go under the Delaware, Lackawanna and Western without its consent. The bill was introduced in February, 1896, J. W. Lee, Hugh King, and Lewis Emery, Jr. all appearing before the committee to argue for it. At first there seemed to be no opposition to it. Everyone agreed it was a just and proper measure. Then suddenly, within a few days of the end of the session, a violent opposition sprang up. Trenton became alive with lobbyists, men well enough known to be politicians. The newspapers came out boldly with the charge that the railroads and Standard were going to defeat the bill. Its friends could not believe it, Nor did they until they found, the morning it was to be presented, that the senator having it in charge had disappeared, taking with him the bill and everything concerning it. 4 days later the legislature adjourned, and the precious senator, when next heard from, was in the far West. Deprived of this hope, and condemned to a litigation which was certain to be made as long, as vexatious, and as costly as lawyers could make it, the chief counsel of the United States Pipe Line, Roger Sherman, advised a bold move: to bring suit against the Standard Trust under the Sherman Antitrust Act. The summons was issued in July, 1897, by John Cuneen of Buffalo. A very pretty list of wrongs it was of which the plaintiffs complained: the instigation of lawsuits, and the causing of injunctions without cause, and solely for the purpose of preventing the independent line from doing business; the publishing of libelous matter concerning the company and its officers in newspapers controlled by the trust; engaging bodies of men to tear up parts of pipe line already laid; enticing away from the enterprise officers, agents, and employees; chartering or purchasing any vessels carrying independent oil solely for the purpose of interfering with the independent market; intimidating merchants by threats of underselling until they refused to buy the oil contracted for; criminally underselling solely for destroying the plaintiffs' markets. It was a serious case Mr. Sherman made out, and the evidence he collected was elaborate and detailed; but, for a sad reason, it was never to come to trial. Less than 2 months after the summons was issued, Mr. Sherman died suddenly in New York City. The shock of his death was such that the independent companies had no heart for the suit, but allowed it to lapse. There was nothing now but the slow course of Jersey justice for the United States Pipe Line, and for 4 long years it dragged itself through the courts. Twice it won, but at last, in 1899, the decisions of the lower courts were reversed, and the pipe line had to come up. Ordered out of New Jersey, the independents had to turn back to Pennsylvania. In that state there is a free pipe line bill. Philadelphia is a shipping point. Luckily for the company, Mr. Murphy had for some time before this, and in anticipation of a defeat in New Jersey, bought on his own responsibility the land for a terminal at Marcus Hook on the Delaware. This terminal he now sold to the company at the nominal price he had paid for it, and the United States Pipe Line was started again from Wilkes-Barre to the sea. Finally, on May 2, 1901, after 9 years of struggle in the face of an interference intolerable and unjust, after $250,000 spent in litigation, in useless surveys, in laying and pulling up pipes, in loss of business, the first refined oil ever piped from the Oil Regions to the Seaboard reached Philadelphia. Mr. Emery, in telling his story of the difficulties of the United Pipe Line to the Industrial Commission in 1899, did not hesitate to attribute them to the Standard Oil Trust. John D. Archbold made a general denial. "We have not at any time had any different relations with reference to any obstruction or effort at obstruction of their line than would attach to any competitor in a line of business engaging against another. We asked our friends on the railroad and in the New Jersey legislature to look after our interests, of course," a Standard official told the writer in discussing this case. "That was our right." Mr. Boyle, the editor of the Derrick, took the stand before the Industrial Commission that the Standard Oil Trust opposition to the United States Pipe Line was merely fair competition, as justifiable as offering a higher price for land which your competitor is after. From the Standard point of view, it is evident that all this is legitimate business. They do not wish the United States Pipe Line to reach New York. They say to their friends of the Delaware, Lackawanna and Western, and in the legislature of New Jersey, "These people are our competitors." Apparently neither the Delaware, Lackawanna and Western nor the New Jersey legislature can afford to forget who are the competitors of the Standard Oil Trust. When the case becomes public and clamor is raised against such methods, the Standard disclaims all responsibility. It was the railroad who fought the pipe line. It was not only from without that trouble came upon these men. There were the inevitable internal struggles. They saw their stockholders diminish from discontent and timidity. One of their staunchest members withdrew because of his disbelief in the wisdom of a majority action, and twice they were robbed by death of their most valuable members. In December, 1895, A.D. Wood of Warren died. Mr. Wood had been one of the most inspiring members in the independent work, and there was nobody left who could do what he had been doing there. In 1897 the chief counsel, Roger Sherman, died. He had conducted the enormous and vexatious litigation of the various concerns with consummate skill, and there was nobody to take his place. Mr. Emery, overwhelmed by the death of Roger Sherman and worn out by his 6 years of work and worry over the United States Pipe Line, fell ill and was obliged to resign. On every side it was fight and loss and despair, and yet these men hardened under it. Not only hardened, they expanded. 10 years after the unorganized uprising which brought them together in 1887 and forced from them the resolution to take care of their own product, what had they? A company of nearly 600 individual oil producers organized on a business basis, and connected by pipe lines with some dozen individual oil refineries. For transporting this oil they had pipe lines carrying both crude and refined from the oil regions to within 50 miles of the sea, and for markets they had those they had themselves worked up in the United States and Europe. They had something more. In spite of the continued hostility of the Standard, they had the conviction that there was a future for their venture. But they saw clearly that to realize it, they must get themselves into still more compact form, that their holdings must be put into the hands of trustees in a single company if they were to be free from the danger of the eventual dominance of the Standard. Now, in November, 1895, as we have seen, the independents had incorporated in New Jersey a marketing concern called the Pure Oil Company. After months of discussion, it was decided to enlarge the capital of this company to $10 million, $2 million in preferred and $8 million in common stock, and put into this concern all their interest. There was opposition to the consolidation from some of the strongest interests concerned, but finally the idea prevailed, and in 1900 a majority of the stock of the Producers' Oil Company, the Producers and Refiners Company, and the United States Pipe Line was turned over to the Pure Oil Company. The purpose of the combination was frankly stated to be the maintenance of the independence of the company. This was to be effected in the following way. The holders of 16,000 shares of stock, more than a majority, vested the voting power of these shares in 15 persons for 20 years, and it was agreed that one half of all shares thereafter subscribed should be transferred to those same trustees. Shares can be sold and transferred, but this transfer does not give the purchaser any right other than provided in the trust agreement. Any trustee may be summarily removed by 3/5 of the trustees, together with 3/5 of the shareholders in trust. It certainly looks as if the Pure Oil Company has devised an organization which will effectually preserve its independence so long as its shareholders desire that independence. Mr. Archbold, in describing this voting trust of the Pure Oil Company to the Industrial Commission, called it iniquitous. It is difficult to understand just how it is iniquitous, unless it is because of its success so far in keeping the Standard out of its councils. It is not a secret arrangement. It aims at no monopoly, at no restraint of trade. It claims only to be a device for protecting its obvious right to handle its own product. Of course, if we admit that the oil business belongs to the Standard, as Mr. Rockefeller claims, then the Pure Oil Company is certainly in the wrong. As it stands today, the independents have a good showing for their fight. They have fully 900 stockholders, most of them producers. They handle a daily production of 8,000 barrels of crude oil, operate 1,500 miles of crude pipe line and 400 miles of refined, are allied with some 14 refineries, in some of which all the by-products of oil, as well as naphtha and illuminating oils, are produced, own one tank steamer, the Penn Oil, with a capacity of 42,000 50-gallon barrels, and charter several others, own oil barges on the Rhine, the Elbe, and the Baltic, have fully equipped stations in Europe at Hamburg, Mannheim, Riesa, Stettin, and Dusseldorf in Germany, Rotterdam and Amsterdam, Holland, London and Manchester, England, and in the United States, New York and Philadelphia. With conservative and loyal management, there seems to be no reason that the Pure Oil Company should not become a permanent independent factor in the oil business. Such a thing is worth the best efforts of the men who have made it. Their courageous and persistent struggle no doubt seems to most of them as of purely personal and local meaning. All they asked was to get a fair share of the profits in their business. They knew they did not get it, and they believed it was because there was not fair play on the part of the railroads and the Standard Oil Company. Aroused, they each fought for the particular thing which would give them relief. They only combined because driven to. They have become a strong organization almost solely because of the persistent opposition of the Standard Oil Trust. The Standard's efforts to break up the Producers' Protective Association by buying out the biggest producers precipitated a cooperative company for handling oil. Its efforts to drive out the independent refineries by the manipulation of the railroads drove the producers and refiners to combine. The heavy charges for handling oil by the Standard Pipe Line and by the railways drove these independents to build a Seaboard pipeline for both refined and crude, and to demonstrate that refined as well as crude could be pumped to the sea in pipes. The buying out of their foreign agents forced them to develop their own market in Europe. The secret buying in of their stock, and the combined effort to force the Standard directors on them, compelled them into their present close trust organization. It looks very much as if in trying to make way with several small scattered bodies, Mr. Rockefeller had made one strong, united one. But while the experience of the Pure Oil Company demonstrates that it is possible today to build up an independent oil business if men have the requisite patience and fighting quality, it by no means follows that the success of the Pure Oil Company has restored competition in the oil business, or that by its success the public is getting any marked reduction in the price of oil. That the control of that price within limits is now and has been almost constantly since 1876 in the hands of the Standard Oil Company is demonstrated, the writer believes, by the figures and diagrams of the next chapter. End of chapter 15, part 2. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 16 of the History of Standard Oil, Volume 2, by Ida Tarbell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 16, Part 1. The Price of Oil. It is quite possible that in keeping the attention fixed so long on Mr. Rockefeller's oil campaign, the reader has forgotten the reason why it was undertaken. The reason was made clear enough at the start by Mr. Rockefeller himself. He and his colleagues went into their first venture, the South Improvement Company, not simply because it was a quick and effective way of putting everybody but themselves out of the refining business, but because, everybody but themselves being put out, they could control the output of oil and put up its price. There is no man in this country who would not quietly and calmly say that we ought to have a better price for these goods, the secretary of the South Improvement Company told the Congressional Committee which examined him when it objected to a combination for raising prices. 4 years after the failure of the first great scheme, a similar one went into effect. What was its object? J. Vandergrift, one of the directors of the Standard Oil Company at that time, questioned once under oath as to what they meant to do, said, "Simply to hold up the price of oil, to get all we can for it." Nobody pretended anything else at the time. The refiners and shippers who are in the association intend there shall be no competition. It is a struggle for a margin. The scope of the association is an attempt to control the refining of oil, with the ultimate purpose of advancing its price and reaping a rich harvest in profits. These are some of the comments of the contemporary press. The published interviews with the leaders confirm these opinions. Mr. Rockefeller, always discreet in his remarks, denied that the scheme was to make a corner in oil. It was to protect the oil capital against speculation and to regulate prices. H. Rogers was more explicit. The price of oil to day is 15 cents per gallon (March, 1875). The proposed allotment of business would probably advance the price to 20 cents. Oil to yield a fair profit should be sold for 25 cents per gallon. What was the exact status of this refining business out of which it was necessary to make more in the year 1871, when the first scheme to control it was hatched? The simplest and safest way to study this question is by means of the chart of prices on pages 194 and 195. On this chart the line A shows the variation in the average monthly price per gallon of export oil in barrels in New York from 1866 to June 1, 1904. The line B shows the average monthly price per gallon of crude oil in bulk at the wells. A glance at the chart will show the difference or margin between the two prices. It is out of this difference that the refiner must pay the cost of transporting, manufacturing, barreling and marketing his product, and get his profits. Now, in 1866, the year after Mr. Rockefeller first went into business, he had, as this chart shows, an average annual difference of 35 cents a gallon between what he paid for his oil and what he sold it for. In 1867 he had from 26½ to 20 cents. In 1868 from 20 to 22½. In 1869 from 21 to 18. In 1870 from 20 to 15. There were many reasons why this margin fell so enormously in these 3 years. All of the refiners' expenses had rapidly decreased. In 1866 but 2 railroads came into the oil country. By 1872 there were 4 connections, and freights fell in consequence. In 1866 carrying oil from the wells by pipe line was first practiced with success. By 1872 all oil was gathered by pipes, thus saving the tedious and expensive operations of teaming. Tank cars for carrying crude oil in bulk had replaced barrels and rack cars. The iron tank holding 20,000 barrels was used instead of the wooden tank holding 1,000 barrels. On every side there had been economies, and because of them the margin had fallen. But not only were the expenses coming down, so were the profits. The money which had been made in refining oil had led to a rapid multiplication of refineries at all the centers. In 1872 there was a daily refining capacity of about 46,000 barrels in the country, and the daily consumption of that year had been but 15,000 barrels. This large capacity produced the liveliest competition in selling, and every year the margin of profit grew smaller. Now it is natural that men should struggle to keep up a profit. The refiners had become accustomed to making from 25% to 50%, and even more on every gallon of oil they put out. They had the same extravagant notion of what they should make as the oil producers of those early days had. No oil producer thought in the 60s that he was succeeding if his wells did not pay for themselves in 6 months. And as their new industry slowly but surely came under the laws of trade, increased its production, was subjected to severe competition, as they saw themselves, in order to sustain their business, forced to practice economies and to accept smaller profits, they loudly complained. There was never a set of men who found it harder to accept the limitations of economic laws than the oil producers of Pennsylvania. The oil refiners showed the same dislike of the harness, and in 1871, as we have seen, Mr. Rockefeller and a few of his friends combined to throw it off. What they proposed to do was simply to get all the refineries of the country under their control, and thereafter make only so much oil as they could sell at their own interpretation of a paying price. There was not enough profit in the margin of 1871. Now, what was the profit? According to the best figures accessible of the cost of oil refining at that day, a man who sold a gallon of oil at 24¼ cents, the average official price for that year, made a profit of not less than 1¼ cents, 52½ cents a barrel. Josiah Lombard, a large independent refiner of New York City, when questioned by the Congressional Committee which in 1872 looked into Mr. Rockefeller's scheme for making oil dearer, said that his concern was making money on this margin. We could ship oil and do very well. A. H. Tack told the Congressional Committee of 1888, which was trying to find out why he had been obliged to go out of the refining business in 1873, that he could have made 12 per cent on his capital with a profit of 10 cents a barrel. Schofield, Sherber and Teagle of Cleveland made a profit of 34 cents a barrel in 1875, and cleared $40,000 on an investment of $65,000. 52 cents a barrel profit then was certainly not to be despised. The South Improvement Company gentlemen were not modest in the matter of profits, however, and they launched the scheme whose basic principles have figured so largely in the development of the Standard Oil Trust. The success which Mr. Rockefeller had in getting the refiners of the country under his control, and the methods he took to do it, we have traced. It will be remembered that for a brief period in 1872 and 1873 he held together an association pledged to curtail the output of oil, but that in July, 1873, it went to pieces. It will be recalled that 3 years after, in 1875, he put a second association into operation, which in a year claimed a control of 90 per cent of the refining power of the country, and in less than 4 years controlled 95 per cent. This large percentage Mr. Rockefeller has not been able to keep, but from 1879 to the present day there has not been a time when he has not controlled over 80 per cent of the oil manufacturing of the country. Today he controls about 83 per cent. Now it is generally conceded that the man or men who control over 70 per cent of a commodity control its price, within limits, very strict limits too, such is the force of economic laws. In the case of the Standard Oil Company, the control is so complete that the price of oil, both crude and refined, is actually issued from its headquarters. Now, with the help of a chart, let us see what Mr. Rockefeller and his colleagues have been able to do from 1872 to 1904 with their power over the price of oil. The first association which worked was brought about late in 1872. What happened? Prices for refined oil were run up from 23 cents a gallon in June to 27 cents a gallon in November, and the margin increased from 13.6 cents to 17.7 cents. From a profit of about 1½ cents a gallon, they rose to one of over 4 cents. Unfortunately, however, the refiners of that period were not educated to the self-restraint necessary to carry out this scheme. They very soon failed to keep down their output of oil and overstocked the market, and the whole machine went to pieces. Mr. Rockefeller had been able to make oil dear for a short time, but only for a short time. Worse than that, what he had been able to do brought severe public condemnation. It has indeed produced exactly the result the economists tell us too high prices must produce: limitation of the market and stimulation of competition in rival goods. Mr. Rockefeller's second scheme to work out the good of the oil business by making oil dear resulted in decreasing oil exports for the first time since the discovery of oil. It also increased one of the chief grievances of the American refinery, that was, the exporting of the crude oil to be refined in Europe. Where the exports of crude had been something over 11 million gallons in 1871, they were now over 16 millions. And it set the shale oil factories of Scotland to work merrily. It was cheaper for Great Britain to use oil from Scottish shales than to buy oil sold under Mr. Rockefeller's great plan for benefiting the oil business. So, for the time, the scheme fell down. As the diagram shows, the margin dropped rapidly back after this brief success from 18 to 13 cents, nor did it stay there. With the return of competition in the fall of 1873, it continued to drop rapidly. By the end of the year it was down to 11 cents, by the end of 1874 to 9. What had done it? A decline in expenses coming from the multiplication of pipe lines, reduction in freight charges, and free competitions in the markets. Nothing else. In spite of the obvious economic effects of his scheme in 1872, Mr. Rockefeller did not give up his theory that to make oil dear was for the good of the business. He went steadily ahead, developing quietly his plan of a union of all refiners pledged to limit their output of oil to an allotment he should assign, to accept the freight rates he should arrange for, to buy and sell at the prices he set. It was a year before the alliance was nearly enough complete to make its power felt. By the summer of 1876 it claimed to have 9/10 of the refiners in the country in line. At that time a situation rose in the crude oil market well calculated to help it in its intention to raise prices. This was a falling off in the production of crude oil. An advance in its price had come in the summer of 1876. Refined had, of course, responded to the rise. But as the fall came on, and the exporters prepared to load their cargoes, the syndicate demanded a price for refined much above that for which the market price of crude called. The embargo which followed has already been described in Chapter VII of this narrative. It was as straight a hold up as our commercial history offers, rich as it is in that sort of operations. From October to February, refined oil was held at a price purely arbitrary. It was the first fruits of the great scheme. The winter's work was a great one for the Standard Combination. It not only demonstrated that Mr. Rockefeller was correct in his theory that the way to make oil dear was to refuse to sell it cheap, but not since the coup of 1872 with the South Improvement Company had Mr. Rockefeller reaped such rewards. The profits were staggering. One of the leading gentlemen in this pretty affair told the writer once that he had sold one cargo at 35 cents a gallon, oil which cost him on board the ship a trifle under 10 cents. Today 1/4 of a cent profit a gallon is considered large on export oil. The Standard Oil Company of Ohio had always paid a good dividend, but the year of this raid, 1877, it surpassed all bounds. On a capitalization of $3,500,000, it paid $3,248,650.01, only a fraction less than 100%. One of its stockholders, the late Samuel Andrews, when on the witness stand in 1879, said they might have paid the dividend twice over and had money to spare. The profits were great, but notice the forces set in motion by this coup. The exporters were angry. The buyers in Europe were angry. If the Americans are going to force up prices in this way, they said, we will not buy their refined oil. We will import their crude and refine it ourselves. We will go back to shale oil. A first result then of this attempt to hold prices up to a point conspicuously out of proportion to the raw product was that the exports of illuminating oil fell off. They were less by 1,000,000 gallons in 1878 than in 1877. In the United States the market was threatened in the same way. There had been much trouble in the years just preceding these events with extortionate prices for gas, particularly in New York and Brooklyn. Illuminating oil was so much cheaper that it had been largely substituted, but this artificial forcing of the oil market in 1876 and 1877 caused a threat to return the next year to gas. The effect on the refiners who were operating with Mr. Rockefeller in running arrangements was decidedly bad. Each refiner was under bonds to use only a certain percentage of his capacity, and to shut down entirely if Mr. Rockefeller said so. Schofield, Schirmer and Teagle, independents of Cleveland, who had yielded to the attractiveness of Mr. Rockefeller's scheme and had gone into a running arrangement with him to limit their output, made $2.52 a barrel on their oil from July, 1876 to July, 1877. They had been satisfied with 34 cents profit a barrel the year before. Since making oil paid so well, why not make more? Why keep their allotment down to exactly 85,000 barrels, as they had agreed, when they were prepared to make 180,000? They did not. They put out a few extra thousand barrels each year. Others did the same. It was, of course, fatal to the good of the oil business. Not only did these profits tempt many refiners to overrun their allotment, The few independents left profited by the prices and increased their plants. The great Empire Transportation Company combined refineries with its pipe lines, as Mr. Rockefeller was adding pipe lines to his refineries. Thus competition was stimulated. The effect on the men who produced oil was, of course, bad. They had found it impossible at any time, while the refined was kept so high, to force crude up to a corresponding point, though every effort was made. The producers threatened to combine and refine their own oil. When the Empire Transportation Company went into refining, the producers heartily favored the movement, and throughout the next year a severe competition kept prices down. The Empire was finally wiped out. The producers, aroused by this failure, combined against the Standard in one of the greatest associations they ever had. From 1878 to 1880 they fought continuously to restore competition. They secured the introduction into Congress of a bill to regulate interstate commerce. They fought for more drastic laws against railroad discrimination in the state of Pennsylvania. They persuaded the state to prosecute the Pennsylvania Railroad for discrimination. They indicted Mr. Rockefeller and 8 of his colleagues for criminal conspiracy. And they supported by money and influence a scheme for a seaboard pipe line connected with the independent refineries. If one will look at the chart he will see graphically the effect on Mr. Rockefeller's ambition of this fundamentally sound independent movement. The margin between crude and refined, thrust up to over 20 cents by the combination of 1878, fell rapidly under the combined efforts of the independents through 1877, 1878, and 1879. In the latter year it touched 5 cents for the first time in the history of the business. Competition resulting in economies, in a revolutionizing transportation invention, the Seaboard Pipe Line, in a great extended foreign market, brought down this market in 1879. Nothing else. Those who have read this history know what became of the competitive movement of these years of 1878 and 1879. They remember how the Producers' Union compromised its suits and abandoned its efforts for interstate commerce regulation. They remember, too, how, just before the great Seaboard Pipe Line project was proved to be a success, all but one of the independent refineries were, by one means or another, persuaded to sell or to combine with the Standard, leaving the Tidewater without an outlet for its oil. Before the end of 1879 the Standard claimed 95 per cent of the refining business. Now examine the chart for the effect on the price of oil in 1880, of this doing away with competition. Another sudden uplift of the price of refined, this time without the excuse of a rise or probable rise in crude. For 3 years oil had not been sold so high as it was in 1880, when the exporters began to take on their winter supply. An interesting contemporary account of this coup of 1880, and the way in which it was managed, is found in the excellent monthly Petroleum Trade Report, published by John C. Welch. It is dated November, 1880, and headed "Very Sharp Practice." There is made each day in New York what is known as an official quotation for refined oil, this official quotation being made as a matter of convenience in cabling the price of refined oil throughout the world. Refined oil not being sold at an open board, it is sometimes difficult to quote it accurately, but by having an official quotation this can be quoted, and the difficulty is supposed to be, in a measure at least, remedied. The official quotation is made by 3 petroleum brokers appointed by the Produce Exchange for that purpose, who meet each day after exchange hours for the purpose of establishing it. There is one party, and one party only, that have very large lots to sell, and so important a position do they hold in the business that their prices are ordinarily the market. Of course, to make transactions, their prices and buyers' prices have to come together, and transactions establish a market much better than prices offered to buyers sell at, but without transactions. At many times, if the Standard do not sell, there are no transactions, and consequently the Standard's asking price is leaned upon to establish an official quotation. During September the official quotation went up from 9 3/8 cents to 11 7/8 cents, with comparatively little demand, as the foreign stocks were large and very little oil was required to supply the world's wants. The upward movement was, consequently, purely arbitrary. Arbitrary prices are, however, a part of the Standard's everyday life, and I am not taking at this time any exception to them. All through October and up to November 13, the official quotation was 12 cents, or sometimes a little over and sometimes a little under, and as this price did not meet the views of buyers to but slight extent, the Standard was supposed to be exercising a Roman virtue in not selling. 12 cents continued as the official quotation to November 13 without any wavering, but from the 13th to the 18th, while 12 cents asked by refiners continued in the quotation, such sentences as these were included at different dates: other lots obtainable at 11 cents, sales at 10½ cents offered at that; other lots obtainable at irregular prices from 10 to 10½ cents. On November 18 the quotation was 10 to 12 cents. I give the following quotation of the New York refined market as published in my Oil City Daily Report of November 11. The New York market yesterday closed, secretly offered and unsaleable at 11½ cents, and probably at 11¼ cents by resales and outside refiners, and likely by Standard, though they openly asked 12. The point that seems apparent is that the official quotation of 12 cents ceased to be an honest quotation a considerable time before it was abandoned. The committee making the quotation can probably justify their position by the custom of trade of regarding the prices the Standard openly asked as the market. Nevertheless they, and the Produce Exchange whom they represent, were the bulwark from behind which the Standard were able to get off their hot shot against the consuming trade in the United States and the consuming trade in Europe, who all this time were buying Standard oil on the basis of 12 cents at New York, the supplies at the time being drawn from their stock in Europe and from their various depots in the United States. But the performance of 1876 and 1877 was not forgotten in Europe. In 1879 the exporters and buyers from all the great foreign markets had met in Bremen in an indignation meeting over the way the Standard was handling the oil business. Remonstrances came from the consuls at Antwerp and Bremen to our State Department concerning even the quality of the oil which had been sent to Europe by the Standard. John C. Welch, who was abroad in 1879, was told by a prominent Antwerp merchant, "I am of the opinion that if the petroleum business continues to be conducted as it has been in the past in Europe, it will go to smash." The attempt to repeat in 1880 what had been done in 1876 failed. The exports of illuminating oil that year fell much below what they had been the year before. In 1879 365,000,000 gallons of refined oil were exported. In 1880 only 286,000,000 gallons. Exports of crude, on the contrary, rose from about 28,000,000 gallons to near 37,000,000 gallons. The foreigners could export and refine their own oil cheaper than they could buy from Mr. Rockefeller. Competition was after him too, for the Tidewater, whose refineries he had cut off, had stored their oil, built new plants, and were again ready to compete in the market. This third corner of the oil market seems to have convinced Mr. Rockefeller and his colleagues at last that however great the fun and profits of making oil very dear, in the long run it does not pay, that it weakens markets and stimulates competition. They learned a lesson in these years they have never forgotten, that when you make a scoop it must not be so big that you will never have a chance to make another one; that if you want to keep your power to manipulate the market you must use that power so modestly that the public in general will not realize you have it. Again and again the effect of the experiences of 1872, 1876, and 1880 crops out in the testimony of Standard officials. Benjamin Brewster once said to a Federal investigating committee which had asked if the Standard could not fix the price of oil as it wished, "At the moment many things may be done,
but the reaction is like a relapse of typhoid fever. The Standard Oil Company can never afford to sell goods dear. The people would go to dipping tallow candles in the old-fashioned way if we got the price too high. The after effects of the first great raids, then, were salutary. The Standard learned the limitations set on monopolies by certain great economic laws. But if the Standard Oil Company learned in the first attempts to raise the price of oil that they could not in the long run afford to make from 100 to 350%, they by no means gave up their attempt to keep their control and to hold up profits as high as they could without injuring the market or inviting too strong competition. If one will look at the chart showing the fluctuations from 1879, when control was achieved, to the beginning of 1889, one will find that for 10 years the margin between refined oil and crude never fell below the point reached by competitive influences in the former year, though frequently it rose considerably above. Yet it is in this period that the Standard did all its great work in extending markets, in developing by products, and in introducing the small and varied economies on which it rests its claim to be a great public benefactor. The first 8 years of its existence had been spent in bold and relentless warfare on its competitors. Competition practically out of the way, it set all its great energies to developing what it had secured. In this period it brought into line the foreign markets and aided in increasing the exports of illuminating oil from 365 million gallons in 1879 to 455 million in 1888, of lubricating from 3 million to 24 million, and yet this great extension of the volume of business profited the consumer nothing. In this period it laid hands on the idea of the Tidewater, the long-distance pipelines for transporting crude oil, and so rid itself practically of the railroads, and yet this immense economy profited the public nothing. In spite of the immense development of this system and the enormous economies it brought about, a system so important that Mr. Rockefeller himself has said, "The entire oil business is dependent upon this pipeline system. Without it every well would shut down, and every foreign market would be closed to us." The margins never fell the fraction of a cent from 1879 to 1889, though it frequently rose. In this period, too, the by products of oil were enormously increased. The waste, formerly as much as 10% of the crude product, was reduced until practically all of the oil is worked up by the Standard people, and yet in spite of the extension of by products between 1879 and 1889, the margin never went below the point competition had forced it to in 1879. The enormous profits which came to the Standard in these years by keeping out competition are evident if we consider for a moment the amount of business done. The exports of illuminating oil in this period were nearly 5 billion gallons. Of this the Standard handled well toward 90%. Consider what sums lay in the ability to hold up the price on such an amount even an eighth of a cent of a gallon. Combine this control of the price of refined oil with the control over the crude product, the ability to depress the market for purchasing, an ability used most carefully but most constantly. Add to this the economies and development Mr. Rockefeller's able and energetic machine was making, and the great profits of the Standard Oil Trust between 1879 and 1889 are easily explained. In 1879, on a capital of $3,500,000, the Standard Oil paid $3,150,000 dividends. In 1880 it paid $1,050,000. In 1882 it capitalized itself at $70 million. In 1885, 3 years later, its net earnings were over $8 million. In 1886, over $15 million. In 1888, over $16 million. In 1889, nearly $15 million. In the meantime, the net value of its holdings had increased from $72 million in 1883 to over $101 million. While the Standard was making these great sums,
The men who produced the oil saw their property depreciating, and the value of their oil actually eaten up every 2 years by the prices the Standard charged for gathering and storing it. But to return to the chart. With the beginning of 1889, the margin begins to fall. This is so in spite of a rising crude line. It would look as if the Standard Oil Company had suddenly had a change of heart. In the report of that year's business made to the trustees of the Standard Oil Trust, the following elaborate and interesting calculation was presented. The quantity of crude oil consumed by the Standard manufacturing interest in 1889 was 896,250,325 gallons, or 20,339,293 barrels, an increase over the previous year of 119,73,589 gallons, or 2,835,085 barrels, an increase of 15.3%. The sales of crude oil by our interests for purposes other than their own manufacture were 135,788,959 gallons, or 3,232,832 barrels, an increase of 43.25% over the previous year, making the total consumption of crude oil through our interests 1,032,029,284 gallons, or 24,572,126 barrels, an increase over 1888 of 3,809,917 barrels, or 18.35%, and exceeding the consumption of 1887, which was the largest of any previous year, by 12.7%. The quantity of refined oil was 66,742,547 gallons, or 13,334,851 barrels of 50 gallons each. Of lubricating paraffin and compounded oils, 43,862,795 gallons, or 877,256 barrels, and of other products, 160,712,183 gallons, or 3,214,243 barrels, making a total of all products 871,371,525 gallons, or 17,426,350 barrels, valued at over $46 million. The average cost of the crude consumed in refining was .211 of a cent more than in 1888, while the average price realized per gallon of crude was .090 of a cent less, showing a decrease in the margin between the crude and finished product of .301 of a cent. This represents a saving to the consumer over what the finished products would have cost him if the same margin had been maintained on the increased price of crude of $2,697,000. This has been done without a corresponding loss to our interest, by a decrease in the cost of manufacturing and marketing, and by the increased quantity handled .204 of a cent, effecting a saving of $1,860,000. And the difference has been more than made up by further reductions of cost of marketing by our distributing interest, as well as in the increased quantity handled. Although the average price of crude has been the highest this year of any of the last 5 years, the increase over the price of 1887, when the price on both crude and refined was the lowest for that period, being about 22.25%, the average price of products has increased but 12.25%, showing a saving to the consumer of 10%. We have therefore continued to make good the claim that the Standard has heretofore maintained of cheapening the cost of the products to the consumers by giving them the benefits of the saving in cost effected by consolidation of interest. This certainly sounds just, even philanthropic. It is exactly what the consumer claims is his due, to have a share of the economies which undoubtedly may be effected by such complete and intelligent consolidation as Mr. Rockefeller has effected. But was it combination that caused this falling of the margin? As a matter of fact, this lowering of the margin was the direct result of competition. In 1888, a German firm located in New York City erected large plants in Rotterdam and Bremerhaven. They put up storage tanks at each place of 90,000 barrels capacity. They also established a storage depot of 30,000 barrels at Mannheim, and took steps to extend their supply stations in Germany and Switzerland. They built tank steamers in order to ship their oil in bulk. These oil importers allied themselves with certain independent refiners, and interested themselves also in the cooperative movement which the producers of Pennsylvania were striving to get into operation at this time. The extent of the undertaking threatened serious competition. In the same year, imports of Russian oil into the markets of Western Europe began for the first time to assume serious proportions. Russian oil had, from the beginning, been a possible menace to American petroleum, for the wonderful fields on the Caspian were known long before oil was struck in Pennsylvania. They did not begin to be exploited in a way to threaten competition until late in the 80s. In 1885, consuls at European ports began to report its appearance. 50 barrels were landed at Bremen that year, as against 180,855 of American oil. In this year, too, the first Russian oil went to Asia Minor, where Pratt oil had long held sway. The first cargo reported at Antwerp was in March, 1886. In April, 1890, the consul at Rotterdam, in calling attention to the independent American competition, said of Russian oil, "It is no longer a serious competitor for the petroleum trade of Western Continental Europe." The consul said that while the American oil shipments to the 5 principal continental ports were fully 4,000,000 barrels per year, those of Russian were less than 1/10 of that number. However, a growth of 40,000 barrels in 5 years was something, and the Standard Oil Trust was the last to underestimate such a growth. Prices of export oil immediately fell. There was nothing in the world that gave oil consumers the benefit of the Standard's savings by economies in 1889, but the competition threatened by Russia and the American and German Independent Alliance. The Standard, to offset it, not only lowered its price, but it followed the German company to Rotterdam in order to put up an oil plant similar to the one which had been erected by those independents. They also purchased, at this time, the great oil establishments at Bremen and Hamburg, which had hitherto been owned and operated by Germans. A full account of this new development in the oil trade was reported by the American consul at Rotterdam in April of 1890, and is to be found in the consular reports of that year. Follow the lines a little farther. Notice how in 1892 the price of refined oil begins to fall, although crude is stationary. Notice how the refined line remains steady through 1893 and 1894, although the crude line steadily rises. This went on for nearly 3 years, until there was a margin of only 3 cents between crude and refined oil. The barrel, which is always reckoned in the official quotations of export refined oil, costs 2½ cents per gallon, and the price of manufacturing is usually put at 1/2 cent. The cost of transporting the oil was not covered by the margin the greater part of the year 1894. Now, the Standard Oil Company were not selling oil at a loss at this time out of love for the consumers, although they made enough money in 1894 on by products and domestic oil to have done so. Their net earnings were over $15,000,000 in 1894, and they reckoned an increase in net value of property of over $4,000,000. They were fighting Russian oil and the independent combination started in 1889. By 1892 this combination was in active operation. The extent of this movement was described in the last chapter of this narrative. At the same time, certain large producers in the McDonald oil field built a pipe line from Pittsburgh to Baltimore, the Crescent Line, and began to ship crude oil to France in great quantities. It looked as if both combinations meant to do business, and the Standard set out to get them out of the way. One method they took was to prevent the refiners in the combination making any money on export oil. The extent to which cutting was carried on for 2 years, beginning with the fall of 1892, has been referred to in the last chapter, but is worth repeating in this connection. In January of 1892 crude oil was selling at 53½ cents a barrel at the wells, and refined oil for export at 5.33 cents a gallon in barrels. Throughout the year the price of crude advanced, until in December it was 78 3/8 cents. Refined, on the contrary, fell, and it was actually 18 points lower in December than it had been 12 months before. Throughout 1894 the Standard kept refined oil down. The average price of the year was 5.19 cents a gallon, in face of an average crude market of 83 3/4 cents, lower than in January, 1893, with crude at 53 1/2 cents a barrel. After 2 years they gave it up. It was too expensive. The Crescent Line sold to them, but the other independents were too plucky. They had lost money for 2 years, but they were still hanging on like grim death, and the Standard concluded to concentrate their attacks on other points of the combination, rather than on this export market, where it was costing them too much. This is the end of Chapter 16, Part 1. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.